Okay. I mean, and then you got like hold on.
There we go. There we go. Okay.
All right, May. I wanted to like continue like something like in a way I can kind of like understand concern about like brothers spearheading that because you had Kanye trying to reverse the 13th Amendment. You know, that's the slavery amendment.
Damn fool.
Yeah, so if you got black men trying to like bring back slavery, then yeah, I mean, how much of a stretch is it that like black men will kind of like try to bring in Gilead? I mean, or
Wait,
I
right
want
wait,
to
wait a
add
alongside of it.
minute.
something to that.
Midget, you can't be serious, are you? I mean, you
Look it
got
up,
No,
brother. Look it
oh
oh,
up.
shit, really?
Yeah, look it up. I'm surprised you didn't hear about that. It was a big thing, like when it was.
Hey,
It doesn't surprise me.
like, wait. What do these guys think is going to happen? They bring
See,
it back and then they end up under.
yeah.
see. Your question is, what do these guys think? You gotta like throw out
Oh
one of
yeah,
them
I
words in
forgot.
that
They don't
sentence.
think. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. One of them words don't belong in that sentence, man. Like, actually, a couple of those words you just gotta just say these guys.
Yeah. I
Uh,
think it's what that guy said the other day.
mhm.
A lot of these guys just want to burn the whole thing down and they don't care.
Oh, you talking
Well, yeah.
about big truck?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's like an extreme. Take your ball and go home mentality. Like on steroids. It's like,
Take your
Yeah.
ball, shoot, to take these chains, these balls and chains, and go to that plantation. Shoot,
Yep.
that's.
Yep.
I mean, is the purpose to make America so unlivable for black folk to where like all black folks just get their passports and leave? So that might be kind of like the little backdoor plan, like secret plan of the passport bros, man. Just like let's just make this mug
Oh
bad.
Lord. So they got a
Let's
whole
just
operation.
yeah, yeah.
They're doing the work for the oppressor. Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you, I don't know where these bastards came from, and I can't understand it for the life of me. This whole thing is just insane. Um, and I have a real problem with that. It's funny though that you said that about just burn the whole damn thing down, because when it comes to modernization, this was my thinking. Um, so we can move into modernization, and then I like where Melinda was going, talking about how does that relate to marriage, black relationships, and children. We definitely got to go that direction, because I think that's where the bulk of our big group conversation probably goes. But I just want to throw this out there. The word nihilism. Who just said that? Was it Ben? Y'all, we moved the screen around. I don't know who that was. It was JP or Benji said.
Probably J,
Benji,
probably
yes.
JP. I said
oh no, I was
dystopianism.
chopping it up with a big cap the other day. Wasn't it on Tam chat or
Uh huh.
something?
Probably.
And we was talking about, no, it's me, Big Cap, and a Big J. It's always these big guys. But that's always.
Well, a big cap is cool. It
Oh no, I know
is
Big Cap's cool. Yeah, he's
yeah,
probably like him and Big Tiz. Yeah, they seem like pretty cool guys. But the
yeah.
rest of the big guys, man, damn, man, yeah, those some special characters, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
oh man, special.
But
Yeah,
that
special is the
idea,
word.
though, that, like, just burn it all down, nothing means anything, and the definition of that is nihilism. And I'm seeing nihilism spread with modernization. It's spreading. Nihilism meaning that things do not have meaning, nothing matters, I don't give a fuck, whatever. Throw caution to the wind, I don't care about consequences, just a feeling of, I won't say hopelessness, but have you guys heard of Tang Ping? The Chinese Tang Ping?
No, we have
No,
none.
no.
Okay,
No, I have
so the,
not.
the Chinese are frustrated. They have seen their great grandfather, and their father working very hard in factories forever, and the state promising them that if they do everything for the grand state and sacrifice their personal liberties, all will be well, and they will be, woefully rewarded. And
Yeah.
after watching this shit for 3, 4 generations, the younger Chinese, they're doing what you call tong ping, which means lay flat, which means I don't give a fuck. I'm not about to work 14 hours, 16 hours a day. I'm no longer working 80-hour weeks. Fuck you. I'm going to do as little as possible. And that's a form of nihilism. And so I think that the exploitation and the social media have played a very, very big part in our evolution. as a society. And so modernization, in my mind, is a form of evolution. We are always changing as a society. We are in the West, America. We lead, I would say, the globe. And globalism, capitalism, feminism, technology, transportation, and labor demands have caused all of what we see to collide together very fucking quickly. And it has changed us so fast that our heads are spinning. And I think a lot of people, racially, culturally, male and female, all our isms are just like running rampant right now. Do y'all not feel like time is speeding up?
I feel
Yeah,
like
it can
that
be. Yeah.
a little.
Yeah,
Okay,
sometimes.
I do want to say something though, y'all. I think you just meant I wrote it down
Go for it.
about. Oh yeah, with China. I will say this about China. China seems to be, as a people, especially their leadership, China is willing to sacrifice even their own people for whatever goal they think they're trying to, they'll use themselves as test dummies. I mean, like how they, even with the childbirth, they didn't want the women, so then they had this over abundance of males, and that a males kind of don't have, it's difficult to find, I guess, wives and stuff, but they did that. Um, and when it comes to something else you said about China, I don't think China can afford to be really like nihilistic, because if they're the only people who can put like millions and millions of soldiers and stuff on the ground. So uh, I think what they do, China will build something and tempt you with it. Meanwhile, they will know the effects of it on their own people, so they'll block it from their people. But it's, again, that's actually very leftist. And I wanted to kind of get into this with everybody about, guess kind of how we've been swayed when it comes to like the politics stuff. Um,
Hmm.
let's look at what we're saying. Black men are like, like the Trump supporters and stuff. And I was a Trump supporter. Let me be honest. But what black men are
What
doing
the
and what they
hell?
no, listen, no, look, this is the one place I thought I could come
Nah, you speak
and
freely. Go
say that.
ahead. Go
But
ahead.
yeah, but again, and see, but too, as a people, and I explain why too, because I get into what the left right stuff it kind of is. It's like, if we're people who've been swayed to only look at, vote this and vote that, we should kind of look at that what we don't see as the controlling factors, like the let me start with black men first. Black men are following whatever they think will be something to be a harm to, to black women, or to subjugate black women. But when you look at most conservatism, isn't even that. I'm serious. When y'all look at this, I'm not talking about what you kept seeing on the news and stuff. Um there's no men who are really in power. They really don't have the this kind of, let me just destroy all women and stuff like that, because
Oh,
what they
okay.
do realize is that women don't need stirrups in an office to not have a baby. Let's just be honest. People have been using potions. You can buy herbs in the store. I'm serious. So I don't think women shouldn't be afraid of that ever. Don't think that
See,
just because you can't go to a state that women have always been able to um, have, uh, rid of themselves of unwanted pregnancies. Okay, so don't worry about that. Um,
yeah,
I'm just saying, yeah. So I wouldn't worry about that. But what I'm saying is
yeah.
this: we getting left and right kind of mixed up. Whenever you've seen the most controlling, factions of society and politics, that is left wing. I'm honest with y'all. It is the fascism, the liberalism, the all these things that when you can't call somebody if you mispronounce someone, that's leftism. That is not conservative. Those aren't conservative values. So even when it comes to like the Roe versus Wade.
Can
Oh,
I
go ahead.
can I,
I'm sorry.
can I
Yeah.
interject real quick?
Sure.
But hasn't it been the ones the hard conservatives, the one that call us all the other names? the N
What?
word,
Oh no,
the
no, actually no. When you
insinuating
look at it,
N word.
mm-mm,
Because
no,
all I know
no.
is that this is all I know.
Okay.
The most viral people that I've recently bumped into had on a red hat.
See, and to me, it, honestly, digital, it's been the opposite. What I have no, I mean, let me tell you why. These things never switched. Even with the Democratic Party, that's they found it the KKK, Jim Crow, the what do you call segregation, anti-voting rights for blacks. This is all the left wing, and it never switched. That's why if you look up Joe Biden's history,
I
very
mean,
little
but if you
racist.
look at Trump's history, his
But
is
he
worse.
didn't. I
Wow.
mean,
Think about it like
mm-mm.
this. Did you hear about the Central Park Five, right?
I did, and I also heard what the parents had said, but the dads and someone had said that they were guilty. But look at this. That was
No,
okay.
no. I mean, but you heard what Trump said, right? That's the key I'm getting
I
to.
even if he's how about this? If he's racist, then he's the same as the other racists. I
But
think that.
I,
But
I
what
guess what
happened?
I'm saying is, did you hear what he
Okay,
said though? Did you hear
no. What did he say?
directly? I think it's important you go check it out because
Okay, I'll
he
check. I'll check.
I
But
understand what
I'm
you're
familiar with
saying.
that
I
I
case.
understand what you're saying about like everybody they have that bigotry gene in them. But
Well,
he was doing a little bit too extra. I
but
mean,
but
he
it's party. But it really is. I think that we kind of don't realize it when we're looking at what is becoming the what's controlling people. This is leftist ideology, and it's never changed. And that's what that is. Literally, it is.
let me ask
Um,
you a
Hey,
question.
sure.
I have a quick question for you.
Okay.
So you describe,
I
what
said
your
that for a reason too. I was going to get on something else, but go ahead.
okay. I just wanted to before you go to the next point.
Hmm.
I, I'm curious about what your definition is of right because of the right wing, right?
Okay,
And
what I'm
the
thinking
right.
that it's not this neo-conservative stuff and what black men are talking about. I think that again, I knew that they were the abolitionists. I know that they tend to call themselves, more religious. So when it comes to like stuff like abortion, they're against it not because these are moral people. I want y'all to realize this too. People are people. People, I don't think that they're just any better. They have, these maybe higher morals, but they will stick with something just because they feel like they know it's the the right thing. If they feel like they're following biblical, where it says, hey, a verse could say, that's murder, then these are people who feel like they're preserving that. Okay, but when I also see the far end of that, which is leftist, that you can have a baby you can have post-term abortions, then to me, I mean, that's like sacrifice. That's scary to me, especially as a nurse, that a baby can be born and then terminated. You know what I mean? But
okay.
I'm very
Can I
pro-choice.
make a
I'm very
counter to that
pro-choice.
just for a second?
Hmm.
Okay, so what do you think about the way that policing is handled as far as black men being brutalized and all that kind of stuff, and then
I
being
would have
looked
to,
at?
to even look at the instances of it, because I also say that I believe that the targeting of black people too is also, when it comes to media, is the hype, and also making you feel like it's always you being targeted. But I would have to look at the if what's being shown. So if I think that, I would have to look to see if police brutality is worse than black on black brutality. I would have to look at those things,
So
or what's
okay, so
being shown
basically,
to us.
simply put, so what you're saying is that the right wing is no more racist than the left wing.
I think that what I have found, you can't legislate race, what people feel. And to me, racism is a problem when someone has their hands, I guess, on the levers of power. But again, most of the institutions have been mostly leftist run. So again,
Wait, that's a
I
hard
don't.
one to. That's a
Go
hard one
ahead.
for me to swallow
I
because
have found that leftists have been way
when
more
you say
racist because of.
institutions, when you say
Go ahead.
institutions, what are you referring to? Like
Oh, institutions.
businesses?
Like even like medical, like universities and stuff like that. But
I'm not sure
I
about the
do.
universities, but I can assure
You-
you that
Okay.
the majority of the businesses they benefit and vote conservative, like as hell. I mean, I would say the majority do because that's how they get their tax breaks because they know that the selling point of the left, I mean the selling point of the left has been per se the people, and the selling point of the right has always
Mm-mm.
been big business. We're going to give you all the money you need, and
Right. I
you're
don't.
gonna trick
That's the
people.
selling points.
Yeah,
But
you get,
to
and
me,
then
how
they.
that's.
But what to finish my point?
Go
They're
ahead.
going to trick. We big business. We're going to give you the money, the money and tax breaks and whatever, whatnot, more than the left because the left can throw some in. But then we're going to trick the people into thinking that you're going to hire more of them when you don't. If you see what I'm saying. So, where'd she go?
Somebody, oh, she left.
I see somebody else popped up. Who's that?
That was I think that's Jen. Who?
That's Gemini,
Okay, that's
Oh,
Jen.
okay.
Okay.
and Venus is here.
Okay, Venus is here.
I think Melinda dropped off.
Melinda drop. Okay.
She doesn't drop on purpose. I think her phone goes out.
Yeah, no, that happens a lot.
Yeah.
She did that a lot. But I guess
Yeah, I think maybe we need to bring another definition here because I do I want to be clear on what
yeah,
left
I
wing
think we were
means
going
versus
sideways. I agree.
what
I agree.
right wing means.
Okay, she's back. But yeah, I mean, I think we should. I think if you ladies think it's going to the side, then we can shelve that for another discussion. If you know what I
Yeah,
mean.
I think
Yeah,
so.
yeah, definitely. Because I think that is a relevant conversation.
It is.
When we're talking about this whole, feminism thing,
I mean,
and
it's a part of
modernism.
it.
Modernism.
It is a
Yeah,
part of it.
it is. But that's definitely that's a different. Melinda, can you hear
Hey,
me?
sorry about that, y'all.
No, no, you're
Okay.
fine.
Yeah,
Um,
and I can come back to this stuff later. If you have any questions for me, listen. I'm very much centered in what I believe, and I've done. This has been many years of me doing the research of it and kind of seeing how we've been manipulated and hoodwinked. And I have, y'all. Believe me,
Right.
like I said, I'm a black
But
first person. I see myself
I
as
see your
black.
point. I see your point.
Yeah,
I
I
think what
wouldn't
I'm
have
going
even
to do
said
is
these
this.
things if I didn't believe in them.
Well, not only that, but what we'll do is we'll make a whole live dedicated to it.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
And that way I can
Uh-oh.
gather some facts and stuff like that and stats.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
hey,
So
I'm open-minded. Don't get me wrong.
yeah.
I'm not about, you know, uh, counting out conservatism. It's
Right,
just
right.
it used to
But
be more in fashion back in the day than it is now because to
yeah.
me,
Well, black people mostly were very conservative, and even with that certain Republican Party. But I just
Yeah.
think that what black men are doing, y'all, please, it's embarrassing. Candace Owen isn't that's not representing to me. Brandon Tatum. I just want
Yeah.
so
Well,
again, that's a whole
okay.
different
yeah.
sect of something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll definitely circle back
All
around
right.
to it, like what DJ Torch said. That's a good idea.
Okay. So let's
So
go
yeah.
into what else I can add on something else. Sorry, y'all. I didn't
No,
mean
you're
to take
good.
that
You're
away.
good. You're good. So another talking point we talked about with evolution, of people. I mean, would y'all agree that we're evolving?
yes.
That we're
Yeah,
changing
some of
with.
us, I don't, you look at the red
Yeah.
pill,
Well,
I
it
Well,
know.
no, they
depends.
want to be stuck, but when you
Right.
really look at it, the shit is moving. This is and that's my perspective. This is a moving fucking train.
Regardless
And I'm gonna read these. I'm sorry.
regardless as to who wants to get on, it's going to evolve with or
It
without.
is.
With,
Oh, you're
let me
talking
say
about
that again.
political evolution.
With or without your ass, this train is moving.
So you're talking about political evolution, not like biological evolution.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, you're right. I mean, to me, you're right. It's move. It's gonna move. It's going to keep moving. And I think what it is that a lot of black men want it not to move because they know they need. Believe it or not, we know we need to catch up. Okay, we know we need to catch up. And if if it's still moving, it's harder to catch up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what I don't understand about this though? I really, when I look at the Asian community, right? I'm seeing the modernization, I'm seeing the technology as a great equalizer for the Asian community. And what I do not understand about Black people and about Black men is why we're not seeing it that way. There's so many opportunities. I've heard you several times, Torch, talk about opportunities in technology, right? And that's really more so about skill set. And I don't understand why we're not viewing it that way. I don't understand why Black men are not viewing having a woman in their household that is working and providing an income, because now you have two incomes coming into the household, and you can obviously then have more capital, right? More ability to acquire assets, etc. I don't understand why that's not seen as an opportunity.
Can I
I
say
can tell you why though. I mean, a lot of brothers, if it doesn't get them closer to that Mississippi nut, as Peso would say, then they don't care about it. Basically,
and I think too, what was that crazy guy that called 2 days ago, angry
Trucker,
trucker? Yeah, and
big trucker.
Truck.
yes, he made the statement that um black black men are mad because the white man put the black woman over the black man. And
no, wait a minute.
I
Black men are mad, or is he mad?
no, black men are mad. He said black men
he's
are
talking
mad.
about the collective.
Yeah, yeah, not yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm the
Um,
exception to that rule because I'm just living my life
right. Of
and I'm
course
not
not.
mad at all, but
Right. Of course not everyone. He was just generalizing, I guess, or whatever. I don't know. But the point is though that a lot of black men do feel that way. And that's why that's part of the red pill ideology is that these black women are trying to compete with us. So we need to take ourselves elsewhere and find women that's not trying to compete.
I mean, if you think about it, they're referencing 75 years ago. They're stuck 75 years. It's going to be a century and they're still going to be referencing the same thing. It's as though if we move forward, they can't hold on to the victimhood of the past.
Wow.
You know what's so sad is you got Hispanics coming over here that can barely speak English and they're surpassing our black men.
And you know what? That's a good point. And we connect that with what Urbanista just said and what she said, Torch said. We have all these things. Let's look at it: capitalism, we have globalism, we got technology, we got transportation, and we have labor demands, meaning that the skill sets and I mean, service based and all these global capitalism. It is opportunity, and they got this fucking passport. And what do they do with it? They want to do fuckery. Going back to Urbanista's point, we got technology, we got computers, we got all of these different type of things. We got these 5G networks. Why isn't one of them brothers saying, you know what, let's put some money together and let's start a company, go down here to Haiti where they got only one cell phone company. Let's go ahead and create us a competition for the monopoly. Do you know how many third world countries do not have infrastructure?
It's
China's taking advantage of it, but we are not. No black men are saying, instead of me using my cell phone for porn, let me go ahead and create an app. You see what I'm saying? It's
it's
always some fuckery behind any technology they use. Let's go gaming. It's all kind of stupid shit, but go ahead.
It's because they're competing against us or competing against
Yes.
one another. They don't
Right.
see the worldwide implications of what they're doing. The Mexican men, and that's why you can, because besides having them in my family, it's another reason why you can't talk about these men. These men will stand out on the corner in the blazing sun every day, every morning, to be picked up, possibly picked up by somebody, by a day, as a day laborer. So they're willing to do whatever it takes to work. Now, I'm not saying some of them aren't criminals. That's not at all what I'm saying. But the majority come here and they will do menial labor. They work out in these fields. That's why it just irks me when people were saying they come over and take our jobs. The jobs that they're doing, you don't even want to do, or you want to be paid twice as much for it. You're not going to do it to the best of your ability. You want sick leave and breaks and everything else when you haven't even worked a good week. And these people will come over and they will do those things without complaining. They will live 50 to a house until they build themselves up enough to be able to live independently. They are cohesive. It's a cohesive environment. It's a cohesive family. The same thing with most immigrants that come to the US. It's as though Black men can't see, they don't see the value in themselves. Therefore, they can't see the value in anything else. And it will continuously be that way until they either, that portion of them either die out, or some type of miraculous change comes to them.
And if they weren't so some of some of these men, the men who we're speaking of, if they weren't so focused on competing with or trying to take away something, or Black women, they might have a case with this, because I'm serious. They might even say, well, America, because this is what other people have said, you're undercutting your own people by lowering wages. Because again, y'all, we have to look at it this way too. I mean, we are in the first world country, and we should have certain expectations, of our workforce, government also. But if your own government could be undercutting and allowing people in at cheaper prices. Now, let me tell you, I'm a nurse. Because I have to put myself in this shoe. What if they were starting to import Mexican nurses and paying them half of what the nurses who I work? I would be that would devastate me. I would be afraid. So I think when we look at it, we can just try to look at it from both ends. If you're a citizen, you should be your citizen should be protected first. But if you are trying to exploit, which America will do, exploit people on low wages, I think that sets up a problem for your own people, because it will lower wages. And so, you
But
know what I
that's
mean?
what's happening. That's exactly what's
It's what's
happening.
happening, but that's not.
Yeah.
It's not really a good thing, because until it hits your industry,
No,
then
no, no. I'm
we
not saying it's a good thing.
oh,
I'm just saying that that's what's happening.
that
And
is what's happening.
and then you
I don't
have a
even know
lot.
if because they don't want the jobs though, but I think, do you
No, I
think
think
it's
a lot of, I mean, because if they wanted the jobs, people are
Mhm.
complaining about not being employed. But how many millions of jobs are there out there? You hear
Yeah,
time and time again of people saying that, oh, I won't take that job because I have this or that degree, or
right,
that's
right,
beneath
yeah,
me, or that doesn't pay enough, and they will sit at home because they think that something is beneath them to do, as opposed
yeah.
to
That's
give.
unacceptable, especially if you have kids. I mean, if you're, yeah, you're definitely right. But yeah, that's just that. Guess that's my opinion of it, because I really want to. I don't want to think that they're being pushed out of the job market. So I'm going to ask the two men, do you think that Black men are at a disadvantage, that they're at a disadvantage when it comes to the workforce?
Not
Hmm.
well. A good opportunity for them would have been right after this um,
Pandemic.
pandemic. I mean,
Okay.
and in fact, I would say right now it's still an opportunity if they're qualified, and especially tech, and something related to that, they can grab 50, 60. You know,
That's a key word, Torch. Qualified.
yeah. Well, see, that's on them. If
And
see
that that
that's
ex-
that's the problem I have with the Kevin Samuels theory is he doesn't teach men to think ahead. If you want a woman who's high
Right.
quality, regardless whether they're making money or not, that high quality woman is going to want you to make money. If you want them to stay at home, you better be making at least 60 plus is really low. So you have to make that much if you want to have a wife who stays at home, right? They don't add that up. You know what they do? They go around and they do an Austin Holloman, and then all of a sudden, when they get 35, it's like, okay, I'm ready to get married. you
Not even
know,
35. Not even 35. Come on. That's even and most of them are in their 40s wanting to get married when they figure out they have high blood pressure, diabetes, and
right.
aren't advancing in
Exactly.
society as other people are advancing. And then they get angry at the black woman that they left with their
Yes.
children who was willing to go out and work two jobs while she had
Hmm.
children and go to school and pull herself up. Then they want to be angry at her for surpassing them. But she had no choice but to do what needed to be done. And that's the problem that I have. They want to be angry at black women. But and I JP, please understand what I'm getting ready to say. They want to be angry at black women, but we didn't have a choice. We don't have that choice to sit at home with our parents and wait for some man to come along and be the provider for us. We don't have that
Exactly.
That's
choice.
right.
That's not a
Oh,
luxury
wait a minute.
that
I'm not mad at all.
no,
Don't
because you weren't.
misunderstand me.
I believe it
No.
was you. I was saying this, and you were saying it's because I thought sisters did it because they wanted to. Was that you, or was
I
that Big
mean,
Cap?
oh wait. No, that was me. I mean, well, yeah. I mean, if you're forced into a circumstance,
It's not,
things happen in life and things of that nature, then yes, I can understand you doing, what you got to do,
yeah,
take
but
care of
I mean, it's
yourself
not.
and
It's not
your
that. It's
children.
not. But we don't have the luxury of other races and nationalities. We just don't have that luxury. It's not that we don't want to do
Even
it,
they
but we
don't.
can't afford to
Yeah,
wait.
they don't
Like,
either.
Right. Those women
like
don't have it either.
They don't
that's
have it
true.
either.
Right.
That's true.
Or they want you to lower your standards. And then when something goes wrong, oh, you should have chosen better. But then it's like, oh, but you said to lower my standard. You know what I mean? It's
Amen. Amen
Yep.
to that.
It's
yeah,
that's a manipulation and a
Yeah,
it
ploy, and
really
we all know
is.
it.
I
We all
agree.
know it. But
But
what I was saying was
hmm
that we do this, and we get venom because we do it. Just like on the other panel, they're still crying about Goldman Sachs. Like, are you kidding me? Like,
Yeah.
black women are second to white men in creating businesses. What the only reason why black women's businesses aren't more successful is because they use, number one, they use their own capital. Number
Yes.
two, the demographic that they are servicing are
Mhm.
predominantly black people. So
Yeah.
that's the only reason why they're not more, black women businesses aren't more successful, but they still go out there and they create. We
Right.
take chances.
Yeah.
We take chances and we put our heart, our soul, our minds, and our bodies into everything that we do. And we've been doing that since we landed here.
yes.
And
Yeah.
it just bothers me. It irks my soul that they act as though we weren't in those fields getting beaten right beside them. Not
Right.
only were we getting beaten right beside them, we had babies on our back picking cotton at the same time as them. So they
Yep.
can miss me with this woe is me black
Right.
man. I'm sorry, I can't feel sorry for you. We
Yeah.
can't
Yeah.
afford to stop and feel sorry for them.
They don't.
And
I'm a
Jim
yeah.
and
I
Jim,
was gonna oh sorry. I just want to get
go
one
ahead,
point out.
Benista. I'll go right after you. Go ahead.
One thing that I wanted to address too, that's a misnomer that irritates me so much is when we talk about black women staying at home back in the day, because that really wasn't the case either. A lot of our grandmothers, our great grandmothers had little side hustles, side businesses, whether you were selling cake on the side, whether you were keeping kids because you had a whole bunch of kids at home, or there were a lot of black women that had the fortune to be educated, that were teachers, that were nurses. You know what I'm saying? So black women were not just staying at home, and it really bothers me when people say that, because that's not true. Black
Right.
women
That whole what
always
black women have
contributed
been
to
taken out of
our
the home. That's
households.
bull. Yeah.
We've always contributed to our households, even if we were keeping white children, right? And bringing that nanny money home to our households. We never did not work. So I just want to be clear about that, because I don't like that narrative that I keep hearing.
Th-
Absolutely. And
Yeah,
I
this
just want to say,
basically. Oh,
but
my bad, man. Go ahead.
piggybacking on what Gemini said, I love the passion with which she said it. Black women are amazing. We are black and female in this country that was built on white supremacy. And we've managed to not only survive, we managed to thrive. And it really sucks that our men will look at us and see the success and then talk shit about what you're doing. Brother, if you understand the mission, if you own code, we can do this together. If we can get that mutual respect, if we can get that black love going, this is a gift to you. I am a gift to you, and I'm a benefit to you. It is not something that they're not seeing it that way. They're not seeing, wow, what an amazing woman. We do more than white women will ever fucking do. We have more gifts, more talents. Like the sister said, we open up all these businesses. We're innovative as fuck, and we do all that with all the chips stacked against us. Imagine how much more powerful we would be if we were not grafted this way.
We
Can
don't have time for victim gymnastics, mental gymnastics. Black women don't have time for that. And we will leave our friends behind. Oh, girl, bye. Look, I can't stay around and listen to that. I got to do such and such and such and such and such and such. We don't have time for it. It doesn't benefit us to do that. And we have notoriously not done that. Even if we throw a pity party for ourselves, we understand that it's not going to be long lived because it's stuff to be done. We don't have that luxury, and I don't have any children, but my
Mhm.
God, single mothers, like, please, I honor them. The single mothers that I've seen, what they go through and what they sacrifice and what they do for their children, oh my God, it's unmatched.
can I
Granted, there are some wretched single mothers, but the ones that I've seen are making it happen.
Yes, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how. Like my first cousin did. She got a divorce when her children were like in car seats. She had them like there's little stair steps. I don't know how she did it. And I wanted y'all to think about this. Remember when the angry man was on that on Destiny show? Y'all notice when they were talking about the red pill stuff, that like this red pill ideology does not their experience. When one of the guys said, and when women decided to enter the man's space, then there's going to be problems when women enter the man's space. And I was like, dude, even you weren't allowed in that space. Because see, again, on one hand, they'll be like, well, we were dehumanized, because maybe like the 3/5 thing. But then they'll say like, we were this was our space, as if they were included in that, and saying things like, women getting what is it said, the degrees, and like they said basket weaving and gender studies. But the thing is, it's like they're just copying other men's talking points, because that's not even most women's reality, to be able to go to college and be able to kind of just take enrichment courses and things that won't lead
Exactly.
her to a job. So they're talking about things that don't matter to that aren't their experience. But also what they said about the church, I mean, y'all, that was really offensive, with how he just went. And I know I've said this before, because I stay on this. Okay, let me ask the men, do you all think that they are just literally making up any excuse and hiding behind any shield, like I said with the red pill stuff? Or do you really think they believe this, that some of them are so
Damage,
unstable?
Probably
damage.
50-50.
Yes, I do.
No,
I think
okay, Melinda. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Torch.
What's the question again?
I mean,
I was asking if they really like, sis, when they say that the black woman did this, the black woman did that, and y'all are twerking in churches, and black men can't find a wife, and there's all these negative things about black women. I was wondering if some of them do they really believe it, or are they just using any excuse as a shield?
no, they retarded. I
no, I mean, no, no, no. Wait, I can explain this. I mean, it's all. I mean, all the things that y'all brought up. I mean, they all have one common denominator, and that is, you got a group of guys that are overly obsessed with busting nuts. I mean, and it's sad to say, but that's the only value they see in a woman. Someone to bust a nut in. I mean, it's just that simple. I
It
mean,
really
Are they
is.
on the
oh,
spectrum then? Because again,
No,
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 even
no,
no,
I,
no,
regular
no, no,
guys
no,
don't.
no. We're not giving
look,
them
that
that. I'm
We're not
not.
gonna
it's
give
No,
them
not.
that,
It's
no.
not
sis.
about the
yeah,
spectrum,
I
and it's
think
not
they
about
I
sex.
upset.
kind of,
No, ma'am.
sis,
I'm
I've
not giving
Them
them
listened to
that.
nuts,
some of them. I kind of think they might
them
be
niggas
some
Not,
of
is
them.
no,
retarded.
ma'am. That's a cop out. That's another cop out, and we want to
Oh
give
well, then
them a
this is
reason.
No, I
scarier.
don't think
Then
that's
then
a
it's
cop
that,
out.
something
that,
more
yeah,
sinister.
No, no, no,
Then it's
no,
even more
no,
sinister.
no,
no, like
no.
that.
I'm not
That's
giving them
not.
that at all. They are not on the spectrum. They're not delayed. They're not developmental.
Shit. You
They're like
cannot
No,
they
they're
have.
just.
please.
I have coined this phrase, and I'm gonna have to get it coined. But I'm gonna go ahead.
We coined it today. Go ahead.
My sister asked me what was wrong with my nephew. This was years ago. She was like, "What's wrong? I don't know what's wrong with that boy." I said, "He has except for laziness." And she was
What?
like,
Oh,
Yeah,
who?
what?
There's
Excessive
nothing wrong
laziness.
with him except for laziness.
Oh,
Ooh, good segue. We
oh,
got a video that's gonna come up that's gonna talk about. You know
I think
what?
something missing.
And that's the word that came to my mind. You know, he says sex, and then some people say it's just an excuse and blame and all that. I personally think that black men have a problem with focus and priority. That's what I think is the
No,
biggest difference, focus and priority. Because when you're focused, you just only spend your energy on what the fuck is important. When you know your priorities, you actually know what is important and deserves your focus. And I find that a lot of black men just don't have it. And they make all these excuses. That's what Angry Man said. Well, you know, it's a female institution, and the whole idea of taking notes and stuff like that, that's something only a woman could do. Men have
but
ADHD.
he's
I was like,
copying
fuck
white
that.
men though.
Wait a
He's
minute.
even copying them.
Let me say this
Wait, he said men
to
have
what you just.
ADHD.
Wait a minute, please. Let me just say this to what you
My
just
bad.
said. My nephew has ADHD, and guess what? That brother has a master's degree, and he's teaching, and he loves what he does. So even with learning disabilities or whatever it is, they have to learn to redirect our focus. Me and my sister
He's
both.
saying men have ADHD. Basically, they can't sit and pay attention for
No,
a
no,
long
no, no.
time.
It's still a cop
no,
out because again, my
no.
nephew has it and he has a master's degree and is
That
teaching as well. And
that
what I'm saying is both me and my sister had it too. But guess what? It was called in our household. You'll get your butt whooped and you better figure out how to make it work for you. And guess what? I learned how to multitask and make it work for me. It's an excuse and a cop out
Like
about this
no. I mean,
mental,
May.
a whole bunch of mental disorders and a whole bunch of on the spectrums. Even if you're on the spectrum, even if you have a mental a delay a learning disability, then you're still capable of doing so much more. We cannot allow them to, we can't keep giving them crutches.
No, no,
Black
they're not finna take that with no mental nothing. I ain't trying to hear none of that.
May, like you,
well,
you
something
basically
going on.
proved
It's
my
just
point.
too many of them that's dumb.
Basically, I know. I
Something
mean,
going on. I just don't believe all that many black men are that damn dumb. There's got to something biologically got to
uh,
be wrong with them. I'm sorry.
No,
what
I
people
think it's the focus part. I think it's the focus and the priorities because the
Well,
men who what's
that
the
come
difference
with
between
being
these
a little bit
bombs and men who
bright.
are successful? There are black men who are successful. Let's look at that. What's the difference between men who are successful on and we know lots of we know black men like that who are successful, who do what they need to do and they stick to their and they're handling their business. What is the difference between them and the average guy? What's the difference?
Well,
except for
see, the
laziness.
reason I was thinking, okay, because I think about the social skills, like the social, like okay, the men on the panel today, very uh they're
go
just
on, say it.
normal guys. You know, they're not struggling with saying things that are inappropriate. They when I'm looking at some of these guys, um how they behave and how they're so entitled, because sometimes like Asperger's and stuff, I'm not saying all these guys do, but I do think that there is a little section of them, you all, that I kind of think it's like it could mimic antisocial behavior, but it's not.
Hmm.
But it's like they tend to be very arrogant, and they're very much thinking they're very entitled too. And
They're
so I'm
infantile.
yeah,
It's a
yeah.
it's not to
I
me. That's
But
why I
hey,
say
how do we teach that though? I mean, but I'm
But
just saying.
that's
I
why
think
I
again
said
there has
it's
to
some
be.
kind of delay. It's
it's
some
not a delay.
Oh,
It's not a
They not
delay.
getting no
that is a
clinical
delay. If
a
you
diagnosis.
lot of
It's
can't
them, a
Okay,
lot of them
socially
just
let me
no.
choose to
explain
live that
something.
you
way.
Let
can't
me explain
socially
something.
comprehend,
A
that's a
lot of them just
delay.
choose to live
No,
that
ma'am.
way.
Let me
Yes,
explain
it
something.
is. Yes,
Wait,
it is.
wait.
Yeah,
Let me
I don't think it's
explain
I
just a
this.
developmental
disagree.
Let me
delay.
explain this.
I
That
have a son that's ADHD too, and he's doing very well. But that's because I really had to work hard. And I mean, I had to work hard to get him
exactly.
where he. But still, but
You have a lot of parents who are ill equipped to work with children, but that's an excuse that I will not give the overwhelming majority of men. We're
I'm not
talking
saying
about
it's an excuse. But I'm just saying that
Just
that is a
for
factor. I'm
If
not
it's a
saying it's an
genetic factor,
excuse.
then all black women should also have ADHD. We don't have it, so then what?
Well, but ADHD is mainly in boys.
no, there because boys usually exhibit certain behaviors. Girls have ADHD as well, but usually they don't have the hyperactivity aspect of
Right.
it.
Great
And
point.
so there
And
and so therefore they are not standing out as much as the boys are. They're not as inattentive as the boys are.
But what about Asperger's though? Like the on the autism spectrum, that's kind of what
Asperger's is not people want it, it's not as widely there's not an overpopulation of people with Asperger's. Like we
okay.
want to make we want to give an excuse for why our men are the way they are, and quite frankly I believe more so that it's in the sequencing of some of the genes in the Y chromosome, because it's
Mm,
worldwide, it's universal,
mm,
it's not just it's not just exclusive to the US. Everybody
yeah.
is not on the spectrum. Everybody doesn't. All black men are not on the spectrum. All black men do not have ADHD. A lot of it has to do with nurture, and a lot of
Okay.
it has, and just like you said, you had to really work with your child. A lot of times parents just don't have the time to spend with their children doing what needs to be done to ensure that they're educated in the manner
That's
that they
true.
need to be. And even if they do have those delays, a lot of times parents don't even have the money to put them
Be
in
careful.
programs that will help them, or they just don't know it, or they're going to schools and the schools are just putting them in the background, or they're being quiet and they don't know how to say that they need help. It's so many dynamics that go into that, but I cannot give them an excuse because we don't have that. Like we don't get any of these. Well, wait, maybe black women. Like, okay, for instance, what's the excuse for so many black women having babies out of wedlock? Have we been given any excuses for that? Do we
No.
We
get a
don't get a
pass on
disorder
that?
for that. We don't
No.
get a
Okay, thank
disorder.
you.
But hello, we got some retarded black women too. Don't count us out. I don't know why y'all
But
want to
why
be
is
acting like we perfect. We're not perfect.
nobody is saying black
But
women are
I'm not.
perfect?
Yeah.
You keep saying excuse. I'm not making an excuse, but we do have to consider that
Some
some of our
things.
black. Yeah,
And,
like we
oh,
Yeah.
have
and
to
but
consider
what I'm
that.
saying is not the vast majority, and that's why we're
Right.
saying we're not going to give the vast majority that label so that they can have an excuse for their dysfunction. I'm not saying a
Right.
mental disorder is an excuse. I would never say that, given my profession.
And I have a question for the guys again.
What I'm saying is we won't label them with that to provide them with an excuse, because
Yeah.
they shouldn't be labeled as such, because they don't qualify for that diagnosis, because quite frankly it would manifest differently in adulthood.
Okay, I understand.
What's up?
Now,
What
what's the
stops
question?
you guys from being grimy and seedy and um
The fuck?
taking advantage of women and like what stops you?
What
Because
stops me?
again,
Hmm.
do you realize that you could, or do you even, if that's even a part of your makeup? I'm just wondering. Like,
Well, I'm going to answer that by attributing that to growing up under my grandmother and a little bit of my father's influence and my mother as well. My mother was in the school system, so yeah, that kind of started with me at an early age. I mean, granted, I still kind of turned out a little like messy in my 20s, but that was just being around my peers, So
Do
yeah,
you feel like you were more heavily influenced by your peers?
yes, yes,
We all are.
absolutely.
No, I mean
do
it
y'all
seems
really
like,
struggle with fidelity? That's
yeah,
what, as
it
as
seems
as
like
men,
men
do y'all really
are more
struggle?
heavily influenced by their
It
peers.
depends on the character of who we hang out
And
with. But
Yeah,
I
I
mean, it's really
struggled with it when I was younger. Yeah, absolutely, I struggled with it. But when I was doing that, I was like trying to shop for the right one, but I just wasn't doing it correctly. Yeah.
Oh, how well does that sound? I was trying to shop for the right one.
hey, that's man speak
It was the
for
truth.
you just trying to bust nuts. That's it. I mean, I told
Well,
so you
nah,
basically
JP,
proved
that
my
was part of
theory,
it.
right? Y'all
But
basically
that wasn't
proved my
entirely.
theory again. I mean, it's not that. I mean, it is. I mean, it's not that they don't know how to prioritize. It's that their main priority is busting nuts. I mean, if something ain't getting them to that Mississippi nut, they don't care about it. You know.
You, I think that you guys hit on something when you talked to somebody said the word infantile, childish,
Yeah, that was
like
me.
arrested development. I just think we need to kind of just keep these ideas out in our mind, just kind of like floating out there to play around with those ideas. And even that whole idea of ADHD, like what is the, like we calling it a typical term, but what is the results of ADHD? We know the clinical term, but what are the results of it? You see what I'm saying?
The results
yeah, like
are
boredom and
predicated
stuff.
the results are
Yes.
predicated upon how you develop, how you were nurtured. They're not prohibiting factors in your success. You learn how to make those things work for you. You learn how to deal with those things as adults. And as a matter of fact, when you've learned that, again, my nephew is an educator. I'm a therapist. My sister is a therapist. So you learn to make those things work for you. I worked in the operating room and I worked on wards. And so it worked for me. I was able to multitask and do a multitude of things because I learned how to make those things work, how to make my issues work for me. And so
But
it does not
I think
it,
if you have the right type of resources
I
and the
didn't have
right
okay,
type of support,
you
because
know
I'm
what my
also an
resource
educator, and that's why
But
you
my
know what my
y'all talking
resource
about the
was.
clinical
Wait,
thing. I'm talking about what happens when you have a whole race of men who seem like they have ADHD. We're not going to say they have it. We're not giving them a
Oh
clinical
no,
them,
now
cover.
them niggas got it.
no,
I
they
don't
don't.
care what nobody say. They
No,
got it.
I'm just saying, let's just play with the idea that
Okay.
most of our men behave as if they have ADHD. Does that not make sense what we deal with? The outcomes, what
And
we're
no
seeing.
integrity,
no, it
no
doesn't
integrity or
because
discipline.
no, because we're making it seem as though ADHD people with learning disabilities or people with ADHD end up functioning like these men, and that's not the case. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I see
Right,
what you're
they
saying.
don't.
I
Something
see
else.
what you're saying.
Yeah,
So
let's
you're
use something
saying that
else.
even if you had it, you
Yeah,
can
some
use it
of
as
them
a
do though,
strength.
Yeah.
because ADHD also can result to being on drugs, being
Hmm.
dysfunctional, being an
Oh
alcoholic.
yeah, you want to medicate it? Yes.
Ooh, so you're saying you got like a up and a down aspect to
Ah.
how
Yes,
you could
you
deal
do.
with it.
Yes, if you
Well,
go
damn.
undiagnosed or untreated, or if you don't know how to cope, you don't have the tools to support your situation, because there's all different levels of ADHD. So if you don't know how to deal with your ADHD on a level that, however it is, um, it can affect you in your
Yeah.
adult years, and it has affected a lot of
Yeah.
Does it start in the womb, y'all? Is this could be just like in the womb, like if an anxious mother, like
We're getting into epigenetics at
Okay.
this point. Y'all know
okay.
that?
Now, what I will say is a lot of it can stem from fetal alcohol syndrome, from low socioeconomic statuses. So, what you have is you have these children that are in this environment again, like I said, and they're not getting the attention that they need to have. What I received was butt whoopings, and they worked quite well. So I didn't receive any additional therapy. I didn't receive additional tutoring, none of that. I learned how to make it work for me. I did what I was supposed to do. I brought every book home, which was my mother's requirement, and I sat there until I did what I needed to do. And
So
it was
well,
you
but that's
yeah.
you. Think of
I
all
get
the black
that.
boys
But
out
what
there
I'm
that got
saying, I
ADHD that
get
have
that. But what
struggled.
I'm saying is I refuse to allow us to keep saying that these men have this. We keep using it as an
No,
excuse.
you keep saying that. I'm saying it's a fact. It's a factor we need to consider.
Okay. For how many of them?
Well, I don't know. Hell, how many men?
It's
I
gonna be
thought
a
they
it's
were
gonna be
being
a very small
overdiagnosed,
amount.
as a matter of fact, though. So I don't think we're not seeing it. I thought they were actually being overdiagnosed because of
Diagnosed
behavior in the
their
class and stuff.
I taught at-risk kids, y'all, and I'm gonna tell y'all that most of my kids went undiagnosed. I ain't no clinician, but they a lot of them had some serious damn problems,
That's what
psychological
I'm trying
problems,
to say.
and all kind of stuff. But you know what? We can't. What I think that what I think that's Gemini. What she's trying to say is that we don't need to give a new layer of fucking excuses. I agree with that. We're not gonna give no clinical diagnoses to a bunch of men who are being degenerate and who are not representing themselves well and underachieving. There's no excuse for that. But I do think there may be an epigenetic argument that due to the environment, due to all kind of different things, they have been. If you guys are saying that males are more affected by certain things, then it could make sense to make
Can I
as somebody evolves.
can I say something real quick?
Sure, sure.
I think the Mississippi nut theory really makes sense to me, and the reason why is
Really?
because yeah, I
Yes,
do, because
What?
the
it's that
Mississippi nut
simple. I
theory.
mean,
Because
Torch, I don't mean to cut you off, but it's that simple. I mean, why do you think these guys become degenerates in the first
well,
place?
So
I
they
They
that
grew,
agree.
dumb because they want to bust a
let me
they
nut.
break
grew,
it down because that was
they
not
grew up
exactly what I
seeing
meant. That's
degenerate
not
guys
exactly what I
busting
meant.
nuts.
JP, hold on one
Oh, my
second.
bad.
Okay. What I was trying to say is this: is that Yeah. There's a degeneracy maybe mixed in, but it's not. Do you know how much energy it takes to for a man to pursue and seduce and think about women? It can take up 2/3 of your brain. You see what
And
I'm saying?
I bet you they sit down and manipulate that.
Yeah,
Explain
exactly.
that, DJ Torch. I want to. That's
Okay, I'll break it
okay.
down to the get down. This is
Yes.
Oh my God.
many men have screwed up their career focusing too much on women. The thing is,
That's a hard
if
fact.
you will find that the men that are most successful with women focus on the career first and then attract women to them. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
And
That's what my
then
mama said.
they find a
Focus.
nice woman and they get married.
Yeah.
The amount of just being a young man, I mean, I know it was been 100 years ago, but I have been a young man back in the day. And I would say that I was one of the normal ones. And I could tell you, retrospect thinking, I spent way too much time thinking about young ladies. Literally if I wasn't, even when I was DJing, I would think about, well, actually, when I was DJing, I shut women out. I was telling them to get off the stage. Anyway, enough of that. Anyway, I guess my point is men in general, most of them think too much about women. And then these men, especially the ones on red pill, what do you think red pill is about? It's not about interacting with women in a respectful manner. It's about controlling
Having
women.
sex. That's all.
It's about sex and it's about sex, not success.
Yeah. Might I
Men are
add
more
something?
focused. If we were to make a pie, right? Let's say I make a pie. 2/3 of that pie would be focused on sex.
Mhm.
That 1/3 is everything else, including success. So young
So the white
young
man, the
ladies,
white man was right. That black men are hypersexual.
No,
no,
I don't
wait,
think
I
it's
can
I
clear that
think it's
up.
white men too, though. I'm
Yeah,
starting
it
to
is.
think
The,
this
the,
is
the
just
pie
like
the pie might be a
It's a
little
male thing.
smaller. The sex
Just
part of the pie might be a
it's
little
the
smaller
discipline.
for white
just each
men, but it's still
ethnicity have a
there.
different way of displaying it.
Oh, so it's the culture too.
Yeah. Well, see, the thing is this. White men, they still like power, and
Uh,
power is hammered to success.
yes.
Okay, that's their power and sex to a white man are on the same level, while sex and power are on two different levels for black men. Black men will
Wow.
only see power being useful if it will get them sex.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yes.
That's why instead of them wanting to be doctors and whatever, they want to be rappers because that's a fast lane to getting sex.
And see, it goes back to them being retarded.
No, it goes back to not focusing priority. I'm arguing
I
priority
think
and
it's
focus.
environment, sis. I think it's
Damn, they that
environment.
dumb.
I do. I think it's they're not lower than any male. I think that no, because that wouldn't be a good thing. I really do think that it is about. You can look at how arrogant. I think that even that's kind of taught in our culture. There's an arrogance to them that they feel like you know other men do that. It's like I get these things to for the woman to be attracted to me. Black men are like there is a difference. There's a I don't
I'll say
know.
this much. I will say this much. There's no difference in the potential of intelligence between black men and
Right.
Caucasian
That
men.
is
Right.
true.
Mhm.
That is true.
It is strictly the amount of effort that like if let's say an ADHD white person and an ADHD black person, they have the equal, they can do whatever they need to do still. But the thing is this is where is all the effort going to? That's the original reason why I got on Chantel's show is like y'all are putting in too much effort for this shit. I mean, getting on a
Yeah.
plane,
Hell yeah.
to go for just for sex. If you were going for education, that might have
Mhm.
been different. You see what I'm saying? Education and a little extra booty on the side, right?
That's the
Absolutely.
problem. They
I,
can think
That's
with
cool. That's
precision.
fine.
That
Even that old
our
man like me can understand that. But when you make it your priority in life, remember now, think about it like this. When you guys were younger, and it was, and for me that was way younger, when you were in the early 20s, those were the most important years of your life to educate yourself and learn or to get a good job, right? Well, this dude is over there
Absolutely.
in Thailand, right? Wasting his life away. He doesn't realize it.
Yeah.
And I can care less now. He can do it all he wants. But you see my point. You see my example is you can't waste those precious. It looks like you have all your life to to gain, wealth and all that kind of stuff. But it really starts when you right after high school and really all the way into in the college years, because that's where you're going to establish yourself.
Yeah.
But
That's
I
DJ,
agree.
DJ,
See, that's
how
interesting.
are they having
power,
power? How are
concentrate
they
on
having
talking
power
about
going
women
overseas
and
getting some
talking about
prostitute
sex,
coochie?
then they
They're
can
not. you
they
you
can
nailed it. You
they
nailed it. They're not.
But you said having sex is power to them, but they having prostitute coochie. They can't get no good
Sex is sex,
civilized coochie.
though.
They gotta go out here and get a
Hey,
hoe.
can I
Sex is
interject
sex.
as a black
their
But that's
man on
even
this
power.
panel?
that's what
That,
makes it even worse.
that is their power,
Well, so you
they
don't think
equate
that's
that
being
to sex,
retarded?
but they equate
Yeah,
that.
yeah, I do.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you just simplify and just said they retarded, right?
They
Okay, what I want to
retarded. It
Mhm.
goes back to you cannot
what
be that dumb.
what I want to do
You
is I
gonna
want to
fly
go
way
around.
overseas to get some prostitute
Okay.
coochie?
I want to go around the roll. I mean, you
Okay.
see at the who is that? That's not JP. Who is that?
Mark,
Marquis.
Yeah,
So
that's
we'll start
me.
with Marquis, and then everybody. Let's do that, and then we're gonna cut to this video. I want y'all to see this video. It's
Okay.
Chantel Simone. It happened yesterday, and y'all gonna see a white man and what he tells black men they can and cannot do, and what he really thinks about them on their own platform where they talk shit about black women.
Oh, so you
And
want
he's
to
not
make me
on our
mad?
side.
Okay.
He's looking for to represent himself. So we'll start with you in one word. We'll go down to that first. We'll go down the list. We'll start with you, Marquis. What are you in one word, just singular word? What do you think black men fail to do or need to focus on or whatever that is leading them to not modernize themselves? Your one word, Marquis.
Discipline.
Discipline. Okay, my word is priority. How about you, Urbanista?
Education.
Ah, and Gemini.
I don't have one word. I have
Come on, you got to give us one word.
I don't have one word. My brain is working overtime. I don't
Okay,
have.
we'll come back to you at the end after we watch this. And then Woo? No, that's Venus. Venus.
Retarded.
You were gonna
Oh,
say it.
oh. So you say we need retardation, or we lacking retardation, or
I,
because she
I,
said
don't-
what are we? What's the
I
word we're
have nothing
lacking?
else to say but just
She just got
retarded.
one word. Okay, who is that? I can't
Okay.
see. Who's that underneath J who's that under Okay, that's Melinda.
I'm gonna say fatherlessness.
Fatherlessness. Okay. And
Mhm.
then I'm not sure whose picture. Who's the other person underneath? Who is that?
Oh, it's me.
Underneath.
That's Anthony.
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 What's your thought?
Oh, discipline.
Discipline. Okay,
Very good.
interesting.
And that's
All
two.
right.
That's two for discipline.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
That
so
sounds
are
like
you
Discipline's a
saying
strong
what
word.
word we lack?
I have one word.
I mean the thing that keeps away from like striving, moving up, modernizing, keeping up
Oh,
with what's happening in the world, becoming better, bolder, stronger, powerful. What's the hold up? I guess that's the word we're looking for.
True self
oh.
love.
Okay.
What you say?
True self love.
Ah, okay. True self love. Y'all, this is Chantel Simone. We have people. Let me see. We got like 19 people in the 20 people in the chat. So DJ Torch and he's had his rounds. If he cares to give a word,
Yeah, yeah. What Venus said.
Oh, retardation.
no, I'm talking
Don't say
about
it out loud. Don't say it out loud. But what Venus said.
no, I'm talking about introducing Chantel here, who she is to
Oh,
you and your interactions with her.
oh yeah. It's been great. You know, we really like each other. You know. No, I'm just
Right,
kidding.
right,
Right.
Aw, that's so sweet.
yeah.
No, she's.
Oh, DJ, come on.
Have you ever seen the Oz? The movie, the Oz.
Oh,
No.
I see Oz, a TV show, but
You
I didn't
know.
know it was a movie.
You talking about with Michael Jackson?
Are
Yep.
y'all like Fred and Ethel?
Yeah. Yeah. We that old.
No, not the age. I mean, you're talking about like the getting along, like
Yeah, but you've seen Oz,
argumentative
right?
couple.
You've seen Oz, right?
Nope.
Well, anyway, she would be the one riding the broom.
Yeah, she's a piece of art, you guys.
Okay, here we
Piece of
go.
art.
Okay. So here's a clip. She is talking about how she's going to basically defend the passport bros. They just got done watching Austin. And here it goes. Somebody comes
Okay.
in, it's a white man. Listen to this.
Black men that don't
Uh,
know how to court a strong Black woman. As I said earlier, men want feminine traditional women, so why would they waste their time with
DJ, can you
y'all
put it
strong,
bigger?
argumentative Black women?
Yeah, I think I can.
If you strong, if you aggressive, and you can admit that you strong and you aggressive because a little bit of money they give them.
Rate among the
Okay, here we go.
What about the ones who aren't?
It
What
went back
about
to a
the
small
ones
screen.
who aren't liars? What about the ones who aren't going over there to manipulate? All right, y'all. Bella, how are you? Can you hear me?
yes.
Wait, let's go in order. Well, since I can't, can you hear us? All right, Rob, we'll go to you next. Rob, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Thanks for calling up.
I wanted to give a perspective. I'm not black, but I'm a person of color. So I have olive skin. I'm mixed, but not black at all. I wanted to give an outside perspective. You can call me a passport, whatever, but I'm not a bro. I've traveled to 35 countries, never been married out of choice. And I will say this, I just want to point out a few things as an American born person of color. Again, I'm not black. I will tell you as an outsider what happens. Let me be very blunt and direct. If you look at the divorce rate among the different ethnicities, it's the highest among black people in the United States. As a person that's not black, for that reason, I wouldn't even consider a black woman. Why? Because those numbers indicate to me that something's wrong with the picture. Forget about all the other stats and all the other data, but if you look at the current divorce rate, it shows the highest divorce rates. If I look at it myself, it's almost, for someone my age in my 30s, right? It's about 42 to 42%, 42 to 44% among blacks. Among Hispanics, it's like 36 to 37. Among whites, it's like anywhere from 29 to 32%. So it's the highest among blacks, period. We could say black men, black women, among black people in general. As a man, I'm going to be very honest with you. I've dated black women, but I've never considered a marriage material in the United States. I know it's harsh to take in, but it goes back to everything that you addressed. I disagree with you on certain points, and I agree with you on others. You're correct to a certain degree. I don't want to generalize, but black women that I've dated, they're not submissive. I'm a man, they want to be a man. If I wanted to date a man, I'd be gay or homosexual, date a man. I'm interested in women because I'm a heterosexual man. So when a woman starts to behave like a man, it's a problem where she starts to challenge you over the smallest things. Now, I'll leave it at that. The other point I wanted to make was the problem with black men going overseas. I'm going to tell you my experience of it. There's two issues that exist. Number one, they don't speak the language. Number two, they don't understand the culture. Even if you're a black man and you're going overseas, you have to understand the culture of the country. If you're a black American, you go to Jamaica, Jamaicans have their own culture, even if they speak English. There's going to be a constant clash between these two cultures because this guy comes from.
Did you notice the emotional manipulation he just employed there?
Yep.
You know what? It
He
makes.
came
Oh, go
out
ahead.
of the gate. He came out of the gate insulting black women, and he did so to ensure that she did not interrupt him at all. He did
Mm.
that to put her in her place. Even if he believes what he's saying, he did that intentionally so that anything she said would solidify his point. And these men
Actually,
do
yeah.
that, and they do that consistently. I want you to pay attention to the manipulation games that they play and employ.
Good point. Good point.
America, he's got an American mentality. He's going to try to date a black woman from Jamaica. If he doesn't acclimate to Jamaican culture or the woman doesn't acclimate to American culture, it's not going to work out, period. High probability that's not the case. You don't have to take my word on it. We could look at the actual data to confirm that. You're going to come across, and I'll make this last point, you'll come across opportunistic women that come from a poor background who see these men as the scapegoat, or sorry, not the scapegoat, but as the king in shining armor that's going to take them away and bring them to America. I'll tell you a quick story and I'll leave it at that. I dated a woman from South America. The first time we went out on a date, I speak the language, I understand the culture. She told me she's a serious woman, whatever that means, right? 2 months into the relationship, she says, "Do you want to get married?" I told her, "Do not bring that conversation up until we get to know each other after a year." It takes time to know people, right? And all of
Notice how he put himself in that situation. I mean, he could have just he's the thing is this is like he's telling them not to go in the mud, and he's telling them that, yeah, I've been in the mud.
And
along
not
she had
and not
ulterior
only
motives.
that, DJ. Not only that, it's almost to say if I'm a great white man, I'm the catch, I'm the king, and I can't do something, you know you niggas can't.
Right. Exactly.
And
Exactly.
there and nobody gave no smoke in that chat room.
Not a bit. I
Not
mean, the
none.
funny thing is this is that he's really insulting both sides.
Yeah.
He's saying
Yeah,
black
there's
women ain't
definitely some black women
black
smoking
men
there.
ain't,
Yep.
and they just
He's got
sat there.
he's got smoke for both, definitely.
If he was in Peso's room, well, you guys know me, and there's a, I wouldn't be sitting there. But here we go.
She wanted to move to the United States. She wanted to get married. She finally laid it out on me. I found out from her family what's going on. Now, I'll tell you something about myself. Similar to Austin,
He can't be acting like he's this smart and all savvy, and then think like all of a sudden he just found out why this woman wanted to be with him. Obviously, obviously she did. She wasn't that. She wanted something from the beginning. He should have known better, but he's acting like he didn't know better when he knew better. So
But
it sounds like to me he likes to manipulate women, even if they like to manipulate him.
but DJ, is he even manipulating this group by making up a story to discourage them? We gotta wonder that, like Gemini Gemini was saying.
No, she was right. She's right.
Yeah.
I think it sounds like to me he just wants to keep the men out so his resources don't get used up.
I
I
think
don't
I'm an
listen to the white
attractive
man.
guy based on what women think of me. I take care of myself. I love education. I'm self.
You guys ever seen that movie Psycho with
Yes.
he sounds just like dude.
Listen
He
to the
sounds
way
just
he
like the
listen.
Yeah,
king.
like Norman Bates.
Yeah,
Listen
like
to how
Norman
he
Bates. Yes.
listen to how he's describing himself. Look at it. I mean, just
Yeah.
listen to what he's putting out there.
Hmm.
Listen to how he's baiting the audience. Like there is so much going into what this man is doing on a psychological scale that I can't even go into all of it. Just please listen carefully to what he's doing and what he's saying. Oh my God, it's like Master on the Plantation
Yeah,
type of stuff.
Yeah.
it's
But
crazy.
but haven't y'all noticed that a lot of white men that insert themselves into black spaces talk like this?
Yeah.
It's
Yes,
like they want to come with
yes.
this authority
Yeah.
talking points, and everybody's supposed to shut up and listen, and whatever they say is golden.
And you know
So
why
why
they
so
do
why
that?
y'all let them come in the first place
But
then?
you know why they do that? Because they're not successful in their own community. Only men that aren't successful in their own community would do something like this. He
Right.
needs to
Exactly.
feel like he's large. He needs to feel like he be looked up to. Oh my God. Let me be quiet.
No, you're
No,
right. You're
Gemini.
absolutely right.
Oh,
And
that's
when I'm
Yeah,
always
you nailed it.
suspicious when I see white men come around any people of color, I am extremely. That's the first thing I
Right.
ask them, what you doing here? What you
he's
Right.
giving
want?
spectrum to me by the cadence of his speech pattern too. But anyway, that's just me. Let me be quiet.
Yeah. I would say that the big fish in the little pond theory works is exactly true. He feels like the thing is this is that if he's everything he said he was and he doesn't like black women anyway, why is he even in this room at all? How did he get to this room?
And by the
I
time he
mean,
gets done with
A
them,
black
y'all,
woman probably told him he was weird. That I think that's what this is.
by the time
Yeah.
he gets done with them, they are so dumbfounded that this heifer is so desperate because of the air he's taking out of the room that she proceeds to play, which I've never seen her do, a whole bunch of comedy skits because she don't know what to do. He destroyed them in this. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Educated, I completed college, but I also progress financially, so on and so forth. I have everything to have a family one day. My point is, there's a
my point is I'm bragging a lot. I caught on to that.
few problems for the passport bros going overseas, and I could see their perspective leaving the US and going overseas to find traditional women, but the lack of language and the lack of culture is a barrier for black men. And they're going to get hurt going overseas. So for that reason alone, I have to disagree with them going overseas. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
He sees how crazed this thing is, and I think he really expects it all to stop. You know what I mean? They're just gonna
See,
stop. They're just gonna stop.
see, a guy like this would make me defend passport
We'll
bros,
go
man.
across the water.
Like for real.
I don't
So
think we have to
wait,
defend passport bros. I think it's a matter
what
of
about the ones?
defending black men's liberty, that you
Yeah.
don't
Yeah.
have the authority as a white man to tell no black man what he can and can't do, despite
Right.
I may disagree with the fuck he doing when he get there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. The nerve of this nigga. Oh, excuse me. My bad.
Who are familiar with the culture?
So the ones that are familiar with the culture and speak the language, I lived in South America for 6 years. Austin was in Brazil for 4 months. He made a mistake when he made that video because he doesn't understand the culture, number one. Number two, he's learning the
4 months, or I thought it was more like 2 months at the most. I think it was like a month and a half, but I digress.
language. That's great. But he's not he's not a seasoned traveler. He made a huge mistake. And I've told him this on his channel. I believe I spoke to him or another channel. It's been a few weeks now. But the mistake that he made was he didn't understand the culture and he was selling a message. He was a salesman. And I don't want to get into that because I actually like him as a person. So I'm not going to badmouth him. But he's like a salesman. He's selling a dream. Problem with black men is, and you've touched on this briefly tonight, or wherever, yeah, tonight, is it's easier if you marry somebody that looks like you. It's easier if you marry somebody from a similar culture. If you're black from Brazil, if you learn the language and culture, it's acceptable. If unless the woman's willing to gravitate towards your culture, it's not going to work out. Well, somebody's got to give. Either you both learn each other's culture and languages, or someone's got to give. If you are a young person between, let's say, in your 20s, 30s, even 40s, if you're 60 years old, I've seen it. I have a lot of foreigners that have traveled to South America, Americans, and married older women. Older women, it's easier for them because they just want a man. They're older, they're lonely. They got different
DJ, can you
reasons,
stop
right?
it right there for a
Their
second?
kids have grown up. They're
Do y'all see what she's doing? She is petrified to interrupt this man. It's her show now.
Yep.
She's petrified. She will not. Look at all of them. They're sitting there like a bunch of submissive men.
I told you why.
Look at it though.
I
But
told
look
you
at
why
what he
he
when
was.
he first look at this part. When he first said, "You black men don't need to travel. You need to stay here." That would have been the point. You think somebody would have jumped up and said, "Excuse me, wait a minute. We got a whole fucking movement going here. Who the fuck do you think you are?
Right.
Where's the
I
cussing? You guys
Yeah, like they
understand the
do
kind of
Umar.
fire that me and do you guys understand the kind of fire that me and Torch came under? As a black woman, if I even opened my mouth to say even half of what he said, I wouldn't even got two syllables out. All these bastards would have unmuted and they'd have been cussing me out, calling me all kind of bitches. Not one person called this motherfucker a bitch. I just want y'all go ahead. What y'all think?
that's because
Hey,
he
wait a
came in
minute.
the
Can y'all
room
hear
with
I
me?
the
have
whip.
I have
He
breaking
came in the
news.
room with the whip. He came in the room and commanded the room to be quiet because of who he thought he represented to them, and they proved him right.
I have breaking news. I have it on good authority that actually the people did kind of like jump in on that white dude afterwards, like the people in that chat room.
Do
You
like
said
how?
in the
Like how? Do
chat or
what?
on
Do
the
what?
panel?
So some guy named Game Changer actually called the guy out for being a racist.
That's lame changer, by the way.
When he
Okay,
was on
that
this
guy.
show, he did not stop that man when that man told him he can't travel. When
Right.
that man told him what black men are and are not, he sat there quietly. All of them let him say everything and dominate the space completely. And if it had been anybody who was another black man or specifically a black woman, he would have been on him. You shut up, bitch. You submit, bitch. He would have said all of that on the spot. So I don't care what kind of little mumbling and grumbling he did later on. He ain't do it right here.
And you
That's
know
Hey,
what?
wait
right.
a
Let
minute.
me
Can
let
y'all
me
hear
say
me?
this before you started back. Siobhan made a good point. She reminded me. She said, "But remember, they want to act like it's 1950s, and in their mind it is. So therefore, they can't react to him that way."
That's a good point.
Hey, Torch, can you hear me? Am
Sure
I
can.
good?
Sound good.
Oh, okay. I'm just making sure.
Okay. Were you going to say something?
No, no, no. Go ahead. Continue.
Okay.
I'll wait.
Okay to accept a foreigner that doesn't speak the language, and in time they'll learn the language. Younger people, it's a whole different story. If you're in your 20s, your 30s, even your 40s, you still are considered young enough that you know as well as I do. If you're in your 30s and 40s, you can go marry a woman in her mid 20s in another country. It may not be common in the United States unless you're a celebrity, but it's very common in these other countries because they see you as a person of security and maturity, and you can have that 10-year difference in age.
Yeah, I don't think I'm following you, Rob.
I'm following him. What he's saying is that you ain't shit and your niggas ain't shit. And you're going to sit there and listen to him all the way through. All the way through. That's sad. It's
And she's painted
un-American.
herself into a corner, with her antics and her rhetoric, so that she couldn't even defend herself as a black woman. I know she doesn't believe that. You
Right.
see what I
Yeah.
mean?
She could have, but she just
Chantel.
didn't know how, though. So,
Wow. Okay.
I mean, the thing is they don't have this kind of form where they let somebody talk. They will interrupt you in a minute. They did that the last time May was on. They tried to get in. May had to roast him, you know. So
May.
that's why this is so I'm gonna have to make a separate roast video just to this.
oh
Yes.
yeah, this is comical, man. This
Yeah.
is very hilarious.
If Yezim Master was a person, shoot.
I'm trying
Okay,
because
sure.
you had said that the passport bros movement won't work for black men because a lot of black men don't understand the culture or the language. But then I was saying, what about the ones who actually put in the work to understand the culture and the language?
And
Yes, and that's a small minority.
yeah, and he something, he's absolutely, this right here, a lot of the other stuff he was saying was kind of, I don't know if I agree with it. I'm gonna have to replay it over and let it sink in. Right here, this is straight on. I mean, remember now, most of the people who are traveling are people they're traveling because they don't want to put in the work. They're too lazy to learn social skills. That's their problem. If you're good with social skills, dating and relationships comes natural because people want to interact with you. That's why I keep calling
DJ
them.
Toy, DJ Toy, you being disrespectful, man. But go ahead, man. This is your show. You being disrespectful.
Here's my perfect example. Flint's in their house.
Yeah, you being
What's going
disrespectful.
on, Flint? Hey,
Don't
Flint,
come in
how's
here
that
trying to make no
screenplay?
excuses, Flip. We don't want to hear no excuses on their behalf now.
Flint,
I
you're lucky.
ain't making no excuse. I already
Flint,
be feeling Chanel Simone that much because she
Flint,
be
you're
getting
lucky.
on black women too
Flint,
much.
all I can say is this: you're lucky Tam or Camo's not here right now. Else we'd all be getting out some mushrooms. Some
Marshmallows. Hey, I'll take those
Oh
mushrooms too.
shit! Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
There would be a roast happening. But Flint, I appreciate you being here. Okay, let me ask you this: why do you feel I'm being disrespectful?
No, you said that brothers that travel don't have social skills, and that's not true. You see. For example, take example BA. He learned the language, he learned the culture, he knows Spanish and Portuguese. So the white man coming on there and talk about that black people trying to travel don't know the culture. Even Austin Holloman he not really.
So
Like,
are you saying BA has social skills?
Even he took the time to try to learn Portuguese as well. So people,
Are you saying BA
I
has
think
social skills?
Fred knows it. Fred, he knows it out there in Brazil. So what this white dude saying? These guys are a little quiet because Simone she have a little more.
Oh my gosh.
More like civilized too. But if I were to hear this dude, I would tear that
But you weren't there.
dude up.
But
Telling
no,
a white
you
man
were
coming in
there,
and telling
weren't
what
you?
he's saying.
We look, you're not gonna sidetrack us
Or-
now. We're not
or-
finna. You're not finna sidetrack us
No,
with all that
because you're biased.
explaining. Don't do all that
Yeah, but
explaining over
I'm not
here.
gonna but you're biased. So you biased. You
We
say
ain't
they
hear no
didn't say nothing.
explaining.
Yeah,
Y'all
but
gotta check
culture.
a white man masculinity and pumped up balls, swollen balls. I want to see some balls.
But real
Yeah.
quick,
I'm
like,
not defending her show. I'm not defending her panel. This is not my panel. But at the same time, she talks to the wrong people.
I was just gonna say, real
So if
quick,
you
Flint. Culture is bigger than just language. I just want to
Right.
be clear on
That's
that.
the major.
Exactly.
That's the major of it. That's the major of it. Do you agree?
It's not the major of
Actually,
it.
no, it's
No,
not.
The language is not the major of a
it is
culture.
not.
Wait, and then how can you?
Well, like JP
You,
said,
you
they
cannot
want to
speak the
fast track
language,
to
but
the
your
Mississippi.
behavior and the way you. No, yeah,
The
it's not.
language gets them to the Mississippi nut quick. That's why they care about the language.
Exactly. Like if you live, for example, right? We're American. We speak English. When you go to the UK, we don't have the same culture. When you go to Jamaica, they speak English. They don't have the same culture as us. That's what I mean.
But they have the same,
Nigeria
they have
too.
the same
They
language
speak
though.
English too.
They have the same language though.
They
Flint.
probably know 8 phrases, and 6 of them deal with obtaining sex.
Do you
But
not
Nigeria
understand?
speaks
That's her
English.
point, Flip. Oh
Yeah,
my
Flip
goodness.
will he will get us
I didn't say,
derailed. He gonna get us derailed.
I didn't say they have the same culture. Of course, they have a different culture, but at the same time, learning the language is part of the culture. Learning the culture.
Hey, Flint, you should write a screenplay based on this, scene that we're watching here on the stream, man. This shit is comical, man.
Okay, let's.
I don't want to derail it. Go ahead. Let's.
Yeah, don't derail it.
Continue playing.
you take 100 black men, we're looking at maybe 5 that learn the language and the culture. Majority of them are using a
This fool wearing shades inside the house.
translating app online or will use Google Translate in person. They don't
So
speak
how
the
is it?
language.
But how is it different? How is it different for non-black men? Like how non-black men can understand other cultures.
Sure, I'll tell you how it's different. Let's say I'm Asian American, for example, and I say I'm Chinese American, and I go to China and marry a Chinese woman. You've listened to Chinese all your life, that even if you don't speak it, you're going to learn it a lot faster than anyone else once you're surrounded around it. And the person looks like you. You understand the culture because your parents are Chinese.
But what if you're a white? What if you're a white man, American man going overseas? Like what I'm trying to understand is how is it different? Why is it's going to be
perfect?
hard?
I'll answer that. Even for white men, it's difficult. 100% difficult for white men. The only difference is you've touched on this, is that you could say you see the media sells this image that white people have the money, have the power, right? So you have these people that automatically assume American is white. They don't see, they don't realize Americans black, Americans brown. There's other ethnicities. I've had this happen to me when I was in Egypt, where a woman asked me if I was American, because I told you I'm brown. I have a tan, I'm olive skin, I'm mixed.
He never cammed
She
up.
said,
All right.
That tells you right there he's a coward. This
Wait,
Rod
maybe-
guy.
Hey, wait, hey, wait a minute, DJ Torch. To elaborate on what the guy is actually saying. I mean, this is what based on the spaces I've been in. I mean, actually, depending on where certain white guys go, they actually have it harder. Being a passport bro, especially like in Asia and things of that nature. The Asian women have a phrase that translates to like loser back home. So the Asian women won't even like deal with certain white guys that go
He was
overseas for like sex tourism. So
he was a fat white guy working at McDonald's in Mississippi. Most likely not. Now, if he's like a working Joe, maybe got a job at the post office, he might have a chance.
Here's the thing I don't understand. Wait a minute. Here's the thing I don't understand about bigots and things of that nature. I mean, you claim you're superior, but I mean, if you really thought that, then why would you try to prove anything to people you thought was inferior? That wouldn't make any sense.
Because he wants to feel like he belongs as a collective. Just because he bears white skin, which I doubt. He's probably somebody. He's probably like a mix, Hispanic, white, or whatever, just trying to pass. So he wants to make himself.
He said olive skin, and they was eating them. It was eating that up when he said
No,
that.
I don't even
Whatever his
think that.
complexion
I'm
was.
going to agree with the Chad who said he's probably trailer trash.
Yeah, I think he's a white man, and he wanted them to listen to him, and he didn't want them to think that him being racist, that he was a racist, or that he had white privilege. So he tried to say, I have olive skin, I'm a person of color. I'm not black, but I have an opinion, I'm a person of color. And another thing that I thought was very interesting is he tried to establish a hierarchy. He said that when people think of white men, of power, they think of white men. He says that in here.
Mm-hmm.
And he's basically saying y'all don't have it. A lot of the stuff he is saying that he is about himself, he's trying to exclude them and tell them they're the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Before it's all said and done, he basically calls them a bunch of losers, and he basically says they're dumb and can't learn, which goes back to somebody who said the word retarded.
He's not going to stand up to a black man in the prison cell.
Now a guy like that doesn't understand that to people who's real perceptive. I mean, we can peep that dude is obviously like a bad person. Like, even if you do have power, so what? I mean, that is that supposed to just
35 countries that he say? Go ahead.
Well, he really stubbed his toe at the very beginning.
Yeah, he said he
when he said that he doesn't date black women. That he shouldn't even be in the room.
No, wait. He said he dates them. He doesn't consider them marriage material.
That's right. So let's break that down.
And I can tell you for sure that he's not dating. He has never, ever dated a black woman of status. If he's dated a black woman, she's been impoverished, just like he probably is.
Right.
He was probably my bad.
Weird and sad. I think he thinks just like the Passport Brothers do.
Yep. Exactly.
Yep.
And he said he's been to 35 countries. That's a cap.
And quite frankly, I don't think he has. I think he's been, because he said he's a fanboy of Austin. I don't think he's dated any black woman, and probably he's one of those Minnesota white guys who's never been around black women or black people, period. And he's just picking these talking points up and wants to be heard.
Yeah. And with that much venom, he first of all sad that he can even do that. That just goes to show you how we got so many chinks in our armor that this shouldn't even be allowed. But I think that black women have found him weird. I think that's what it is. That sounded a little like. It sounded like maybe black women didn't like him. I think that's what it is.
And my women too. My women are probably sick of his shit. Probably don't even find him attractive just because he's white. They say no. We'll pass this one.
Yeah, he's just another passport bro, but he's just trying to act like he's got a little narcissism in him. He's trying to act.
But he sounded like he's talking about the American, women like
Yeah.
Yeah.
The best Asian women he can get are the ones that work at the massage parlors.
Oh wow. Dang. Happy ending.
Oh yeah. I have a coworker. Matter of fact, he was a white dude, and there was a rumor going on that he was married to, because at my job there's a place that was a massage parlor. He would go there frequently, and he wind up wifing the woman that worked there.
He married the massage. Oh
The
wow.
the, the masseuse, yes. He's
See
like
now
a
that's simp. That's
He
simpy right
is,
there.
and he was kind of an asshole white guy. Even my coworker told me, "Hey, Anthony, don't let Dale get to you and whatnot." You know, he tried to use his experience, like he knows more than me and whatnot.
Oh,
Yeah,
I got
and
seniority.
yeah, that kind of shit. And then he's married to he's married to a Chinese masseuse, and he's ugly, bald headed, pot belly, and got like fucked up teeth and whatnot.
Sounds like
Oh,
Big Truck.
he got butter
Oh
on his
shit!
teeth. Huh?
Yeah.
Sounds
Hey
like
Anthony,
Big
you
Truck
know
to
what?
me.
Hey
Oh damn!
hey Anthony, you know what that is, man? I mean that Chinese woman is running some cold game on him.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
they do.
Straight up.
Okay, can you play?
Got it. Here we go.
Says you're not American. I said I am, and I told her she's not Egyptian. We were going back and forth because she assumed everybody American is white. So what tends to happen is white men that go overseas. It's not that.
Wait a minute.
And the person looks like you. You understand the culture because your parents are Chinese.
But what
You
if you're
can't.
a white? What if you're a white man, American man going overseas? Like what I'm trying to understand is how is it different? Why is it's going to be
Perfect.
hard for black
I'll
men?
answer that. Even for white men, it's difficult. 100% difficult for white men. The only difference is you've touched on this, is that you can say you see the media sells this image that white people have the money, have the power, right? So you have these people that automatically assume American is white. They don't realize Americans black, Americans brown. There's other ethnicities. I've had this happen to me when I was in Egypt.
So is he white or not? Because now he's saying that people call him white.
Wait, he said nobody realizes that America is not just white. Is he kidding? Like we're in the age of technology, and he wants us to believe that everywhere he goes, nobody believes that there are other races of people. And
What's funny is they're just letting him talk, and they won't shoot holes in his story or nothing like that. It's funny. He wouldn't last a minute in Peso's room, but here he is. Here he is. They got him in a awe.
Because it's a
Where a
woman.
woman
That's
asked
why.
me if I was American, because I told you I'm brown. I have a tan. I'm olive skin. I'm
Bullshit.
mixed. She says you're not American. I said I am, and I told her she's not Egyptian. We were going back and forth because she assumed everybody American is white. So what tends to happen is white men that go overseas. It's not that they don't have the same problem. They do, but the media has portrayed a positive image of white men, that these people overseas automatically have these assumptions that they're rich, they have money, they have power, they have influence, so on and so forth. It's not accurate. So it's not easier for white men. It's just that the media plays a role in portraying that image. That white.
You said that the answer to the problem of black men not knowing the language or the culture is to not travel there. If that's a burden, then wouldn't the response be that they learn the language and culture?
Yes, but how many black men are willing to put in the time to learn the language and culture?
More than that are willing to not go. You see, your situation.
He's wrong. Having a will is a quality, and if these same men had the same will, well, I mean, I guess if you were doing it for ass, then yeah, you're using that as an incentive, because some people are incentive based. They don't think ahead. So yeah, I could see his point. So what Game Changer or Lame Changer is about to say is that these men they're so obsessed with sex, they'll do whatever they need to do, even though they could probably learn a skill that would make them a lot of money first. He's saying that they'd rather learn a language so they can get more sex, because that's
No,
what
we
they're doing.
obsessed. We obsessed with foreign women. We not obsessed with American women.
Right. You're obsessed with foreign women. I agree. You're right. Still the
D-
same thing. I mean, they're obsessed with
American woman
American
can be
women
any
too,
race.
but they just can't get them.
but DJ, notice how humble Game Changer is.
Yep.
Notice how he didn't go in, he didn't attack. He wasn't the normal attack dog he
But that's
normally
not his
is.
character, though. That's not his character.
Oh yes, it is.
Will you
You've not
please
you've
stop
not listened to
interrupting,
him.
Flip? Gosh, let her say what she's saying.
All right.
He got he's came here so he can take up for them and make excuses and do some splaining, but ain't no splaining. Cause see, when you all pumped up and you talking about submission and people need to bow down and all this other stuff, and you Mr. Macho Man and all of these guys, these are over in their mind, over emasculated men just pumping with testosterone. I haven't seen not one of them say, "Excuse me, you don't belong here. Excuse me, you don't tell me what to do. I'm a grown ass man." That nobody, not yet. They asking for more explanation from the great master.
I
JP, can
love
you
you.
repeat what you said in the chat? I think that's important point.
Oh, Tam is on board.
Damn.
Hey, Tam, welcome aboard.
Hey, wait a minute. What was that? I was.
Oh, JP, can you repeat what you were saying in the chat about all Chantel had to do was ask?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's just simple. I mean, you get somebody that talks on and on and on, and they seem to. It's like that's how you know somebody's fake, right? I mean, they always bring up like circumstantial things to justify, as if we can't, as if we don't, as if we're not supposed to care about who that person is as a person, right? I mean, it's like, dude, okay, you've been to 35 countries. I mean, what good did that do you if you're on, Chantel's panel, basically red pill raging about, black men going overseas.
Oh, by the way, ladies, that's the guy. That's Stove Changer. That's the guy who bought that lady in the DR a stove and replaced it.
Got
Stove changer.
Yeah, that's Stove Changer. That gentleman.
okay.
Question is, if a black man wants to go to another country, your suggestion is that he don't go, as opposed to learn the language and the culture. If he was to take your advice, well, right quick, if he was to take your advice to not go, that means that he just likes following your advice. I would say to that person who just likes following Rod's advice that you would be better to give him the advice of learning language and culture. It's very weird.
How long does it usually take to learn a language?
Oh, it can take a long time.
Actually, it depends. It depends on your discipline level. It
Absolutely.
It took me about a week to learn the Russian alphabet, like completely.
No,
And then
but I
from
mean
there,
fluent.
It depends on if you use an immersion. Like if you're immersed in the culture, you pick it up pretty quickly. But yeah, if you just overseas,
What time frame are we looking at?
shoot, maybe like 6 months, year.
Okay. What else could you do in 6 months or a year? That could be 6 months or a year in a college learning a skill, right?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Or at least maybe getting into. Let's say you wanted to get into you don't have a clear skill, so let's say you want to do computers. That's a lot of money right there. I mean, that's a lot of time, effort, and money just to learn a language. I mean, that's 2 or 3 hours a day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, might as well quit my job and learn a language.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't agree with Rod at all, but what Game Changer is saying is stupid too. I mean, really what you need to do, I mean, travel is not supposed to be this hard. It's not supposed to be this hard.
But what he's negating that many people travel and don't know the language. Many men travel and don't know the language. So
Exactly.
it's not even a factor. What he's saying,
they don't trav ho though. They don't trav ho. He's talking about people who trav ho.
Trav
You know,
Oh, okay.
White
travel
white
home.
white men do that too. I mean,
I
but
traveled to 4.
he's saying that as if white men bother to learn those
China,
languages
Philippines,
just to
Hong
do that.
Kong,
Now, white men and
Mexico.
other
Oh yeah,
groups of
yeah.
men will go over there to do business. And so they learn the language. But white men do the same thing. You don't need to learn that many words to ask
Exactly.
how much, to learn how much, and to ask for whatever it is that you want enacted on you. You don't need to
Yeah.
learn the complete language.
That
Hmm.
wasn't
So
his agenda, though. His agenda wasn't really to try to get
I
black
get
men,
I get that. That's what I'm
yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So he made why was what was the point of him making that? And they're focusing on that as if it's something to be focused on, and it's not.
Hmm. Yeah, and I've traveled to 4 countries, and I don't even know the language of each. I've been to Hong Kong, mainland China, Philippines, and Mexico. I don't even know, barely know any of
Nice.
the language, and I still get
Well, that's
around.
because you have class and
That's, that
people
too, but
respond to that.
plus Hong Kong, because my mom was from there, so and they, do speak English and Cantonese.
Yeah,
I
like
speak a
Silver and
little
Sub
bit.
said, that they learn the language to sleep with women. I mean, they learn the language for more than that, but
Mhm.
that's, I mean, hey, at least they're learning, right?
Yeah.
Let's give them that much, right? You know,
All
Were
right.
you
So
born and raised in
Knowledge.
America?
I was born and raised in America. I speak 3 languages. Let me say this
As
to
wait,
the gentleman.
let me add this
Oh,
part
sorry. Go ahead.
because it ties
Yeah.
into
Go
what
ahead.
that's why I was a little confused with what you were saying, because as someone who was not born and raised in America, it's not rocket science to learn a culture and a language. So if
yes,
men,
it is. Yes, it is. She's making it sound like she doesn't know the culture because she doesn't know American culture. She thinks she does, but she doesn't. She doesn't at all.
want to go overseas and to live overseas, it's not as difficult as you were making it seem. So clarify that to an answer game changer.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So here's the thing. I've met many black men overseas. They've lived in that society. They don't put in the work to learn the culture or the language.
Oh, do.
They either live in touristy areas of that city they're in, so they don't, even if they come in contact with other people, it takes time to learn the language, unless you're putting in the work. If you were to line up 100 black men, or let's forget about 10 black men, and you asked them, how much time
Hey,
did you
hey,
put in
Torch,
to
Torch, can you
learning the
pause for a
language and
second?
culture?
Sure can.
No, I mean this. Oh, okay, so I mean this is how we know that this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, look, I mean the passport bros. I mean these are guys traveling to bust nuts. I mean it's that simple. I mean how much culture do you need to learn to bust a nut?
Wait a minute. Did he say? Did he say? Did he say city? He said, "Did you
Hey,
that they don't
JB.
take the time to learn any language but the language of the city?" Is that what he said?
I mean,
Yeah.
like he's trying to make it seem like
So in
No,
other
no, I think,
words,
wait, I think he didn't say anything. I think he says they won't take, wait, let's see what he said again. I'll
yeah,
replay it.
please. And can you drop the link?
Sells this image.
Wait, say again. Oh, got it.
I
It's
got it.
Uncle DJ.
I got you.
Okay.
I found out from her family what's going on. Now, I'll tell you something about myself. Similar to Austin, I think I'm an attractive guy based on what women think of me. I take care of myself.
Flex.
I love education. I'm self educated. I completed college, but I also progress financially, so on and so forth. I have everything to have a family one day. My point is, there's a few problems for the passport bros going overseas, and I could see their perspective leaving the US and going overseas to find traditional women, but the lack of language and the lack of culture is a barrier for black men. And they're going to get hurt going overseas. So for that reason alone, I have to disagree with them going overseas. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
He just
So
don't want the
wait,
competition.
what about the ones who are familiar with the culture?
So the ones that are familiar with the culture and speak the language, I lived in South America for 6 years. Austin was in Brazil for 4 months. He made a mistake when he made that video because he doesn't understand the culture, number one. Number two, he's learning the language. That's great. But he's not he's not a seasoned traveler. He made a huge mistake. And I've told him this on his channel. I believe I spoke to him or another channel. It's been a few weeks now. But the mistake that he made was he didn't understand the culture, and he was selling a message. He was a salesman, and I don't want to get into that because I actually like him as a person, so I'm not going to badmouth him. But he's like a salesman. He's selling a dream. Problem with black.
I've heard Peso say that.
Okay.
And you've touched on this briefly today, tonight, or wherever. Yeah, tonight. It's easier if you marry somebody that looks like you. It's easier if you marry somebody from a similar culture. If you're black from Brazil, if you learn the language and culture, it's acceptable. Unless the woman's willing to gravitate towards your culture, it's not going to work out. Well, somebody's got to give. Either you both learn each other's culture and languages, or someone's got to give. If you are a young person between, let's say, in your 20s, 30s, even 40s, if you're 60 years old, I've seen it. I have a lot of foreigners that have traveled to South America, Americans, and married older women. Older women, it's easier for them because they just want a man. They're older, they're lonely. They got different reasons, right? Their kids have grown up. They're okay to accept a foreigner that doesn't speak the language. And in time, they'll learn the language.
And blah, 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 blah. Like, God damn it.
Do you see how long he's spoken and how docile the entire panel is? And I think the general consensus is, and I said the same thing. I just didn't put it in the chat. But do we think this is Stallion?
No.
No. Stallion's voice is more higher pitched than that, I think. I don't know.
Hey, it could be. Shoot.
Could be. Right.
So he's telling black men to back off. Is he telling them to back off, stay out of the, and then he's saying, and then they should marry someone who looks like them.
Essentially, you're messing up the game. You're pissing
in
the pool. You're pissing
but
in
then
the
don't
pool.
marry black women because they're difficult. It's just crazy.
Right. It's almost like it's that master slave. I'm going to come here and get you all together and tell you what to do and what I want you to do that's beneficial for me and not so much for you, whilst putting you down and making you ashamed so that you'll follow my direction.
But notice how they talk bad about black women every day. They put so much stuff on YouTube, all these shorts. And not only that, what is that? TikTok? All of this stuff about black women. Can't tell us this. Black women trying to stop us. And here, look at this. You think they would have saved some smoke for him? He ain't got none. Not nothing.
Nothing.
He did to them what they do to black women. And the same dynamic. Oh my God.
Chanel Simone is a wrong panel. Let me and BA be up there, be a different story.
That's not true. It's not the wrong panel. Because
it is the wrong panel. I wouldn't let no white guy disrespect us like that.
Well, when I say that, I'm saying this panel knows how to talk shit now. They know how to cuss you out. They know how to scream on you. They know how to disrespect. Oh, trust me, they're capable. They just won't do it because it's white male privilege.
I never heard someone else in her panel do that.
No, man. That's not privilege, man. That's worship, basically. That's what I see.
Yeah, it's worship because they're listening to him and they're looking for any little hope. You see how they're looking for hope? Can he just say something positive? Let's ask him another question.
You bugging with that.
And I'm sorry. Look at Edward on the screen. Like I am dying over here. He looks like the poster child. I'm sorry. He needs to be on an egg crate.
The funny thing is he really thinks he's looking good. I'm telling you, he's got his cam on. He thinks his stunners are working.
Who non-black Dominican, Tam? What about non-black Dominican?
He thinks Chantel's checking him out.
No, see, look, he's got that classic black manosphere look. It's the same look David Carroll had, E.T. Williams, that nutcase that shut up New York, Frank James. They all was bald-headed, had the sunglasses on, all that type of shit. And it's like, God damn, is there like a secret society of these motherfuckers? Excuse my language.
No, it's all good.
But,
they're missing the baseball cap.
Let's keep
Younger people, it's a whole different story. If you're in your 20s, your 30s, even your 40s, you still are considered young enough that you know as well as I do. If you're in your 30s and 40s, you can go marry a woman in her mid 20s in another country. It may not be common in the United States unless you're a celebrity, but it's very
No, it's
common in these other countries
quite
because they
common.
see you as a person of security and maturity, and you can have that 10-year difference in age.
What is he saying? There's 10-year differences
But
of
I don't think
ages
I'm
in every.
following Rob.
Everywhere.
I'm
Okay,
trying
sure.
because you had said that the passport bros movement won't work for black men because a lot of black men don't understand the culture or the language. But then I was saying, what about the ones who actually put in the work to understand the culture and the language?
Yes, and that's a small minority. So
Exactly. Very small. Because we would have had them. You see how much they brag about just buying a passport. If they learned a different
Okay.
language, they'd be online showing off their new language. They'd be fluently talking to people. You see what I'm saying? They
Ohio
don't do that,
gozaimasu.
do they? You know, um, really, I mean, Austin barely knows. If you hear him speak, I can tell, I don't know what he's saying, but I can tell it's hard for him to say it.
It's easier to learn to understand the language than it is to speak it. And I get so upset, and Rico never does this. I get so upset because Rico doesn't speak it, but I'm sure he understands a lot of the language. Like, I understand a lot of Spanish and a lot of French, even though I'm not fluent in either one of them, but I understand it. So you don't necessarily have to speak it to understand and be able to navigate around.
Exactly.
if you take 100 black men, we're looking at maybe five that learn the language and the culture. Majority of them are using a translating app online or will
They are.
use Google Translate in person.
I mean, look
They
at
don't
this. Big Boss is one of the main people of the Passport Bros, and he uses a translating app. And he's been doing this for how long? What? At least 3 years, right?
Hmm. Has he?
Think about that. Let that sink in for a minute. Let it marinate.
Okay.
Because Big Boss, one of the kings of the Passport Bros, one of the founders of the Passport Bros, and he's using a translate app. Hey,
Okay.
you see my point?
Oh,
Yeah, we see your point.
do you know this gentleman, DJ Torch?
No, I don't. Doug,
Oh,
how you doing? Dave, I'm
It's
sorry.
Dave. I'm doing good.
Is it Psycho Candy? Formerly Psycho Candy?
Um, yes, ma'am. Who is speaking?
Gemini.
Gemini. Hi, Gemini. How you doing?
Hi. Good.
Did you go by another name?
Nope.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say your avatar is familiar though.
Well, if you're good with Gemini, you're good with us.
don't
So how
speak the
is it?
language.
Well,
But
Rod,
how is it different for? Wait, how is it different for non-black men? Like how non-black men can understand other
I
cultures.
Sure, I'll tell you how it's different. Let's say I'm Asian American, for example, and I say I'm Chinese American, and I
Okay.
go to China and marry a Chinese woman. You've listened to Chinese all your life, that even if you don't speak it, you're going to learn it a lot faster than anyone else once you're surrounded around it. And the person looks like you. You understand the culture because your parents are Chinese.
But what
You
if you're
can't.
a white? What if you're a
Well,
white
I know
man,
Vietnamese
American
people that
man
don't
going
know the
overseas?
language.
Like what I'm trying to understand is how is it different? Why is it's going to be
Perfect.
hard for black
I'll
men?
answer that. Even for white men, it's difficult. 100% difficult for white men.
I can't believe they're letting him run this room. He's running the room.
Yes.
He's running the room.
Men. The only difference is you've touched on this is that you could say you see the media sells this image that white people have the money, have the power, right? So you have these people that automatically assume American is white. They don't realize Americans black, Americans brown. There's other ethnicities. I've had this happen to me when I was in Egypt. where a woman asked me if I was American, because I told you I'm brown. I have a tan, I'm olive skinned, I'm mixed. She says, "You're not American." I said, "I am." And I told her she's not Egyptian. We were going back and forth because she assumed everybody American is white. So what tends to happen is white men that go overseas, it's not that they don't have the same problem. They do. But the media has portrayed a positive image of white men, that these people overseas automatically have these assumptions that they're rich, they have money, they have power, they have influence, so on and so forth. It's not
DJ,
accurate.
DJ, I think the video looped backward because we went through this part before already.
You did.
I don't know if I did.
Yeah,
You
I
did,
see
and
it.
I asked you.
DJ.
go
You
up a little
did.
bit.
You did because I asked you to, but whatever the point was, we discussed so much that it was lost.
That was me giving this video a raspberry, by the
Oh,
way,
okay, okay.
in case you heard that.
So it's not easier for white men. It's just that.
See, your response is what the
Oh yeah.
ones
Okay.
who you
Okay.
have currently interviewed have been doing. But
Okay, I
what
wanted
your
to
resolve is
finish.
what they should be doing.
I wanted to finish. I've never met a black man in South America, and never met one. And I've met so many. Never met one that said, "Hey, I'm going to take a class. Hey, let me learn the culture."
Cap,
Now,
I never
I'm not
asked.
going to sit here. I'm not going to sit here and say that you're not the one that's willing to put in the work. But the fact of the matter is that's just a fact. It is
But
what it is.
you had said that black
Once
men
again,
won't be
Can
successful
I say something?
overseas because they're not willing to put in the work.
So they have smoked for the anti passport bros people and the people, they're the detractors, but they don't have any smoke for this guy who's clearly telling them that, black men, they don't put in the work when they go overseas. They use translator apps. They don't really make an effort to learn another language. And the thing
Yeah.
that makes me mad is that these are the same people that were probably, back in high school, not paying attention in Spanish class. But a student like me, I was very interested in Spanish class, but the class kept being delayed by these future passport bros type of guys. So it's like, what gives, man? What gives?
Well, even deeper is he's trying to say they can't learn because when you really look at it, it's like a mental, like you guys are just not smart enough. He's trying to really insult, but he's trying to hide it.
Condescending mother.
Yes, exactly condescending, and he's using this
Exactly.
brown skin tone to be able to do it. It's like, yeah,
And it's
Man,
it's
the
foolishness.
nerve.
Like, how many Egyptians don't know that there's brown people? Like, please stop with. I mean, it just does not make sense. You're saying that
Well,
Egyptian people don't know that there's
yeah. It's like
multiple
he's just making some stuff up.
exactly, like,
I,
and
Hmm.
then to double down and say, oh, we went back and forth. No, she went back and forth to you. It sounds like a joust between just a fun making between the both of you. It wasn't anything that was a real conversation. Please stop.
Yeah, he
yeah.
sounds like a storyteller.
Well, I mean, I have someone that I talked to in Egypt, and he told me he lives there. He's lived there for a while, and he told me Egypt's a racist country. So, I mean, we're just to put it to rest.
Torch.
Wow.
Tam can't get in. There's like a. Oh, there she is.
Oh well, wait a minute. Do I need to hop off or something?
No, no, no,
Or
no, no. You're good. We got her. We got her on. We got her.
Hey, I just put this in the chat, but to the Egypt point, I literally just went to Egypt in October. There were plenty of black folk from the US touring in Egypt. So miss me with that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yes. I've
I
seen
mean,
some
just
black Americans in Hong Kong.
the asinine
That
assertion
was a
that
couple years
Egyptian
ago.
people don't know that there are different cultures and
Hong
different
Kong's a
races
colorist
in
place.
America. That's just ignorance. And I just can't believe that they're letting him get that off. Like, oh my gosh.
Right.
That's because he
Exactly.
thinks he's talking to a crowd that really don't travel like you guys.
Yeah,
Well,
that's him
they
saying don't
haven't.
don't go to Egypt. Literally, it's
Well,
it's just he's doing to them what sometimes they'll do to us, like you can't do this, you can't do that, you're not welcome. That's what he's
Wow.
doing.
Well, they haven't. If you notice, they stick to a lot of the same countries: Colombia, the Dominican Republic, Brazil, Thailand. They can't go to too many African countries, especially a country like Egypt, and get away with what they do. in various other
Did
countries.
someone say Dominican Republic?
Oh man, just say
I
that.
said,
And
yeah,
Flip
I
gets
said Dominican
excited.
Republic.
That was not a
Oh
cue
my
for you
God.
to say anything.
He got
Next.
excited.
Does this get
Get
worse?
a hard on.
This man.
Yeah, it does get worse. This
Oh
next
wow.
part.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm quiet.
So why not say then, if you want to be successful overseas, put in the work? Because I think that's where Game Changer is trying to go to too. Like your solution is don't go instead of put in the work.
Okay, so let me clarify my answer. So when I said don't go, that means don't go until you understand the language, speak the language and the culture. You can't show up. I lived in China for a year. I don't speak Mandarin. I don't speak Cantonese. I didn't put in the time to learn the language because I knew I was solely there for business. I'm not there to date Chinese women. I'm not interested. I don't find them attractive.
Wait,
But
I have
nobody
my own.
said
wait,
because let me
wait. This man said he went there to do business, so he didn't have to learn the language. You see
That's
how backwards
bull.
that is? He wants them to learn the language for cooch, but he won't learn the language for business. What sense does that make?
It makes no sense at all.
They should have got on his ass right then
Ain't
and there.
talk about he don't find Chinese women attractive. Yeah, he'll probably pay for one that'll choke his. You know what I'm talking
Right.
about.
Yeah,
Look
yeah.
at Chantel's body language. She's stressed out.
Oh man, if it were peso, he will just be running in circles or even click off the panel.
clarify because you had said that black men won't be successful overseas as passport bros. because they're-
100%. 100% they won't be successful. I lived in South America for 6 years.
But
6 years.
and so yeah, that's what I'm
We
I'm
heard
trying
that
to
already,
say.
Peso.
Instead of saying black men
DJ.
won't be successful, so they shouldn't go. Why not say black men, if you want to be successful, put in the work? Because learning the culture is not rocket science. You're acting as if learning the culture is something you have to be born with. Anybody can learn a culture.
I don't think he feels black men are capable of doing that.
No.
Do you not think black men are capable of learning a culture?
It's not the capabilities, but if you were to line up 10 black men and you asked them what languages do you speak, you'd be lucky if one of them tell you they speak a second language.
Okay, but then you can tell them if you're wanting to go overseas that speaks another language, learn that language and learn the culture. It doesn't take more than 2 years to learn a culture, especially if you're not even 2 years is a long time, especially if you're living over there. It takes
Understood.
probably 6 months to learn a culture. And as
Well,
someone who
depends.
travel often, you should know that. I mean, I spent a week in France and I knew their culture, enough of their culture to
Now she's lying. You don't learn a cold culture in a week. Now she's big. Now they're like throwing lies back and forth.
Ping pong
to
lies.
survive over there. So I can't imagine a man who's going to live over there for 6 months to not.
Listen, you'll scratch the surface. I'll give you an example. Austin lived in Brazil for 4 months and he made a simple mistake, right? You can say it's, look, when I say a simple mistake, any veteran traveler or seasoned traveler will tell you the mistake he made is a rookie mistake. Okay. I don't want to give it hard on him because I like him as a person. I like what he's up to. But he made a simple.
He keeps repeating that. Who does that?
Someone who's clout chasing.
Yeah, and brainwashing. They do that for a reason.
Yeah.
I can't remember why they do it, but I have to look it up.
But you said any who can say he made
any seasoned traveler, anyone that's been traveling for years. I've been to 35 countries, lived outside the United States for 7 years. I'm not talking
before you were a seasoned traveler, you were a rookie traveler.
100%, and I made mistakes.
Exactly.
And but let me just finish. Let me finish. So here's the thing. I made mistakes because I didn't speak the language. I didn't understand the culture. It's going to take years for you to understand the culture, speak the language. You guys are coming on here and making everything seem like it's easy. Let's be honest. Most black men are not willing to put in the work. And I've seen it over. If you were to poll every person that's a passport bro and you ask them, what other languages do you speak? Are you willing to learn another language? Do you understand the culture? 99% of them would tell you no. You guys live.
I wouldn't say 99, but I would say 90.
It's reverse psychology. He doesn't even like Austin.
No, he
I
doesn't.
think he's like, it's like a dig.
And wait a minute, did you
Like,
hear him say? He said he had already confessed that he didn't learn the languages, and now he's saying that they must learn the languages. So, in other words, you're not as smart as me, and I didn't learn when I first went. So, you're definitely not going to be able to do what you need to do because you're not smarter than me.
And that's
now
why I
wait
don't
a
listen to white folk.
now wait a minute. Now, why is he so obsessed about what black people care to do with their lives? That's a little weird, don't you think?
No, that's a good point. I mean, what's his end game? If you're high value, if you truly are high value, you don't have time for this.
How
You see
many
what I'm
black
saying?
women have y'all seen get on a panel to a whole bunch of black men and announce you will not go, and these are all the reasons why, and I'm going to say 100%, and I'm going to assert myself, and then continue to pound you down and tell you? How many of y'all seen a black woman do that so far?
Right.
I've yet to see that at all.
Right.
I mean, I've seen a few sisters tell brothers about dating white women, but outside of that, I mean, never.
No, I'm talking about the way they holler about black women won't let them go. You know, they love to say black women won't let us leave. What's passport bros want to go and they won't let it. All this kind of craziness. And I'm just saying, we can't even find a documented place where a black woman, if anything, they're saying shut the fuck up and get on, hurry, make it fast. But this is actually a white man telling them, I don't want you to go. I don't need you over here. And this is why.
You better kiss my ass. See, now never mind.
He just doesn't want other people coming over there and blowing up the spot. It's kind of like the whole expat thing. Say, I go to Mexico as an American, other Americans start coming to that spot in Mexico. I'm gonna question, like, why are they here? They're ruining my favorite area.
See,
True.
Okay.
True. And it would make sense for him to come here since she's gotten pretty popular with the passport bros. If you're gonna slow down the onslaught of passport bros flying over there, you might as well start here.
See, but you try and tell these guys that, but they don't get the point. It goes over their head. They keep speaking because they want to spite black women. They want black women to hopefully get the point instead of just moving on. You've said all you had to say. You've shown all you've had to show. Just move on.
Right. Great point.
Live in a fantasy world, and this is a problem.
But Rob, you understand that people migrate to America every day. Hundreds of people migrate here every day, and they learn the American culture. You're making it seem as if learning a culture is
They're
so.
not coming here for ass. You dumb idiot. They're not coming here for ass, Chantel. They're coming here for work, to live here.
Neither are the passport bros going there to learn the culture.
Yeah,
Like,
they're not.
this argument, nothing they're saying between them makes any sense to the subject matter of what's going on.
It's amazing. I mean, the thing is that there must be something wrong with Chantel's mind, because people fighting, literally risking their lives to get here, to start a new life, is a lot different than some creep who wants to just go abroad for sex. She doesn't even understand that. This is amazing.
Difficult. It's not. If your point to passport bros won't be successful is because they're not going to learn the culture. Learning the culture is really not difficult.
See, she doesn't realize that it is. It's actually harder for men, because especially if you're pursuing women. Women, you don't have to, believe it or not, man will find a way to communicate with you. We're easy.
Especially if you live in the country.
Google Translate.
Okay, so here's what happens. Here's what happens when I'll give you an example of what happened in South America when I was there. The black men that were in South America, they hung out with each other like a clique, right? Like any other group. And all they did is speak English. And I would say 95% of the time, it's English and very minimal Spanish. Number
And they
one.
do, so that's why it's difficult for them to learn the culture, because they hang out with the people from the country they're from. Now, if you don't want it to be difficult, don't do that. When you're saying that, you're saying reasons why it's difficult for them as if it's difficult overall. It's not difficult to learn a culture.
So here's the thing. That's one of the many reasons why. I've never come across many black men in South America who said, "Hey, I'm taking a class," or "Hey, I'm learning this language on my own." I will tell you a true fact that actually occurred. I know a black American guy that owns a company that teaches people Spanish. He doesn't even speak Spanish. Isn't that crazy? He's an
I,
entrepreneur. He
I
doesn't
think
even
what we
speak
can take
Spanish.
I think what we can take from your call is, black men, if you're planning on moving overseas, learn the culture. It's not that difficult. As I want to say, I don't want to misquote. IBM had said that Duolingo. I have that app on my phone. I don't use it, but it's free and it will help you learn the language. So black men, you are capable, as Rob has said, you are capable of learning a culture if you're
He
looking.
didn't say that. He didn't say that. He said we're capable, but we don't. That's what he's saying. It does. You're not really capable if you're not willing to do it. You
Right.
gotta. You gotta have the. You got to have the need to learn first.
And let's just be real. How many people believe he was just running around and seeing a lot of African American men in South America? Like, do we really believe he was approaching a whole lot of African American men
Right.
in
Nope, he
South
isn't.
America?
He's probably
No,
too
Possible.
scared to approach him.
Yeah,
it's.
probably.
I mean, you would find more, and he said that about Black American men. You can say that about any American overseas. They get together in a certain country in expat groups among Americans and speak English. The British even do that, and in Spain. So I mean, hey, what is he
He
trying to
gave the
say?
picture like they're hanging out together like thugs or something. You know what I mean? It's like,
Right.
yeah.
Exactly. Gas store.
Did she
Unfortunately,
address that black woman thing? Did she even
after
address
seeing
that?
that, after
No,
No.
she
seeing,
doesn't.
I'm
No.
sorry. Go ahead.
She does not address it. And I just want to say, I'm gonna tell you what this guy is seeing, and it's the same stuff I see when I go to the Dominican Republic. This guy, I don't know what his social status is if he's like an expat or not, part time. I don't know if he owns a place or not. But for those people who've actually invested, taken the time and energy, and they've planned out their expat situation, whether that's leasing or owning a place, they have really carved out a lot of work and a lot of effort to be over there. And so expats sometimes do feel annoyed by these quick, tourist type people, because they come in and they ruin the space, especially if that's where you're used to being. And that's probably what he's seeing. He's probably seeing what I see from my balcony, which is a whole bunch of like brothers coming off the plane, pumped up, full of energy. They have this tourist vibe. And they do too much. They're too loud. They get these four wheelers. They, go up and down the street. They do too much. And it's like this flossiness, this fakeness. Like they say, I step off the plane, I'm a millionaire. They literally come off the plane acting like they are a hip hop star, trying to recreate a fantasy that's not real. He's probably watching them from different restaurants where he's sitting at. And he's probably like, I wish these motherfuckers would get the hell on. He's probably
I,
seeing floods of
Yep.
them, and I'm thinking he's in Colombia.
I believe you've seen it. I don't
Yes.
believe he's seen it. I believe if he's seen it online.
Like South Beach. Remember they wanted to stop the black people from going for spring break in South Beach. Remember that? It was
Really?
always a problem.
Wow.
Mm.
He says he's in South America. Y'all don't believe him that he's in South America?
No, I don't. I don't believe much of anything he
We
said when
don't
he
we don't
came in
believe
the room
anything.
saying when he
He could
came
be
Actually,
in
in
the
kind
hell
of
for all I
racist. He
care.
really is. This is
yeah. I mean,
cringe.
He's just
and a
saying it from
lot
the
of things
comfort
that
of
he
his
was
own
saying just
mama's
didn't make
basement.
sense.
Yeah. It's cringe.
Yeah, it didn't make sense either. Like I mean, it was you could see through it. Like it was on, especially when he started talking about going to Egypt and n- them not knowing that there were other races of people in America, and then the conversation about doing business but never learning the language. But he
Right.
expects for somebody to learn the language for cooch. So no, I don't believe anything he has to say.
And I just want to point out the fact that all she has to do is take her one finger, just that one finger, and push that button, and act
Yep.
like that bastard never was there, but she didn't.
Not one bit.
And to go overseas, learn the culture first. Would you agree, Rob?
I would agree, and I'll leave it at this, and I'll depart. Last month, there was a black man that was injured and is in a mental home in a city in South America. Okay, why?
Okay,
Because
by starting the scare tactics.
he made a mistake, assumed he was doing what he can in the United States. He was drugged, ended up getting some type of damage, mentally damaged, and placed in a mental hospital until his family figures out how to pick him up and bring him back home in the United States. 2 months before, there was another black American that was killed.
What's the guy's name?
I don't know the name off the top of my head, but you can pull it up. I'll give you a website. You pull it up.
The usual. I don't know his name, but I heard.
But I know it happened though.
Yep. Facts. Deflection.
Oddly enough, he won't point out the same thing happens to white men.
Oh yeah.
Oh, but he's white, so that doesn't. So
Good
he's too
point.
smart for that.
Okay, let's bring it back around to the subject of feminism and modernization, and link it in with what we've just seen. So basically, it sounds like to me that this is just a den of wolves, in my opinion. You know, you got Lame Changer in there, who I believe travels to Asia to have sex with lady boys, and we have Chantel, who is pretty much dumb as rocks, or as what did Venus say? Venus said it perfectly. Basically, dumb as rocks. It's funny too because don't get me wrong, Chantel speaks like an intelligent person, but she's really not that sharp. She's not that sharp. So then we have wait, here we go. JP needs to stick to helping her own people. Yep, I really dislike Chantel. Yep. The Urbanista says JP Hives, she needs to stick to helping her own people. And it's really, Urbanista, it's really hard for me to understand why she's so wicked and evil towards black women. I mean, even to me, really, she is the mammiest of all the mammies. And that includes beating out the Crimson Cure. I mean, the Crimson Cure, at least you can get maybe a halfway down the sentence before she says something that might be seen as insulting. Chantel talks like a dude, like an ignorant dude. So I've always wondered where she gets this evil from, especially the fact that she's not married. She admits being, a failure in her hoochie life or whatever life she was living, that scallywag life, whatever she wants to call that she was in. And now all of a sudden she wants to act like she's perfect. That really bothers me. That's irritating because she's not.
They are playing characters, Melanie King, Chantel Simone. I mean, I would say probably one of the few genuine ones is what's her name, Danica Marie.
Yeah,
Danica Marie is pretty genuine, but Chantel Simone, I couldn't rock with Chantel. I had to stop watching her. Chantel, Melanie King, they're grifters. They just cater to what these guys want to hear, because otherwise they would be taken by now if they were such a catch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to say, you guys, if you want to, on your, when after the show, if you want to go and just watch the next 15 minutes or so, and you see the way he took the air out, she couldn't get anybody to talk, and then what she ends up doing is catching a strike because she's so desperate to fill the air because she can't get nobody to talk. She's like, why you guys are usually very talkative. I mean, oh my goodness. And so she ends up putting on Eddie Murphy Raw. That
I
80s,
remember that.
Yeah, and it was that part about was it Umbufu, whatever the Umfufu, African lady, and you bring her back to America. Eddie, I want
Bring
respect, and she plays it because she's trying to change the energy.
fast forward to that part.
He
Fast
has
forward
so
to that part, DJ.
dissipated, huh?
I was telling DJ to fast forward to that part so we can actually hear it.
Oh, okay. He's so dissipated the space that nobody wants to talk, and the only thing she'll say that was so weird, that was so difficult. But yeah, she ends up getting a strike, and she's like, "Oh my god!" She's like, "Y'all, I don't know. I just got a notice that I got a strike for copyright," and they told her it's because she was like desperate, so she just grabs this clip to play.
So okay, so she didn't get blocked, but she got a strike.
Yeah, that's what she said online.
That's not that good though. That's not that good. Getting a strike, that ain't good. It stays on there, right?
I'm not sure. I don't know how it works.
I think it's because I almost got one for remember when I had that live that had the DJ Vlad clip for who was that? That woman. Brittany
Vlad hit you with a strike?
Brittany Renner. I got a copy. I didn't get a copyright strike, but they blocked it. They actually took down the whole video for about 20 hours.
Oh, Vlad did you like damn?
Yeah, I replied. No, I've replied, and it's all good now. But you see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So Chantel got a strike, and it wasn't even like the kind where you're like, look, I'm going to play this. I don't care if I get a strike because this is juicy. It was like this guy just tore her world up. This was embarrassing.
Man, we'll save that for Friday because she's the star of the next Mammy Sphere. Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. The network that brought you the Mammy Sphere. This Friday, Mammy Sphere Part 2.
Yeah. It's getting late for me, y'all, so I'm gonna have to go. But I just wanted to say in my closing statements, I know y'all gonna continue to probably talk and everything, and I just wanted to say my closing thought is this: that we have to stop looking for a monster, a boogeyman. This video is relevant because it is kind of reflective of this idea that, black men want to show up for manhood, right? But it's like, are we really showing up? Are we really showing up when the moment comes? Are we focused? Are we mature? Are we aggressive when need to be? All of these different things come to the forefront. All the words that we shared earlier about discipline and even agency, self-agency, the ability to learn, transform, evolve. And that's the word that we talked about, evolution. We have capitalism, feminism, globalism, technology, transportation, labor demands, all of these things. Humans are moving fast. It's a moving train, and we are moving forward, and people don't want to get left behind. And it's important for us to modernize. And modernization is really the beast that we need to be thinking about. That's my thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DJ. I'm going to log off. I got to get up early. Sorry, y'all.
Okay,
Thanks so much.
You.
You have a good night.
All right.
Okay. Anyone else would like to say something?
Oh, Tanya TKO had a man come on. Yeah, I guess it was yesterday. It was like a duet, and this black woman was saying, how we need to protect black men, and we want you to be safe. And this black man was like, if I'm closing my eyes, I think she's talking about her like a son. And so he goes into why this is not good for black women to do. And he was a nice, calm guy, and it was so succinct.
I gotta check that out. I saw her
Yeah.
thing today.
It was one of her little short ones, probably like 15 minutes or so. It was yesterday.
Okay, let me kick out some shout outs here.
Okay.
I'd like to kick out a shout out, of course, the Camo's in the house, Mr. Know-It-All's in the house, Quita's in the house, African Goddess is in the house, We have, well, everybody. I think I covered everybody else. Marty McFly is in the house. Did I miss anybody? Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, Keisha's in the house. We have Alpha Omega in the house. We get everybody in the house. Of course, Siobhan. Okay, I think I got everybody. If I miss you, Southern Belle in the house. Quita's in the house. And of course, all the lovely people. Oh, Happy Life showed up. All right. Happy Life is in the house. Immigrant women make the great traditional wives is in there. Okay. Okay, let's see what this person's saying right here. Game changer, time for immigrant women to snap up these black men. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck.
Please, please, and thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you. So, okay. So let's see here. Let me see. Well, no, I don't want to get a copyright strike. Shoot, I was about to play some comedy. Can you? All right. Oh, Diamond, Diamond, I thought you were already up here. Okay, here we go. Okay, and Diamond Princess is in the house. So we got a full house, everybody. So it's open mic now. If you have any comments about what you feel um, is the difference between feminism and modernization, feel free to say it. Are y'all asleep?
No.
No. Hello,
No,
everyone.
I'm
Good
up.
evening. I'm not gonna stay up here long. How you guys
Hello.
doing?
Hi,
How you doing?
Diamond.
You guys were talking about the copyright strike earlier. I can kind of answer that. So, hi Southern Belle. I had a couple copyright strikes on my channel once, and they only stay up there for 30 days.
Okay.
Well,
Oh,
no,
okay.
no, 90 days. Sorry, 90 days.
Okay. And what does
But
it do? Does it lower your rating or anything? Your visibility or anything like that, or
it
does it
depends.
just
I don't know. It depends. I don't know. Like I don't. It shouldn't affect that, but if like it depends if you keep uploading like the same videos or you keep violating YouTube guidelines, then the copyright strike might stay.
okay? Oh, like
Yeah,
if you okay, got it, got it. Okay.
yeah. But I don't know if it affects people's views. I haven't heard nobody complain about that, but I know YouTube likes to shadow ban.
So since you're late to the party, and we have to ask you the question: what do you think is the difference between feminism and modernization?
Feminism and modernization. Ooh, okay. Feminism, I can say, is basically women uh, actually stay having a voice and saying and sticking up for themselves, talking about their rights. I really don't know how to explain that, but for modern women, I don't know. Like I don't know how to explain that, to be honest with you.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to put it back in, and I'm going to put it on Melinda. Melinda, what do you think?
Yes. Well, I was just looking it up because I wasn't really sure what modernization was. And okay, like feminism, I think can tend to be really focused on, I just kind of see one race of women. I don't think feminism really kind of is all inclusive because even, women's issues can be different, not just, we don't all have the same thing in common, but this modernization, it's like it says, it goes from a rural agrarian to like industrial and urban and secular. And I don't see a problem with that, but they said the cons of that can be that it may affect poorer communities because we're all not growing at the same rates. So and I don't know if it's linked into Marxism. I kind of saw that in there, so I'm not sure. That's kind of I don't on the surface it doesn't sound. I mean, it sounds like that's a natural path for everything to go to, you know. But I don't know.
Dave, how about you?
The difference between feminism and modernization.
Yes.
To me, there really isn't a difference in a sense. Feminism is. I look at it as a movement for women. It's something that's pretty much given women free agency. Because back in the day, men we had a lot of responsibility. If a woman so much even committed a crime, whoever her husband was also responsible for that crime. He was responsible for everything. So I don't think these guys understand what they talk about when they mention, going back to how things used to be. Men had a lot more responsibility and a lot to be accountable for. Um, and I think it's a good thing about feminism and modernization. Like I said, to me, there's no difference. To me, it's just a woman being able to have free agency, being able to have her own free will and her own stuff. As my father's always told me that you want a woman with her own stuff. You don't want someone that's going to come into a relationship and doesn't really have anything. Um, yeah, like I said before, modernization. It's just a code word, a little code word or dog whistle for women that are not able to be controlled, or you know, uh, yeah, I guess that's more of a good word. Not able to be controlled or uh, submissive, as they like to say.
Got it. Makes sense. Flint. Flint's asleep. Anthony, you there? He's asleep. Benji.
Yes, my strong point. This
Okay.
topic.
All right.
Wait, okay.
Go for it. Go for it.
Go for it.
Nah, it's not my strong topic. It's not my strong point. This topic.
Okay, Benji, how about you?
Okay, I had to go ahead and go to the Google Dictionary and getting both of these definitions. It seems like one can influence the other. Now, when you have feminism, the advocacy of women's rights, and then modernization, the process of adapting something to modern needs, it seems like as society changes, the modernization can actually influence the feminism. So I don't think they're both the same. Um, However, I think like one can, depending on how perverse the society becomes, could actually corrupt the idea of the feminism part. That's just my opinion, and that's where you got these like red pill guys saying like, "Oh, okay, these modern women want to take our jobs and stop us from doing whatever, this, that, and the third."
All right. Anthony, are you still there or are you gone? He gone. Okay, he's asleep. Well, shoot, folks, I think that's it.
Oh,
I think it's
DJ,
unless
DJ,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
can you bring up that last comment from immigrant?
Oh yeah.
Well, the second to the last.
Okay, so this one.
Yes.
Well, folks, that's not it. We got a lot to talk about here. Here we go. Okay. So, what is she saying? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know. I don't know. Her spelling is kind of off.
It's I
it
guess
says
it's a,
like womanist. I think that's supposed to be womanist because she's using the female symbol.
no, no, no,
So,
no, no, no. Not that. Look at the
oh,
screen.
the screen. Okay. Oh, this one. What the they will land. Oh, they will land. We will
That's a
give them
toll.
great lives, and we can build very good comeback. Is they trying to say concubine or with reparations?
Combines.
Yeah, but combines. So is that like a typo for concubine?
Right. Or I'm sorry. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Combine
Why don't
was a
we do this? Why
machine.
don't we do this?
Oh, damn! I'm dumb tonight. Shit, my bad.
No, I can't understand what she was saying. I got to tell her to type it over or something.
Well, black men are not the only ones that's getting reparations. I'll tell you that one.
Wow.
Mine said, "Beautiful ladies delivered by Mr. Biden." What the hell is that?
First
Wait.
and foremost, they would have to find someone to pay them reparations, and it's unlikely to happen. But I just thought it
Unless
was.
you're in San Francisco, yeah.
I just thought it was well. I mean, the type of reparations that most people are expecting, but
Oh,
I
okay.
thought it was just hilarious that they're going to wait for Zaddy to give them reparations so they can get immigrant women. That's just like hilarious to me.
Well, here's the thing about the reparations in San Francisco that like the criteria to meet it are kind of like very far-reaching. So it's to the point to where not that many black people might get it. Like, for example, you have to have been like a San Francisco resident for at least 13 years, and then like you have to proven you were part of like the desegregation of California schools. So that means you have to be a certain age for that. You have to prove you're a direct descendant of someone who was convicted on the war on drugs. So your parents went to jail for crack or whatever, or selling dope or whatever. So yeah, it's very it's very tight criteria that they're going by. So
I
you
don't.
know,
I
Like, go back
expected
to
such.
immigrant woman's comment again.
Which one? The one that was misspelled or the other one?
The last one.
This one? Wait,
Hmm.
there's the one, the kittens.
No, no, no. Not her response, kitten. Not that one. The last one.
Let's see where she at.
We
Oh,
offered
the
them
last
good
one going
lives.
down the other way. Okay, this one.
Yes. We offer good lives and can build our communities. Yes, in California, we do not care what Americans think. Well, I live in California, sweetheart. And let me tell you, the men that you were talking about building, they ain't going to build nothing here. So good luck with that.
I know one thing: with $5 million, man, I can do some damage in Japan, man. Shoot, I can get it cracking over there just for 5 million, because that's what they're talking about. They're talking about giving every black resident of San Francisco
And
five
I
million dollars.
and to respond, I'm sorry, to respond to Guatemalan woman, I can get your man and we can build and take over California. How about that?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool, man. That's what's
Yeah,
up.
hey, I seen an avatar. I think that's true. So, okay, let's see what else is going in here. Immigrant, blah blah blah, is a black male troll, obviously. Yeah, probably
Yeah.
is.
Exactly. Thank you.
African
Basically,
goddess is on it. Yeah. Yep. She said this as well. This was good. Black men, American benefit from feminism, but they don't talk about that, which we did. They
How
don't
much
talk
yen can
about,
I get for 500?
about black feminists who was
mm-hmm.
fighting for their rights, and that's true.
Let's
That's
see.
true.
Five.
We want to go back to the times when male specimen conquered a woman by destroying their matriarchal societies and forced them to wear chastity belts. Yeah, pretty much.
That's 650 million yen.
Something
Nice.
tells me that I have an idea that African goddess has gone to college for quite a while. Pretty educated, pretty damn intelligent. We offer good lives and could build our own communities. Yes, in California, we do not care what Americans think. Yeah, see this. You have this K right here.
Mr. Know
Okay.
It All, can you pull that comment up? Regardless as to what banner it was under, it was women who were fighting.
Okay, let's see where. This is that one. Wait.
Says no immigrant woman ever. None of them they'll speak
No, no,
like
no,
this.
no. The one that says, but not under the banner of feminism. That was under the banner of civil rights.
Let's see what else is here. Man, we have some interesting stuff in the chat. I wish I could have like 20 people up here be going at
But
it.
DJ Torch,
Mhm.
what about they keep talking about what women are going to take, what women are going to take. I'm just thinking it really doesn't. If we know that this would be, if this is patriarchal, this is what men must be okay with too. You know, the men who are, I guess, in power. So why are they never, talking about storming something to insist that the men stop doing it? It's like they blame women for everything.
Because
Yeah,
they have
because
no
they're becoming
identity.
women.
Yeah, exactly. And they have no identity of their own in which to focus on. Like if they were doing things in mass the way that they should be done, they would have leadership to follow and they wouldn't be so hyper focused on women.
Well, here's the funny part is black men, and I hate to say this, have less power than they think because we are the ones who don't vote. I mean, we're not. We don't vote.
Southern Belle, I like her comment. You can tell immigrant is a passport bro by the spelling. I bet.
Oh, what Happy Life? What show is the real show? It was fun seeing DJ Church on Sounds. It's time for her to come to the real show. That is true. She won't. She won't come on this side. I guarantee you not. Shoot. I would just sit back and watch her get roasted. I wouldn't even get my turn. Shoot. Too many smart women on this side. The crew.
Yeah, we over here eating dry frosted flakes, man. Well, actually, I am.
Yeah,
okay, don't
you
put that
are.
we in it.
Yeah.
No,
How about
that's
this?
all
Yeah.
we.
Shout out to Chantel. I'll tell you what, Chantel. I'll tell you what. You won't have to deal with me. I'll send Tam at you, Camo, Melinda. I'll let the ladies just handle you. How about that?
Oh, you
Okay.
trying
Come
to
over
leave
here.
any me
Torch,
number?
Torch, you
And
doing
Mr. Know-it-all,
too much
Mr.
talking.
Know-it-all,
Can't
Mr.
have opportunity
Know-it-all,
to pop on
Mr.
on
Know-it-all,
her show.
Mr. Know-it-all. You're saying they were fighting long before feminism as well. So why aren't they still fighting? Where have they been? I'm looking
That's
for
a
these absentee men.
good point.
Oh, Bella, lead it to me, okay? Because I was about to
Your
block them and
Torch.
rip myself.
Torch.
DJ Torch, and do you feel like with Chantel, do you feel a sense of like disappointment that she could be doing something so much better, or just that you see through her and you feel like, this is just like, what do you think of that? Because
I think she's an empty vessel.
Okay.
I think she's an empty vessel. I think for
Torch.
something's broken in her because all you have to do is scan her thumbnails. And if you thought Kevin was bad, if you scan his thumbnails and you scan her thumbnails, she takes it all to a different level.
Like, what is she saying?
Basically, fat shaming, color shaming,
Black women?
culturally showing, yeah, black women. In fact, let me go ahead.
Torch. Before you go, why do you? She have a hop on channel, like, going on her panel on Sundays, I think. Why don't you all go on?
I would have been on there. It's her turn to come
No,
to me.
Tam, no, you say you talk about the later. Tam and everybody else, Camo, everybody else.
I guess we could fly. I guess we could all go over at one time and
That'd be
roast her
interesting.
on our own channel.
Yeah.
Is she live now?
But she
No.
have to pull up. No, she have a pull up show. She have a pull up on, I think, on Sunday. Pull up on me.
Oh.
It's
Well,
fake.
let's
And
pull
she
up on
actually
it.
allows people to come and challenge her ideas.
See, that's the thing about Camp Peso. Camp
She's gonna
Peso.
she's gonna kick you off, and then she's gonna say that you don't have no sense, that you're not thinking logically. She like to use that.
See,
Right,
but Camp
Well,
Peso.
if she's talking about other black women, then she's talking about herself.
Yeah, she is.
Because she
Yeah,
No, but
can't
she
separate.
she
No.
biased against. She talk about African American women.
Yeah, right, exactly. That's where I think it's a little bit different.
She have a hatred of African American women. I don't like her for that.
See, y'all be going to these rooms deep though. Like Camp Peso be rolling in when they say pull up, man. Y'all go in the whole damn camp. It'd be like 30 or 40 people up in there, and it just overwhelms their mods immediately. Like they just stop banning people and shit. So it's like, dude, no, for real. Like, you know that next show that Big Boss had, none of those mods showed up. He had to like hand out wrenches to people, like for the second show.
Dang.
Poor Big Boss. I actually felt bad for him that second time. I was like, damn.
I can never feel sorry for Big Boss at all.
I know.
You know, a person doesn't have the range for a conversation when they say blah blah blah.
I know.
Now he had nothing to say about the facts that I put in the chat. He asked me when I said about black men, where are they fighting? He said, where have I been? Well, I've been here watching black men kill one another every 2 hours. I've been here watching while black men kill their black partners every 4.6 hours. I've been here watching how black men cost America $50 billion annually. And then I get the blah, blah, blah comment. You don't have the range.
What does she mean by Aretha Franklin's "A Natural Hair Woman" canceled? I wonder what that's going to be about.
Yeah. She says some weird stuff.
I know.
Look,
something's really wrong with her. I
feminist.
think she needs to seek help.
She sounds like I wonder if she was a dude. Because the way she comes off masculine, ironically enough. I think she was a dude. I think I'm gonna look into that. You know, because everybody didn't know Gossip Girl was a man. So maybe Chantel's the same way.
Hit that last comment Mr. Know-It-All said, because I didn't see it before.
Oh. Who's snoring?
He said, I'm so dumb. Okay, DJ Torch, I know I'm not the only one who's seen the article about the 50 billion.
What is it? Okay. What is he talking about? I'm not paying attention to the conversation.
They wouldn't have they specific. I didn't go into explanation as to what the 50 billion entailed, but it's $50 billion regardless, is it not?
Well, who the hell is insulting my sister Gemini?
Yes, it was.
Thank you.
Yeah, Southern Belle. Anthony is muted.
Well, I think someone's snoring.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know who.
It ain't me.
Thomas is here. Hey, Thomas. Welcome.
Somebody said you think Chantel is a troll. I mean, a trans. Sorry.
I don't think so.
It's like, what else can we think? Look at the way she types up her things. This looks like something a dude would make. This is all of these labels here. You know, men are refusing to settle for combative women. 39-year-old feminists living in regret. Older women
but how
destroyed
old
by
is
the
she?
Black community.
How old is she?
She's
Chantel.
30.
Well, she isn't. Didn't she hit the wall?
Yeah, she said she hit the wall face first, it makes it even more confusing. It's like, okay, you hit the wall face first, so what you're doing to try to combat that problem that you have, you're insulting other women.
Because other women her age look better than her.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
If she's a her, you know, Phyllis says she's 32. Hey,
but I said I was
if you
not
talk
gonna
like a
be
man, you walk like a man, I'll call you a man if you want. You want to come out with all these insults for black women? Only a man would think like this.
Hmm. She probably was a man in the previous life, and then
Yeah,
she's
you
bringing that masculine energy into her feminine
straight
life.
up. I mean,
It's
and
all about
that's
the,
what.
it's all about the money. That's all it is.
I mean, the thing is this is that that's the funny thing is like she's trying to tell other women they have masculine energy and all this other stuff, but she's doing the exact same thing of the people women she accuses. She's
But she's not
combative.
even married.
She's combative. She's masculine. She's rude. She's dismissive. I mean, what more can you say?
That sounds like uh the women
Here,
that these
there I am.
manosphere men are talking about, that they don't like in a woman.
Perhaps that's why they flock to her because she is trans. You know, a lot of them are.
Yeah, look at that. Well, that's enough for now. She gets to come back on Friday. What's this about? Let's take a look quickly.
Here's why women who don't set boundaries in relationships get treated way better by men. There's two types of self-worth in a
Wait a
woman.
minute. What do you say?
Here's why women who don't set boundaries in relationships get treated way better by men. There's two types of self-worth in a woman: masculine self-worth and feminine self-worth. If she only has masculine self-worth, then she is going to set those boundaries. She's going to have expectations. She's going to lead and put that on him, and therefore communicating that she doesn't believe that she's worthy of protection from him. Versus if she has feminine self-worth, then she won't set any boundaries. She knows deep down that she will receive everything from a man just by being vulnerable. And she knows that if she ever doesn't receive that from a certain man, then she must flow away from him. A man may respect a woman with masculine self-worth, but he will never be able to fully devote to her. It's the women with feminine self-worth that get devotion.
Basically, what he's saying is that women don't need to set boundaries because, men are just going to do the right thing. Listen, let me tell you, every human being needs to set boundaries. A boundary is just a line that will not be crossed. You don't have to be aggressive with boundary setting, but boundaries must be set. It has to be known where the line is drawn. The way that a boundary can be set is by leaving, is by turning away, is by looking away. But these men are coming out with their relationship advice, teaching that it's masculine to set boundaries. Every human being needs to set boundaries. Everybody, children need to set boundaries with other children. Parents need to have boundaries for their children. A boundary is just a line. Like after a certain age, stop busting in on your children in the bathroom. Boundaries are necessary for healthy relationships. Without them, even in the family dynamic, we start crossing over into enmeshment. Boundaries are necessary.
DJ
Here's
Torch.
why women who don't
DJ
set
Torch.
boundaries.
This guy contradicted what he said.
He sure did.
said that women that don't set boundaries are feminine. They get whatever they want. But when these women don't get what they want, they float away. Doesn't that mean she set it boundaries?
What he just said was absolute lunacy because and Tanya is actually right. I mean, you have to have boundaries. It's like this. Would I let somebody just drive my car that I don't know? No.
He wouldn't do it. That's
Yeah, right, exactly. So a woman's supposed to just like, oh yeah, here, I don't know who you are, mister, but you're a man. Here, I'll give you your keys. Drive my $60,000 car. You see what I'm saying? Who's gonna do that? That's a boundary right there.
Yeah.
So this guy is some lunatic.
Would
I don't even
somebody
know
come
who he is.
into his house without him knowing? Oh, come right in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. He wouldn't do that. That's setting boundaries. These dudes, they talk one side of their mouth, don't even know what they're talking about. Like they need to stop making videos. Just stop.
Right. I think I might find out who the dude is and get get in my plane and do some trolling.
Because this
was
dude
dumb.
right here, like these are weak dudes. Weak dudes don't know how to handle a woman that basically have her boundaries. They just want to take advantage of women. That's all they want.
Right.
But when a woman says, no, I'm not having this, they get mad because they can't take advantage of a woman that has boundaries.
Exactly. I mean, it sounds like he's trying to groom women.
Well, the women that have low self-esteem,
happy
that's what
life.
they, because you got to understand, low self-esteem attracts low self-esteem,
Right.
never the higher up.
Right.
So when he sees a woman that has high self-esteem, he will try to break her down,
Right.
to bring her on her lowest. But he just like guys like that just waste their time because people with high self-esteem ain't gonna let people just walk all over them or just say anything to them. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Strum, you nailed it, my man. Getting advice from TikTok is pure lunacy. It is. Let me play. I might as well play through it. It's only 4 minutes long.
In relationships get treated way better by men.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think that if you don't set boundaries with men that you're going to get treated better, way better? That sounds like trickle down economics where Reagan was like, oh yeah, these companies are going to do the right thing if we just give them more money. And what ended up happening is the money just flowed up. They just got bigger yachts. It's like you don't put yourself out there on the auction block hoping that somebody will treat you however they choose to treat. Everybody is different. And you've got to set boundaries to be able to firmly turn away from behaviors that are not healthy. That is a boundary. It's healthy to have boundaries.
Worth in a woman, masculine self-worth and feminine self-worth. If she only has masculine self-worth, then she is going to set those boundaries. She's going to have expectations. She's going to lead and put that on him. And therefore communicating that she doesn't believe that she's worthy of protection from him. Versus if she...
False. Stating your boundaries or showing your...
You can tell he's a broke bum. You can just tell. It looks like he never, it looks like his teeth, dude, like he looked like he had not been to the dentist in his life.
Exactly. And he wants to tell women what to do. I'm sorry. If you can't take care of your own teeth,
your boundaries, enforcing your boundaries shows your self-worth, that you know that you are worth leaving a situation that is not healthy. But you see, the goal is not healthy relationships. The goal is for you to endure abuse.
She has feminine self-worth, then she won't set any boundaries.
Mr. Know-It-All, just know that kitten in caskets, we call her Camo. She's smart as fuck, so good luck with that.
She knows deep down that she will receive everything from a man just by being vulnerable. And
every man is different, and your vulnerability does not ensure that you're going to be treated right. Every single day in this country, I believe it's at least every 9 seconds, a woman is getting boxed upside her damn head by a man who feels that he has the right to pummel her with his fists. There is no guarantee that any man is going to treat you any type of way based on, you don't know who this person is and where his boundary for respecting you, your person, your body, your sex, your sexuality. You don't know where any of that stops. This is why when you're interacting with people, you have to demonstrate your boundaries and what's acceptable and what's not acceptable.
Keisha says, I don't understand how some women fall for men like him. Like, ew. I hear you.
He like this dude, like he don't have no respect for himself. If if he wants a woman that don't set boundaries for herself, then he don't have any boundaries for himself. So
right
there you go. He doesn't have
every night.
Okay, so that was that. Got through it.
Is Tam gonna come up?
I think she's in the clouds tonight. Tam would be nice for her to visit for a minute if she wanted to.
Yeah, Tam's cool. I like Tam.
She all right, She all right.
Oh, I do hear that someone is kind of like, I don't know,
Hey,
that's that snoring. I
get
think they're
that
just
sleep
breathing.
on, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
I
been
think
hearing that
someone is.
snoring since I joined the panel.
Yeah, I think someone is kind of. Yeah. Yep. Someone's sleeping.
Wait, who is it though? Okay, Benji's awake. That's you.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Dave's awake. He just talked. Gemini's muted. Maybe somebody. I don't know.
Wow, that's a mystery.
Where Tom, hey, Tam, somebody asking about you. Somebody asking about you, Tam. Somebody asking about you, Tam. I love
Yeah.
being an instigator. I don't know why.
Yeah. Tam has many suitors.
Yeah, I'll be
Many
bothering
suitors.
Wu too. I've been getting on Wu's nerves. Okay, what does Gemini say here? That's far not enough. That's not what the article says. If Camel says it, then it's true. Yeah, say yeah, exactly. Somebody getting some good sleep.
Oh, well,
Oh,
like Bomb
okay, you guys.
Cherry.
I'm going to call it a night.
Okay.
And yeah, so good
Thanks for
night to you
coming
guys.
through.
All right. Good night.
You got anything coming up?
I'm still thinking about getting something. Um, I'm still thinking about it.
Okay, let me know.
I will. Bye.
Okay, goodbye.
Yeah, Bomb Cherry's husband was sawing wood that night. I think that was Tam's live or yours. It was one of those. No, it was Tam's live.
Oh, he always blows the roof off the house.
Yeah, he was sawing that wood good. Man. Shit, that was
That's a
funny.
working man.
He must be working hard. I'll tell you that.
Yes, that's a hard working man.
He sound like it. Shoot.
Tam, I thought I got another day in, you know? I'm just up here just roasting, you know. Everybody gets a little bit of a roast every once in a while, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, Flint slipped out. Flint, I didn't know Flint slipped off. Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes he drops out like that.
Tam, you gonna say goodnight or what? Oh, all right. Good evening.
DJ Torch,
Yes, ma'am.
what is up with you and your hating?
I'm not
Uh-oh.
hating. Wait, you
You
got an
hating
echo in the
on me.
background.
Oh, I do? Oh, my bad.
I thought you was doing that on purpose to kind of get back at him.
I know.
Well, no,
Are
I
you live,
wasn't doing
Tam?
that. No, I'm not live.
Tam sounds like she's sleepy. You lying down? You're sleepy, huh?
No, I was reading Anthony's comment. He said, "Oh, is Tam is live."
No, I'm not. I'm not live. And yes, I'm relaxing. I did the
Are you gonna
treadmill.
say hello to Thomas or not?
I did the treadmill and then hopped in the shower. So that's why I sound very relaxed. Hi, Thomas Walker. How are you? You're such a gentleman. Thank
Oh
you for
snap! You got a treadmill too?
yeah.
Oh
Thank you
man.
for not hating on me like DJ Torch is hating on me right now.
I'll leave you alone for a minute.
DJ Torch, you know what? That must have been one hell of an oil change because ever since you got that damn oil change, you've been smelling yourself.
I'm just saying. I mean, and the car is running perfect. You know.
Don't make me pull a sugar in the gas tank thing on you.
Oh, good luck. You're across the country. Good luck with that.
We're putting a banana in my tailpipe.
You are a plane ticket away. Don't think I won't.
She gonna put a banana in your tailpipe, man.
No, no, yeah, yeah, really, huh?
Said don't fall for the banana in the
So
tailpipe.
Trying to mess with my Beamer.
I was cloud watching like here and there, and I guess you guys were reacting to Miss Chantel Simone's panel where I don't know what the hell she was talking about, and some guy named Rob was giving all his opinions, and I was in the chat.
Mhm.
What is he talking about? What's his point? Because I that's ultimately what I was trying to figure out what his ultimate point was.
Yeah, that I don't know what his point. I could not. We could never come to a conclusion except, oh, excuse me, that he wants to keep black men out of his area.
Did he say that?
No, but that's my assumption.
So is this man white? Because I think he was very vague on his race.
Yeah, I would say that bottom line that regardless whatever race he is, he identified. You know how they say black identified or whatever, or male identified. Well, he identifies white identified.
He said he was olive.
I had
Right.
I had a good day at work.
That's good. I heard. Yeah, you won your case.
There was no case because the state withdrew their petition against my client.
Oh, so that's even better.
Yeah.
So you did what you do.
Yeah, and I also decided to dive into ASMR. I don't know if you guys know what ASMR is.
Yep, I do.
Yeah, I pretty much posted big my very first ASMR. I think it was a little janky, so if you see it, be nice. Actually, no, don't be nice. Be honest.
So you like running your fingernails on something like something soft or like a blanket
But see that
or
I I I I, I basically just powered on my iPad and I just started whispering and just talking about stuff. It was like
oh man.
11 minutes long, but um it inspired me to get a microphone, so I just went on Amazon and I got a microphone, so it should be here in a few days. So we'll see.
Right
Oh
on.
man, you gonna have Mr. 912 man with like on listen to that with his pants off.
What?
Oh, you don't remember your live last night?
I absolutely remember my let me talk about that. That is the last time I fall asleep and leave you fools on my
Yeah, yeah, it was funny. Tam's last live. I clicked in there. I just heard. I clicked. I said, "Let me
there
click
was
this
like
call."
2 hours of dead air. So I guess see what happened was I was like dead asleep, and then like everybody left, and then I guess I woke up for a minute and just finally shut it off, and then I realized I was sleeping for like 2 hours with just dead air. Everybody had left,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
when I went back to watch it, as soon as I left, oh my goodness. Brothers Abroad was pissing Big J off. By the way, Big J did a reaction video to the live.
Oh, he
Really?
did?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh
Big
wow, I gotta see this.
he did not like it. He was really annoyed with Marquise, and he was really annoyed with Brothers Abroad.
Marquise is an
Uh,
old troll. I know. He used to troll me a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and basically, when I watched it back, I was like, okay, I wish I'd been awake because there were a few things that kind of annoyed me that I would have jumped in and say, okay, enough.
Well, you
Um,
can always trim it.
I did. I trimmed it and I basically cut out the 2 hours of dead air and then I just posted that as a video. Except the original video has more views,
Oh well.
so they're both up there.
Okay. Yeah. That's the best way to do it.
Yeah, Big J, the way he was going off, he's very passionate when he's annoyed with something. Like I'll never forget when Hybrid was on the panel and I was like, Big J, chill, and he's like, no, I can't stand dumb niggas, and I was like,
He sure
uh,
did.
and he kept harping on that. Why are you men asking me about my pants and my underwear?
Oh my God.
He was just
Yeah.
so weirded out by them asking him that. He's like, how are you guys masculine men asking me about pants and underwear? So that was funny.
Yeah, it's ironic because it's like my room was, quiet, relaxing. Everybody was waiting for the one person to finish their sentence, and then another one would go, and you
Hmm.
know, they're making good points and everything. Great, and then I clicked the button. Let me see how Tam's doing because I'm kind of getting sleepy. It's time for me to go to sleep. I might have to send people over there. I clicked and it was
Oh, so much drama.
yeah,
Tam's a trip. I hope that's a compliment.
yeah. I was like, oh, man, Tam's room's drama now. The drama room, the drama room. I was like, dang.
Oh,
I
Oh man,
brothers, brothers
and then
abroad.
at
I
the
know.
end, you know what I did? I said, y'all, y'all better go get over there and calm down these people. Camel
Mhm.
went over there.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
watch.
she roasted them so bad.
But the thing is, I don't even think Camo really roasted him. I actually think she was pretty gracious with Brothers Abroad.
Well, she was, but you
And
didn't
that
notice
was
though.
annoying Big J. Ultimately, he thought, no, these two should have been kicked off a long time ago. That was his position.
Yeah, yeah, but no, Camel was just asking questions,
Night,
but the
Anthony.
questions, if the questions were roasts, they were roasts.
Yeah. Brothers
And he
Abroad, I
answered
think,
them though. Brothers abroad, BA answered them. I mean, he was eating it up.
like I need to tell him to really cut out that condescending crap he does sometimes, because I remember at one point Big J was just going off, and then I dropped everybody but him and myself, and I was just like basically just encouraging him to chill
Right, I
because
remember that.
yeah, because I don't I just he was just too mad, and I wasn't judging because I know like in the past I've done that. I've just like screamed my head off, and now looking back on it, I'm really embarrassed because we shouldn't let others get us out of character like that. So I wasn't judging him. I was just saying, hey, I've been there. It's not a good look. Chill. And then when everybody came back on, Brothers Abroad had to throw out a jab at him. And I'm just thinking, like, I just told him to chill. So I was kind of sort of defending you by telling him to chill because he was screaming at you. And now you just want to fan the flames and just throw out a jab. I probably should have just kicked him off right then and there.
Yeah, he's like that. I know of Brothers Abroad. Before he was Brothers Abroad, he used to be hidden in Mexico, and before he was hidden in Mexico, he
He
used to
was
be
hiding. He was
Negrito
hiding away.
Grande.
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah. He's had a lot of names. Brothers Abroad, Negrito Grande. What other names
Yeah,
has he had?
JD and Forte. JD and Forte.
JD who?
JD and Forte.
JD and Forte. What's up with
Yeah,
all
I
these
bet.
aliens?
I'm
I
listening to this
used.
Big J reaction video. It's just funny.
Yeah, I used to watch him. Big J.
Oh
That's
my
always like that.
God.
That's a part of Big J's character.
Yeah, yeah. I've learned to deal with Brothers Abroad, but there's still a few things he does that annoy me. But he's just a clown. But at the same time, he's harmless.
Hey, look, what are the
Yeah.
odds of getting Big J and a big truck on the same panel?
Oh no, no, that would
No,
be
just get them two on,
The
just
day
rile them
Big
up.
J, the day Big J and Big Truck are on the same panel together
that'll be
is
on Tam's show,
that'll be on whose show?
your show. Ain't,
Yeah.
ain't going to my show.
What makes you think I would let Big Truck on my show?
That's your brand now. That's your brand.
What's my brand? Screaming is my brand.
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't know.
that used
Tam.
to be my brand, but I think it should. You have that legal vibe going to you, so you can calm them down.
I mean, anytime people were getting rowdy, I just clapped my hands and I said order, and somehow it worked.
Okay.
Yeah, like, yeah, you
Somehow,
notice that every time Tam goes live with Torch, I mean, all the guys go to Tam and like all the ladies stay with Torch. I've always wondered about that. I mean,
yeah. In fact, yeah, heifers in the chat. You women, you guys left me alone with the man twerking
Yeah,
for a
we
good minute.
we were having a good old time too.
What happened to sisterhood? You just there was so much man twerking going on my panel at one point, and I saw that you guys were still on DJ Torches Live, which was fine, but I was like, they need to hurry up and come here because there's so much man twerking.
Oh no, man,
By the
Benji
time
and
you finally
myself,
got
man,
here, by the time you guys finally got here, I guess the man twerking exhausted me, and that's when I fell asleep. You saw how quickly I fell asleep shortly after everybody all the ladies finally came over. All the man twerking exhausted me.
Hey, hey.
I was eating peanuts in the cloud, man. Peanuts and popcorn.
That's
That's
what
what
that
I was
noise
doing.
was. Okay, Benji.
Yeah.
Okay, Benji. Real talk.
Mm.
Okay, so you were eating peanuts. I was gonna keep this to myself. I legitimately thought you were clipping your toenails.
I clip my toenails. Shoot, I don't do
But I
that.
didn't want to. If you were, I didn't want to put you on blast. So
Nah,
I just kind
I
of
don't. I
suffered it
don't.
in silence.
I
I
don't
just
clip
kind
my
of,
toenails. I chew my
for real.
toenails
I was
off
like,
like a
listen,
man.
I know Benji has had his little pookie moments, but I was like, I know this dude is not clipping his damn toenails
I
on my
wasn't.
live right now.
I wasn't
But the thing
clipping my
is, I didn't
Hey.
want
toenails.
to call you out
Yeah,
and
no, I
embarrass
don't
you.
see anything wrong with that.
So I was just like, let me just suffer this in silence and maybe bring it up to him in private. But then you cleared it up. You said you were eating peanuts. Okay, but you eating peanuts sounded like you were clipping some toenails.
I wasn't clipping toenails. I tell you. And if I was clipping toenails, like I said, I'd be chewing my toenails because that's a little more manlier than clipping your
Gemini.
toenails.
Yeah, I was like, I know this dude is not clipping his toenails. I was like, can we have some class? Some sophistication?
That's cold-blooded,
Time I
Phyllis.
have a live, I'm gonna announce this rule. So, to anybody listening, there's a new rule on my live. If you are eating, mute yourself.
Oh no,
Let me
no, I
define
do
this.
that.
Tam's live are no holds barred. Do anything you need to do and say anything you want to say on our lives.
Okay, I move that if somebody is eating on my panel, they need to mute themselves. Is everybody in favor of this motion? Say aye.
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 Everybody that.
Nope, not me.
Even though I don't do that,
No eye
I'll
over
stay
here.
eye anyway.
No eye over here. Nope, I'm gonna just. In fact, I think I got some walnuts around here.
George, keep it up. Keep it up.
See, okay, Tam, I have a question for you. Now,
Uh-huh.
when you say eating, see, there's
All of
various
it.
spectrum.
All of it.
So
No
basically,
way.
so
No
basically,
way. I
eating
ate
it.
during your last live.
Huh?
I
So
ate during
eating.
your last live.
What?
I need to give out some shout outs for a minute. Beauty and
Okay.
Essence with Essence. Thanks for coming through. Quita, you know, I'm hitting my chest, Of course, Gemini's there. Phyllis is there. You know what I mean? These are folks. You know something, Tam. I really am not happy on how you treated Thomas. I think he should have been a little bit nicer. Anyway,
Don't stop instigating. Keep it up. I told you, you're only a plane ticket away. That precious
I keep my car
BMW
locked up. I keep
that
my
you
car
have
locked up.
that's got you acting out.
Hey, I'm just gonna say, but I appreciate everybody.
I
Where were
treat
we?
Thomas very well. See how much of a gentleman he is. See, he's like, I don't eat on panels or lives. You see that?
Yeah, there's Southern Belle in here thinking I'm like Vladimir Harkonnen or something, man.
No,
I ain't nasty.
Thomas, I'm just curious.
we like Mark and Benji.
Thomas, I'm just curious. What side of the country are you on?
Who?
Just curious.
Who me?
No, I was asking Thomas. I know where you are at. I ain't gonna say nothing.
I live on Mars.
Yeah.
So Tam,
Tim,
I got a question for you.
Uh-huh.
Can you make a different like a difference between say eating a candy bar and say eating a plate of like ham and sour cream and like
if I hear
cheese?
crunching noises, if I hear somebody smacking their mouth, if I hear loud chewing, if I hear eating that sounds like someone is clipping their toenails, all of that is not allowed.
You know something, Tam? I just found out, how far are you from Mississippi, Tam?
You know what, DJ Torch? Keep it up.
Oh wait, are you talking about this? That right there? That sound?
Yeah, man.
That
Yeah.
okay? That what like that sound is basically me like okay, you know how you do your hand like a claw, and then you squeeze in the air. That's how I like. That's how I do to like crack the air out of my joints and shit. I'll like do that, and it'll get rid of the air in my joints. So, and
Damn.
sometimes that gets loud.
You are going to make Southern Belle curse you out.
Hey,
It's
ladies in the house. Where's
Tupelo. Oh, that's where Elvis is from. By the way, that Elvis movie is very good. Austin Butler did a good job.
born and raised? Yeah, let me see. And I think, let me see.
Yeah,
Let me
please
see
don't give him
something.
any ideas.
Let me
Don't
see
give him any ideas.
something.
I swear. Benji, I swear, next time you're on my live, if you start getting ideas of how to piss me off, I promise you, you're also you're also a plane ticket away. Don't
I
mess with me.
absolutely will not piss you off. Number one, and number two, I don't think I see a problem with my sister coming over to San Francisco and enjoying some of this good weather.
You're asking me questions trying to find loopholes so you can start eating something on my next live and think you're gonna get away with it.
What about a Jamba Juice? Can I drink that on live?
So if I hear a bunch of like slurping and stuff like that, we all have
No,
to listen.
damn, no slurping either. Damn, okay.
Let's see here. Let's see.
Potato salad and raisins. I don't know. I'm not a hipster. I don't eat stuff like that. I'm sorry.
Nubia Gold. Nubia Gold. If you have HBO Max, the Elvis movie is on HBO Max. By the way, rest in peace, Lisa Marie Presley.
Oh yeah, she died. That's
Yo, I need Tammy to take me out to a 5-star dinner. There must be another Tam on the panel because what?
there's a 5-star restaurant right down the street. Actually, she can
Why
take you
should
there.
why do I need to take you out on the five? What? I am the one that gets taken on the 5-star restaurant.
Well,
What are you
he could
talking
take you
about?
there. He could take you to the 5-star restaurant down the street.
Oh Lord,
It's actually pretty good fine dining. That's good eating right there. Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, man. Fine dining always weirded me out, man. Like you get like 20 courses of like one scallop, or like all them weird restaurants you'll see. I'm like,
It's not quite close enough
Yeah.
for a drive, but the flight's not that far at all. Oh, never.
What you talking
Don't
about?
mind me. I'm just talking.
What you talking about, Willis?
you're gonna start being nice to me again. I don't like the new you.
Who, George? Oh man, because I know you ain't talking about me.
Here, let me play this video.
Talk about you.
Let me think. Let me know what you guys think about this.
Here.
Okay.
And tonight we have a little bit of an exploratory video.
Why do they always look
to my
dusty?
right, there is a guy on the screen.
Because he is.
Oh, this
whole
mug.
situation is so disturbing and so sad. He is a passport bro, but he won't be for much longer because the Chinese are going to lay fire upon your ass and light him up with bullets because they got firing squads out there. They're gonna light him up with bullets because he went over into these people's country acting the doggone fool. And they, we're going to go into all details as well as play additional video story time from a young lady. Let me just get the
Quite honestly, I think this is a lot worse than anything that Austin and company have done because for their cause.
You know they go beat the hell out of him, right?
And I'm going to get the text out. I'm getting the
Of this dude?
Yeah, you know they go beat the hell out of him in prison, right?
Oh shoot! I don't think he's going to be in prison. I think he's going to be in heaven or hell.
Right.
They don't mess around. They don't have that little 10-year stay BS. That's like he might be gone now.
Yeah.
Last I heard that a couple of months ago about that he was supposed to be sentenced to death by firing squad for that.
Oh, Lordy
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well,
Um,
the thing is, brother, like with the Chinese when they execute their prisoners,
Right. Yeah.
they'll execute you inside of a van, and in that van they take your organs out, then they put them onto a plane and ship them out to the potential clients. So China does have that state sponsored organ sale. So he might not even get that. The firing squad.
That'll be weird. I never heard of that.
Yeah, because you can't donate a shot up lung or a shot up liver.
No, you
You know,
can't.
yeah.
And I guess you're
that's
right.
true.
Yep.
Southern Belle, why are you hating on Marquis so much?
Oh, she always do that. That's her favorite pastime, hating on me.
Be nice. Be nice to Marquis.
She be hating like
I
that.
can't say nothing. She watches my back, so I can't say nothing. Sorry, Marky. No.
Hell, man, I
Well,
have two
yeah.
passports. I have two passports. It's really nothing special. I have two passports. Let's see here. These guys, they're laughable. A lot of
They
these
are.
people I've been watching since I was about mm, 10, 11, 12, maybe even 13.
Wow.
Um, yeah, I remember back in 2015, I was about 15, 16. Angry Man was still making videos in his car, and he still had the comic book format. Um, Hardcore Tito was with Meg. She would appear in his comment section at times, and when he was gone for certain periods of time, he most likely was in prison or jail or whatever. Um, yes, I know about these people. I know, in 2000, they had those magazines, Jet, Ebony, Essence. I think might have been Jet magazine. They had a stub in there about brothers going to Brazil, and it was dated 2008. Um, 'cause my uncle would keep these magazines in the bathroom, and I would look at them because they had the little girls in bikinis in the centerfold, and so I was like about maybe 8, 9, looking at this article like, brothers going to Brazil. Yeah, so I was kind of already ahead of the game compared to Austin Holman. Funny enough, Austin and I are the same age. But
That's what's up.
yeah, I was ahead of the game, and yeah, this Austin, he's just moving too much out there. Trying to put everything on social media. It's kind of funny, like what they criticize women for, they do the same thing.
Yeah, that's true.
You would typically associate posting to social media and the need to be seen and attention with women, but for some reason, Austin can't stop doing it. Can't stop.
Yeah, he's got issues.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw what he did the other day with Tanya TKO, with the girl. That was pretty messed up.
I mean, how depressing would that be that you get kicked out of one country just to go to another country and get diss a woman and then get dissed by her? That's like all that plane time. I don't know.
The
Maybe
funny. You know what the funny thing is? Zoom to Thailand posted a photo of him. I guess like at the Bellagio over there in Thailand, and I'm like, this guy spent more money going to Thailand to go to the Bellagio, that cost to just go to the Bellagio over
in
in
Las
Vegas.
Yeah.
it only cost me $15 to go to the Bellagio in Las Vegas. I'm right around the corner from it. Well, not right around the corner, because right around the corner is the ghetto, but I live near it. Let's put it that way.
About the ghetto.
Yeah,
Wait,
but
what? What happened?
Yeah. Did you wake up? Tammy. Tammy falling out, then getting back up. She was like, oh.
What'd you
I
say?
was looking
She
at something for a
falling
minute.
asleep, and then she get up again.
Man, what DJ Torches? Whatever.
See, I told you she sounds sleepy as hell. Let me start this video.
Let me just get the thumbnail updated. But this is a sad, sad situation. Sad, sad situation indeed. Because you know what? I thought that these men were going over there in earnest to find relationships, but it seems as if it's
Man, he
something
kind of looks like
much
you
more
know who.
sinister than that. It's
What?
Oh, piss man.
I'm just saying. Like, what kind of
Mm.
cheap shirt and tie does he have on?
Well, I guess he was trying to get a job when he made that video.
Yeah.
Okay,
I,
no
w- I,
shame
w-
in.
I will say this,
seems
man. I
as
live in
if
Houston, and there was an incident right before the holidays. Man, it was very sad. Black man, young black guy, was with a Latina woman. Went to the bar where she worked. They got into an altercation in the parking lot, and he just shot her. It's like people don't know when to walk away, you know. And it's very sad when I hear stories like this.
if they are using stereotypes and also going to targeting people in countries where they don't have good laws to protect the young lady. So here, let me we're going to oh wait, darn it. That's the wrong area. Sorry, I got to get the link in the right area.
Good point. Southern Belle, her eyes do look red, like she's been crying or something. Weird. Like I mean, she's not. It looks like she's not crying right now, but it looks like she cried.
And there we go. All right, text notification squad, your text is on the way. Say congrats to there's over 870 over 817 people in the text notification squad right now. So I'm happy about that. So if you want to join the text notification squad, go to tanyatko.com/text. All right. I just got that out. Let me go ahead and do www. You know what? I'll do it after we go live on all of the platforms. So we got the text out. So let's go ahead and go live. My oh my, this is just terrible indeed. All right. All right. We are live on Twitch. We're live on Twitter. We're live on Facebook. We're live on LinkedIn. And of course, you know, we are live on YouTube. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. I am your host, Tanya TKO. I am a self-love specialist from TanyaTKO.com. I help you learn how to love yourself and one another. Tonight, we're talking about the Passport Bros again. I want to give a shout out to Whisper in Your Ear on I'll give her a correct name once I pull it up. But I want to give a shout out to her for letting me know about this story because I didn't know. And thank you to all of the people who are sending me stories on my website, TanyaTKO.com, who are letting me know about the things that are sorry, this is so loud. Sorry. I
It's
just
okay.
moved
I
the
like that
audio into
groove. What
the
do you mean?
full
Turn the music back up. Come on, Tanya. Come on.
way up. Welcome in. Welcome. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So yeah, so we're talking about the Passport Bros tonight, and I'm gonna play a video for you all because I want you to see the video.
Tanya does bite off of other content creators, but she's still good at what she does. But I've noticed some things she's picked up from other content creators that I've seen in on the YT streets.
So first,
Mm.
right? And then from there, I want to show you what it is that he did. So the name of the channel is Whisper in Your Ear. No, Whisper. Yeah,
Creative, where
Whisper
you been?
N. Lord
Creative,
have mercy. Let me
creative
just put it up on the
solutions in the
screen.
house.
Goodness, because people be doing their names any kind of how. So here is the name down at the bottom here. It is Whisper, the letter N, and then Your Ear 007. Because she let me know about this story. So thank you to the people who do send me stories, right? I want to show you this video first because people keep talking about, oh, choose better, right? And I actually had to put a man to task today. I was like, you
Oh,
know what?
Southern Belle, I
Send me
love the
some of
slow
your
jam.
friends that you know are better options, that are single, and let me talk to them. Send them to me so I can put them in my database. You know, I'm a certified matchmaker, so yes. But but the thing is, when you ask them, they themselves don't have this plethora. So I want to show you. So this guy right here, first glance, what do you think about him? What do you think about his look? What do you think about the look in his eyes? What do you think about his face? What do you think? What do you think? We're going to hear his. This is a. Oh my lord. His name is Shadid Abdul Mateen, right? And this is a video that he did to apply for a job in Asia. He wanted to be a teacher over there. As you know, I taught in Japan. Well, I went through the motions to teach in Japan.
DJ Torch, why do YouTube creators think they own stories? Yeah, I know. That's interesting. I guess they put so much energy into them that they feel like it's theirs. But I mean I can kind of understand sometimes. Sometimes you might kick out an exclusive and then somebody kicks out the same exclusive. But to me, it's like that's why you just have to have a good personality or something different about you that people want to come to you for I guess what y'all call the tea. I drink coffee though.
And I'm going to play a story time from you all about how Asian women are done by these passport bros. And then I'm going to tell you my own story about the way Black men got down and how they did Japanese girls and what ended up happening before I left Japan. So, a lot of people never heard of this, but this was big news in China. But I'm gonna show you. Listen, let's just get right into his video. Go ahead and tag somebody because we have the word death in the title, so the video's not gonna really go far
Willis, what does BWE mean? I'm old.
unless you
Black
tag
woman
somebody.
experience.
Share
Oh,
this.
okay. What is that?
Empowerment.
Empowerment. Yeah, empowerment. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Excuse
okay,
me.
okay.
Groups. If you have
I said
travel groups,
experience. My bad.
if you're in these manosphere groups, share the video inside the group. Share this in your WhatsApp travel
Thomas
groups or
don't like her.
whatnot that are talking about the passport bros, because we're going to talk about the profile of the mentality of some of these men and how they are getting down, right? Phlebotomy school, listen. Congratulations. All right, let's go forward.
Hello, my name is Shadi. I'm from Los Angeles, California, a city rich in culture,
Oh my
diversity,
God.
and a city that's definitely best for someone who's trying to be culturally competent like myself.
Okay, so when you see this guy, well, you know what? I've seen a lot of Muslims with a darkened spot on their forehead from praying, putting their head down on the ground over and over. And his name is Shadid. So he could be Muslim, he could be praying, I don't know. But what are your thoughts from hearing his voice, looking at his mannerisms? If this guy asked you, if you saw this guy on a dating app and he asked you out on a date, would you go out on a date with him? If you would, I want you to go put up the number 1. If you're neutral, put up the number 2. And if you would not, go ahead and put up the number 3. I want to see what you all.
Beauty, that's this. But before I get to the story, let's get to the shambles. That's just cracking me up because it's like, give me my money.
Have to
All
say.
right.
Would you go out on a date with this guy? Yes is 1, neutral is 2, and no is 3. And then tell me why. So somebody's saying he has pedo vibes. Somebody's already spooked. It screams, I want a white woman. He is the mark of the beast. You all are so silly. Wait, my one little Twitchy says, hell no. You you know you know what? Me personally, I would go out on a date with him. If he asked me out on a date, I might have to put up number 2 because. But if you, so okay, if he asked,
She's 47, right? 47.
Me out on a date, I would have to talk to him on the phone because he doesn't look bad to me. He doesn't look bad to me. Somebody says he looks
She sounds weird
dishonest.
when she laughed, though.
Lord.
Somebody look, just because his teeth are horrible doesn't mean he's a bad person. I would give a number two. I would need to listen. I would need to talk to him on the phone, see him on FaceTime, and see, right? But just from this video, I mean, you know what? I'm a sapiosexual, so I'm more interested in intelligence, right? So I can give leeway for the look if he is. You all are saying crazy eyes. Okay. Let's get back to the video. Yeah, so he's a regular, average-looking dude. I don't personally see anything the matter with him, but he does have a kind of weirdness. But I find that sometimes people who have a certain illness or whatever, they can be a little weird, right? Oh my goodness. Like this makes me think because I once dated a guy. I was, I remember I met him when I was in high school and he was
Hmm.
a college student and he had diabetes. And so he had weird vibes like this guy, and I always thought it was because he had diabetes. But now that I look back on it, what was a college student doing talking to a damn high schooler anyway? But I remember, like he actually even came to my house and everything, right? I remember. But I also remember traversing into college when he was contacting me. But I've
What you
always
doing,
thought that the weird vibes were because he was
85?
diabetic. But now that because you know what, I was thinking about this with a young woman's mind. But now that I think about it, there's nothing about diabetes that'll make a person weird. But he was kind of weird, like this dude right here. Now that I think about it, let's get back to the story, right? We'll go all the way back so that you can hear his introduction because the volume was a little low in the beginning. So let's go.
Hello, my name is Shadi. I'm from Los Angeles, California, a city rich in culture, diversity, and a city that's definitely best for someone who's trying to be culturally competent like myself. I graduated from Santa Monica High School. I also graduated from the University of Phoenix with a Bachelor's in Science and Human Service Management. I also graduated with an associate's degree, a minor in psychology. I also am involved with youth mentoring from ages 16, 15, 16 through young adult stages, sometimes elderly. So I've visited the convalescent homes before just to talk to people, see how people are doing. I have great communication skills. I'm approachable. I'm diverse. I'm adaptable. Uh, I'm courageous. I'm not shy. Uh, I like to communicate with people from all walks of life, regardless of their grade level, their educational level. Living in Southern California has made me this way, and I believe that I will be a successful instructor with these qualities. I also like to cook. I like to stay active, even though I need to shed a few pounds. But as far as being able to be qualified as an instructor, I believe that I have what it takes, and I believe I have the ability to be better.
Boy, were they wrong.
And I like to listen. I like to hear what people say. And I'm looking forward to the challenge. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, no. Something does seem a little off
He seems weird.
about him. I don't know what it is, though. I don't know what it is.
I'll date an inflatable doll before a dude like this.
Oh wow.
Bobby Rushi gets that's a good old
Maybe,
roast.
maybe this could be it. Maybe,
Maybe because he's a
maybe
murderer.
this is
Maybe that's what
okay.
she's tripping off of.
This is him. So that video that he did was from 9 years ago. This man was born in the 1960s, right? So this is him now, 2019. Oh, sorry. When did this happen? Let's see.
I know. Solar eclipse.
2022, right? 2022. This is him in court. We're going to read about what he did, right? We're going to read about what he did, and I'm going to give you a little bit of background. So
Yeah,
here,
yeah. I'm still, hey, lady. Yeah, you brought up a good point. I don't, as far as business competitors and all that kind of stuff, I can understand people maybe, um, I don't know, but I really haven't seen anything insidious come from her. With I don't know, maybe she pissed off a lot of business people. I don't know, but Tanya seems okay from at least afar. I don't know enough. Everybody seems to know a lot more about her than me, so I'm just waiting for the tea to drop.
so here. A US citizen was sentenced to death by a Chinese court in April for intentional homicide of his girlfriend. He lost his appeal on Thursday. The High People's Court of Eastern China Zhejiang province rejected the appeal of Shadid Abdul Mateen, who taught English at the Ningbo University of Technology. Shadid is a University of Phoenix graduate. I'm sorry, is that online school with the bird, the white bird and the black background? Is that the online school? Lord have mercy. Oh my goodness. Okay. The High People's Court of Zhejiang Province found that the facts found by the Ningbo Intermediate People's Court were clear. The evidence was true and sufficient. The conviction was accurate, the sentence was appropriate, and the trial procedure was lawful. So it made the above ruling, reported CCTV. The court has forwarded the case to the Supreme People's Court for approval, which is the final step before Shadid's execution. Yes, he will be shot by firing squad. Oh, these Chinese people ain't playing. Listen to what it is that he did. Abdul Mateen was accused of stabbing a 21-year-old Chinese woman multiple times in the neck and face. He claimed the killing was because of a relationship dispute back on June 14th, 2021. After a standard session of CCP interrogation, Abdul confessed to the murder, which he states happened because of a quote unquote emotional dispute, relationship issues, and listen to this. If you need to see this, put this on your TV so you can see it larger. Asians weren't doing what they were told, in reference
Uh,
to a line said by Chris Tucker's character in Rush Hour 2. That's going to be important because we're going to go back to these stereotypes later. Abdul Mateen and the 21-year-old engineering student Chen Shijun began dating in early 2019. Apparently, Abdul Mateen lied to Chen about being divorced and single, which wasn't the case. Around May 2021, Chen tried to break off the relationship several times. Abdul Mateen refused to let the relationship end and verbally threatened Chen to do what she was told, reports the Global Times. On June 14th, 2021, Abdul Mateen met Chen at a bus stop near Ningbo. Later that night, he stabbed Chen and sliced her neck repeatedly until she lost the ability to resist. Infuriated that Chen wanted to end the relationship, Abdul Mateen then stabbed her in the face several more times, killing her. The People's Court made clear during Abdul Mateen's death sentence his motive was despicable and cruel. The court reminded the attendants that Abdul Mateen was guaranteed a proper defense, had access to an interpreter, consular visits, and other procedural rights in accordance with international law. Abdul will be executed. He will be executed by firing squad. He'll be executed by firing squad. Okay. So there's several other details, right? There's several other details that the Chinese are withholding. There's also a capital R word, right? So let me pull up. This was reported in the United States, but this didn't become big news over here. So this was him. There's some things that are a little bit fishy about this case. He claims that they were dating, but he was a professor at her university. This man was born in the 1960s, which means that he was in his 50s, trying to date a 21-year-old young lady, right? At the university in which he taught, right? So these are it says that it says he had a folding knife. It says her body was found in the bushes and that she was RAPED, that she was capital R worded, right? I'm going to show you something here. What you see on the screen right here are text messages from them, right? He's inviting her to go to some sort of summer villa or something like that, right? Summer vacation, go learn to cook 4 different vegetables and 3 different ways to cook chicken and maybe fish. Then we can have fun like this. Don't be scared, just go learn. I will be living in, and then he gives an address in Chinese. Next semester, 45-minute drive, 1 hour, 45-minute subway. And then she says, that's great, right? So she's giving him the okay, that's great. 2 sentences. This is what was found on her phone, right? And then he's like, why? And then he's like, next semester, you come there on weekends and relax and cook. Does this sound like a romantic relationship to you? Are these romantic texts? Let me just tell you something else. Wikipedia did an article about this young lady called The Murder of Chen Shu Zhen, right? I'm going to show you a picture of her. This is where's the picture? This is a picture. These are her, this is her family holding up a photograph of her, right? Her family is distraught. Let me tell you a little bit about what also happened. The university refused to give her parents the belongings of the student. They pretended as if they lost them. Then when law enforcement got involved, then they started changing their story. But the university also had been letting these male teachers get away with asking the female students what color their underwear was and saying that that's not a code of conduct, it's just a difference in cultures. Also, the Chinese government, remember a few years ago, the Chinese government had blocked YouTube or Google, was it? Right? Remember. The Chinese government is a communist government that censors and also controls their citizens. They use the pandemic as a way to catalog all of their people and give them apps on their phones to know where they were, who they came into contact with, so that you know how Google Maps works, right? Google Maps doesn't work from some satellite looking down. Google Maps works from your phones. It's able to estimate the number of phones that people have in a particular area to estimate how bad traffic is, right? So once they have these phones, they're able to be able to know who came into contact with whom, who came. This is why there are companies still to this day that are trying to block TikTok. There's so many people, and TikTok is a whole scam in and of itself. TikTok, and I tried to go through the motions just to see what type of BS they were on. They're asking for ID, your government ID, in order to pay you. They don't care about business, nothing. Because I'm paid by all of these platforms through my business account, business paperwork. but they want your home address, they want your government ID, your passport, and they don't even pay. They give you like $40 for 1 million views, something very astronomical like that, right? So nonetheless, the Chinese government has been covering up different parts of the case, and they also have been deleting, excuse me, they've been deleting videos and outrage. This is why a lot of people haven't heard about this. They delete the things that people have been talking about and raising up online because they said that it's not good for international affairs to discuss his nationality and his race. So they've been deleting a lot of it. They also deleted the details of the capital R word. But they're saying her body was found in the bushes and there was sufficient evidence. So this is what I am reading, right? So there's a lot of things going on. The government and the schools, they do not protect the young ladies there because there's no reason why a professor should be asking his student the color of her doggone underwear. So I want to talk to you about the profile of a passport bro. The fact that these men are attempting to travel to countries where they feel that the women are more submissive, right? They want to travel to countries that the government has lax laws. We heard from the couple the other day, right? We heard from the couple, the Brazilian couple, where they talked about, even though to us in the United States, those girls are preferences because they're mixed with the oppressor's DNA. They're kind of throwaways over there because of colorism and featureism and texturism and all of that. So you can be light skinned, but if you have the Negroid features with the wider nose and all of that, you're going to be considered lesser than. This is why, and so let me tell you all this. It has been women who have led the charge in Brazil because the men consider the women to be like, whatever, you can have our scraps, right? But nonetheless, this story is just so disturbing. This story is so disturbing, right? This man was married and had a child, and his wife left him, according to Wikipedia, right? His wife left him, even she couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't take it. She had to get away from him, right? Here. This is him now. I want you to take a look at how he looks. Weathered by age. I just want you to imagine him holding a passport up in the camera like these men on TikTok. Gray in his beard, emaciated physically. He moved over to China to get access to these girls. He taught at a university to have access. We talk about the profile of a pedo, and these pedos have to get into professions in which they have access to children in vulnerable positions. I'm going to play a video for you all, and then we'll talk a little bit more. We're going to play a story time, right? Because I want you all to hear this, because when I was, and this is from a young lady by the name of Elliot X4. I'll show it to you on the large screen. You see her name right here. Go support the people. Elliot X4, that's 2 L's, 2 T's, an X and a 4, right? So support the people that I react to, etc. All right. So here we go.
Was in Brazil reminded me of watching that video of that guy that was in Brazil, reminded me of my own experience with passport bros and how they don't take the answer no from local women very well and feel that they are entitled to their bodies. So a lot of the times when I talk about dating, a lot of Black men get upset because I don't mention dating Black men while abroad. It's not that I didn't want to, but a lot of them were passport bros. There's one guy, he was American. I met him. He was a bodybuilder. He was part of our friends group. when you live in China, like especially the small town that I'm in, you are on an oasis. There's not a lot of other foreigners that you will see, especially not a lot of other Black foreigners. That being said, when I met him, he was a cool guy. He was jovial. He was fun to be around. My friend group really, we really enjoyed hanging around with him. But one night we all decided to go out to a bar, or not even really a bar. It was more like a dance club. Um, and when we got to the club, he became like fixated on this one girl. I want to say one local girl, one Chinese girl. And she was nice. She was fascinated, like how she was fascinated with me being Black, and seeing Black and white people like all in this big friends group. She was like really taken back and in awe of what she was seeing. Now that might sound innocent enough to us, but a lot of passport bros, they take advantage of that in awe feeling that locals and stuff get when they see us. Anywho, all night he continued to kind of try to flirt with her, make advances to her. And you could tell like her starry-eyed demeanor that she previously had just kind of started to diminish. Like, okay, now you're getting on my nerves. Like, please back off. But Chinese people, the way they deal with confrontation is very different than like how we do in America. And I think that's why these passport bros deem it as being submissive, when in actuality they're not being cursed out like, straightforward. So they assume that they can continue to advance and harass these women. And that's what he did. He continued to harass this woman all night and follow her around the bar, grabbing
Listen,
her, making her dance, and she was just over it. Like she was
Thirsty.
enjoying being around me and my other friends because it was a large group. It was just this one guy that was like really killing her vibe. So we were all walking home, and he was trying to get her back to his house. He was grabbing at her waist. And she was like, no, 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 like, I'm good. He's like, oh, I can help you with your English. And, and like really something that he would never do in this. Mind you, he's talking about helping her with her English. It is 4 a.m. We are all going home. He was trying to get this woman back to his head. Shout out to her because she was not going for it. She was like, again, he was trying to deem it as like being playful, grabbing at her body, um, and she would like key and like run behind the white Canadian guy that was there, or she'll run behind me and grab me. And eventually she grabbed me and she did not let go of me. Because he was really trying to get this girl back to his house. And they were at some point the men ended up walking ahead of us, and she was like, please do not let him take me back. And I was like, girl, I got you. If you gotta come home with me, I got you. And he still didn't get the hint. Like this is the thing. Like he still
he
didn't
got
get
the
the hint.
hint.
He still was trying to pick her up and carry her around, show how strong he is, and show how he's like the prize. And she's like, I am not going back with you to your home. I am not. If this is how you treat me outside of your home, I am not going back to your home. She should have said that straight up. But again, whatever.
Different culture.
She was fearful that he was going to hurt her. And she was fearful that he was going to hurt her because he was not taking no as an answer. Just for can I touch you? Can I hug you? Like, you're not asking for permission for those things. Why would I come back to your house? But again, he thought he was entitled because he's the passport bro. He's the prize when he goes abroad. He is their way out of the trenches. Like, that is the pedestal that they put themselves on, to the point of almost SAN somebody. Watching that video of that guy that was in Brazil.
Okay, so her video ended right there, right? What are your thoughts so far? I can attest because when I was in Japan, like the culture is very meek, very gomenasai and kind of with deference, right? Not wanting confrontation, just being like, iye, like gomenasai, simasen, just like not in your face confrontational. And when I was in Japan myself, I listen, military men.
Hey, how y'all doing? How y'all doing?
What's up?
Can I say one thing as far as that last lady?
Who is this?
This is Pastor, Pastor. I don't think that was a good reference towards passport bros. And I do agree, passport bros are doing some very, very questionable things. And I think she was trying to hint at that. But at the same time, that it sounded like she was a little bit jealous. Like she liked the guy, and the guy didn't like her back, and he started to over pursue an Asian woman. And I guess she didn't like that. So I guess she thought, well, I'm gonna be her protector, but also a form of, I guess, blocking him from getting at that girl. And then maybe he
Did
would
we
like her
did,
more.
did we see two different things? Did
I
we
saw
hear
what
two different things?
I
I'm
was looking at
confused.
it.
There you
I was
go.
looking at it, but I really took it as I really took it as her being envious of that in particular guy. Now in other cases, passport brothers have cut up and done some wild stuff. I get it, but in that in particular case, I think it was more envy than him actually doing something, because I find it mighty funny that she was the only person in the whole group that took such a great notice of this horrible guy.
How do you know she was the only one in the group?
Exactly. She's the one who just speaking on it.
Well, she didn't make a reference to the group or everyone else
She did
intervening.
make reference to her hiding behind the Canadian guy as well. So did you expect her to stop and say, well, such and such said something and such said something? Is that how you normally tell a story? She's telling it from her point of view regardless. And I don't see how you can say that you think that she was jealous of this Asian woman when the Asian woman was running around seeking protection from this groping passport guy. The story that she told was exactly what we get here in the United States and in the UK. So I'm confused by, maybe I saw something different than everybody else. Maybe it's me.
Well, maybe I just
I
heard it. Maybe I heard it and interpreted it different. I interpreted it as, this was a group. She was interested in this guy. They went out one night. He was more interested in a foreign woman than her. And the foreign woman maybe might have been more interested in the group than him. But I really don't know if that,
when did she
come on,
say
man.
when did she say that she liked him? When did you hear her say that she was attracted to
She
him?
said that they were hanging out together and he was a really nice guy. They were all cool with him. They were all starting to really like him and wanting to be around him. She said it's in particularly for herself. So I'm
You
thinking
do
that
understand that there's a difference between saying someone is likable and that they're a nice, cool person, as opposed to I'm attracted to this person. You do realize there's a difference, right?
what she also led with, there are not that many people that look like us there. So she was
Okay, so
kind
that
of
still doesn't mean she was attracted to him. It's
she was kind
private.
of isolating them too, saying they should have been attracted to each other because of it being less of them there.
Did she actually say that, or are you assuming that?
I'm assuming that
Why?
just based off listening to her speak about it.
You don't think this is some of your personal, you taking some of your personal feelings and put it into it? You feel like black women feel this kind of way?
That could be very true because I married interracial and I have an interracial child. So we have experienced black women and I have had black women say, well, you married that in particular girl, or you did that. So I've in particularly faced that myself. So yeah, I've had black women come at me for that. Yeah. So I'm not gonna say I'm not biased. I'm not gonna say I'm not biased.
You're apparently biased because none of us see it that way. And from our experience, especially from mine, because I have a multitude of races in my family and ethnicities. And I've also been around a lot of diverse people from different countries. And I can tell you that what she's saying doesn't necessarily mean that she liked him. It's tribal. When you go somewhere and it's not a lot of you, you tend to group to where people look like you are. And just because she's saying he's a likable guy, doesn't mean that she was attracted to him and wanted to talk to him. How do you know the woman wasn't a lesbian? Like, how do you know she even likes men?
Well, she could have been the way she cleaned on the
No, the woman clinged on to her. Did she not? Did she not say she clung on to me? And I was like, okay, I, because she was being protective of her. I'm just throwing something out there. I'm not saying the woman was. I'm just saying how black men assume that every woman wants them just because she smiles at him. And that's the problem that a lot of you have, is that you lack the ability to read social cues. People being nice, and that's what Tanya TKO was expressing. People being nice to you and smiling doesn't mean they want you. That just means, that could possibly mean they're just a nice person.
I mean, it could mean that they're a nice person. It could definitely mean that. But I do think that it was the case that she did like him. I mean, that's just my thought. I could be wrong, but that's just my
DJ,
thought.
they said play it back.
Okay, got it.
You see her name right here. Go support the people. Elliot X4, that's two L's, two T's, an X and a 4, right? So support the people that I react to, etc. All right. So here we go.
Was in Brazil reminded me of watching that video of that guy that was in Brazil, reminded me of my own experience with passport bros and how they don't take the answer no from local women very well and feel that they are entitled to their bodies. So a lot of the times when I talk about dating, a lot of black men get upset because I don't mention dating black men while abroad. It's not that I didn't want to, but a lot of them were passport bros. There was one guy, he was American. I met him. He was a bodybuilder. He was part of our friends group. When you live in China, like especially the small town that I'm in, you are on an oasis. There's not a lot of other foreigners that you will see, especially not a lot of other black foreigners. That being said, when I met him, he was a cool guy. He was jovial. He was fun to be around. My friend group really, we really enjoyed hanging around with him. But one night we all decided to go out to a bar, or not even really a bar. It was more like a dance club. Um, and when we got to the club, he became like fixated on this one girl. I want to say one local girl, one Chinese girl. And she was nice. She was fascinated, like how she was fascinated with me being black and seeing black and white people like all in this big friends group. She was like really taken back and in awe of what she was seeing. Now, that might sound innocent enough to us, but a lot of passport bros, they take advantage of that in awe feeling that locals and stuff get when they see us. Anywho, all night he continued to kind of try to flirt with her, make advances to her. And you could tell like her starry-eyed demeanor that she previously had just kind of started to diminish. Like, okay, now you're getting on my nerves. Like, please back off. But Chinese people, the way they deal with confrontation is very different than like how we do in America. And I think that's why these passport bros deem it as being submissive, when in actuality they're not being cursed out like, straightforward. Um, So they assume that they can continue to advance and harass these women. And that's what he did. He
Okay, you can
continued
stop it,
to.
BJ. So she clearly said he was part of their friends group. What she did was describe everyone's interaction with him prior to the setting that they were in when he began to harass that woman. So she wasn't expecting that behavior from him because he presented a certain way when they were all together.
Okay, so I get your argument. I do get your argument, but my argument is that if this woman was being harassed or treated so bad, there's plenty of security officers there. What was this? Why did she have to find
You
refuge?
said so bad. What define so bad?
If it was so bad that the sister took such a caution to it, and the woman was able to find refuge under the sister, but not security, not
But why
the
would she
club
need to go to
owners.
security if she found refuge behind the woman? And when the
Well,
other
Exactly.
that's my whole point. Why was the woman so invested in their interaction? If it was so,
because the woman sought her out for protection. She sees this woman and sees that this woman looks exactly like this man. So therefore, she feels like, okay, as a woman, I'm going to go to you because I know you probably understand what he's doing and you understand me and my body language as a woman. So I'm going to stand behind you because you can better understand him and diffuse the situation. Does that make sense to you? As opposed to causing a
no, no, no,
scene.
that does make sense. But I think why wouldn't she take the better option though of going behind one of her own men or a man in that in particular situation? I do understand what you're saying. Like where she felt like, oh, they got the sisterhood, they got woman,
Why
they got
would she
female.
go? Why would she need to go behind one of her men when she was at the table with that group of people?
Why she didn't go behind one of her own men from that country or one of the men from that
Why
group?
did she need to go seek out a man?
Because if she was looking for protection against a
Obviously, she
man,
got that protection
if
with that woman, did she not?
uh, obviously not, she just was
No,
holding her
she
close.
did get protection because that woman said she stayed with her until they got to where they needed to go in order for her not to feel the way that she felt with that man. So obviously,
She
she
said you
felt
can come
protected.
home.
No, 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 no. Obviously, she felt protected by that woman and didn't feel the need to go to a man. You're not getting these social cues. You're not understanding that there was no. See, this is the ego issue you have. We don't need to have to fall behind every man in order to be protected from another man in every situation. What we will do and what we usually do. This is why women go out together
Mhm.
to avoid the confrontation with men, because when we're in groups, it's less likely that one man is going to infiltrate us in that group.
But it
So
wasn't a
you
group; it
don't
was
need
just them two.
wait, let me
But come on,
finish.
come on,
So
Pastor. You acting like you
No,
never went out
I'm
and
just
you
giving
never
some
seen
pushback. I'm
women
giving some
go out
pushback. I'm giving some
and they go
pushback
out
on
with
you.
their friends. And when one woman don't feel comfortable, she'll tell the other friend, and other friend will be like, "Come on, let's go." You act like you never seen situations like that happen in a
Yeah, I have.
club, in
I
a
have.
bar, in any kind of scenario. You know
I
you be
have.
seeing it happening.
I have. I have.
All
But
right,
those
so why you
girls,
coming on here and having this conversation?
those girls know each other. They're not in particular strangers to one another. And the
We
fact that
do
you
it with
said it,
strangers that we
and
don't know
what
either.
are you
they were
talking
in the
about? See, this is
they
the
you,
problem. This
y'all
is
said
the
a
problem.
group of girls that go out together mainly a lot of times know each other. Those two didn't
Even
know
it,
each other. They
now
were
the thing about
strangers.
it is, a woman will ask another woman to go to the bathroom with her that she doesn't know.
So she
Like,
made
can
her
you go to
okay.
the bathroom with me? They will do it just for protection. So there's because there's strength in numbers. You can be somewhere and
So
you see a lot of women and you see a man that you don't like, you will stop another woman and say, "Can you, since I don't feel safe, can you go with me?" You're
So
acting as though a
the
man is a
sister was more available to save her than all the other women and all the other men and all the other men that was from that
apparently
country.
she felt safe with her. So yes.
So the sister made herself very available to this girl. So I think the sister
Why
vulnerable
not?
too. I
Why
think
not?
they might have been in competition for that Asian woman. Look like she said, "You can go home with me." They look like they was.
That's the
Oh
problem.
man,
That's the
damn.
You
problem. You
have a problem if
Negroids,
you if you're
Yeah.
you Negroids only think about what's between your legs and what's between ours. That's the only thing you can conceptualize. You don't have the ability to emotionally see outside of yourselves to see a situation that a woman could be in danger and seek the help of another woman because you think in your convoluted mind that the only protection a woman can have is from a man.
exactly.
See, now you done woke up creative solutions now. I mean,
You got me walking
Yeah,
up
I am a
with
protagonist. I am a protagonist, man. I am. I'm an antagonist. I'm an
No, you're
antagonist.
quite ignorant. That's what you are. That has nothing to do with
No, I'm just
antagonism.
asking a
No,
question.
you're
I'm just
ignorant.
asking
Because
questions.
if you were asking something of value, then that would be an antagonistic. If you were given a different perspective that
Why
didn't have
don't you
to
see
do
it
with
as
your
value?
penis, then I would say yes, he's an antagonist. No, you're thinking about is what's between your legs. You're not giving a perspective that can actually go back and forth with a discussion or a discourse or a debate.
Okay, so when he went out to that bar with that girl and he saw that Asian girl, he wanted maybe he did want to sleep with her. Okay, it's not a crime. There's nothing wrong with that. That's natural.
It's a
He
crime to
saw
sexually harass somebody if they said no, they don't want to. If they give you
he
all the
never.
signs and they
How
run
do you
away from
know he
you.
said I want to have sex with you and she said no? Now you're making up stuff. Let's go.
No, I'm talking about harassing somebody. If somebody says no, they're not interested, or they want to go home and no, and you keep going and you picking them up and you doing all of this stuff, it makes them feel uncomfortable.
So what did she say no to? Tell me what she said no to.
She said she wanted to leave. She said no. She asked she's going home.
So you heard her. So we know that the Asian girl said
She
you
probably
want to
didn't say
leave.
no because she didn't want to be mean because a lot of them they want to be nice and keep things tranquil and
So it looks like the
So
sister said no. It looks like the sister
running
said
away
no
from
for her. The
no,
sister said no for her.
running away from him, hiding behind the woman and hiding behind another man is not no enough for you. That's not enough of a no.
you have to cuss them out and call them out their name. That's how you know. That's when they mean. That's how they know no. Is that correct, Pastor? That's what we gotta do. We gotta cuss you out. We gotta say no with an attitude. We gotta push you on the floor.
Damn.
I'm just
if
saying,
that
like, I
happened, then
don't
he
think
talked
we
to.
don't know who said we don't know if the sister said no and then said come with me, or we don't know what really happened. We are hearing this. We're
Yeah,
only
you're
hearing one
here
side.
arguing
We're
what
hearing one side of
yeah,
this story. And we're taking it for
you're here
gospel.
arguing for another side that we don't hear a side
Well,
of.
you know
Exactly.
the
We
other
don't
side
know
of the
that. We
story,
don't
right?
know the other perspective. We don't know the third perspective either. We're just
Okay, the
arguing
other
from
wait,
one
no, the
perspective.
other
I get it.
perspective is the guy who's going to. That's the same guy who's going to the firing line, right? Or is that a different story?
Is it?
What'd you say?
The teacher is that the teacher dude. There's this woman's talking
I
about.
don't think I don't I hope
Or is
not. I
that
don't
another
think so.
predator?
No, I think Tanya is just bringing up like examples of when we go overseas
Oh,
to
okay,
Japan or
got it,
China.
got it. Okay, I mean the thing is this: if I don't see why this woman would describe it like that. I've seen this happen before. Because I used to, I used to DJ in a lot of clubs, and no, sometimes dudes just don't get it. They just don't get. They don't get. Even if they do get that it's a no, they want to turn it into a yes, and they don't care. So
Well, at the very least, I'm gonna say, was he using very thirsty kind of gameless behavior? Yes, I'm gonna go with that. So that's what I'm gonna like
What
admonish
did
him
you
on.
say? Thirsty, gameless behavior?
Yeah, I mean, just basically getting out there and
He
like,
was using predatory behavior. Let's not dress it up and make it cute.
yeah, basically.
Hold on,
I
hold
was
on,
just
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Was he being a predator though? 'Cause
yes, he
now you
was.
say was there alcohol
Yes,
involved?
he
Was
was
he?
being a super predator. When a
Yeah,
woman has to run around and seek safety behind other people, you're being a super predator.
Right.
You know what? So I agree with y'all. He was being extra pushy. He could have pulled back. He could have used his, could articulate himself better,
He
talked a
was
little bit
being a
better.
predator.
Ah,
I'm not gonna allow you to sit here and dress it up and make it cute. It's not cute. It's nothing cute about it. It was completely inappropriate.
You have to think about it like this: if that was your daughter, he was bothering, would you be comfortable with it? If the
DJ,
So
answer is
DJ,
no,
I
DJ,
don't have a
you
daughter
have to
though.
consider the audience. Consider who you're talking to. Because first of all, they would have to care about girls, and most of them don't.
good point. I stand corrected. Let's see what
couldn't
else
be
we
my
got.
daughter though. Shoot.
Harass this woman all night and follow her around the bar, um, grabbing
Listen,
her, making her dance, and she was just over it. But she was enjoying being around me and my other friends because it was a large group. It was just this one guy that was like really killing her vibe. So we were all walking home and he was trying to get her back to his house. He was grabbing at her waist. And she was like, no, 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 like, I'm good. He's like, oh, I can help you with your English and, and like really something that he would never do in this. Mind you, he's talking about helping her with her English. It is 4 a.m. We are all going home. He was trying to get this woman back to his head. Shout out to her because she was not going for it. She was like, again, he was, trying to deem it as like being playful, grabbing at her body um and she would like key and like run behind the white Canadian guy that was there, or she'll run behind me and grab me. And eventually she grabbed me and she did not let go of me. Um because he was really trying to get this girl back to his house. And they were at some point the men ended up walking ahead of us, and she was like, please do not let him take me back. And I was like, girl, I got you. If you gotta come home with me, I got you. And he still didn't get the hint. Like this is the thing. Like he still
he
didn't
got
get
the
the hint.
hint.
He still was trying to pick her up.
Yeah, I think he was trying to do what he does.
Super
Yeah,
predator.
he was going extra hard. But how did
He
her
was
English
going
all of a
extra
sudden get
super
good?
predator.
How did her
He was
English all
going,
of a
should have
sudden
been
get
going to
good according to
jail.
the sister?
He was going, he should have been going straight to jail. That's predatory. Groping, harassing is predatory.
Yep. I mean, he was doing way too much.
He's
I
Yeah,
doing
he was
so
doing
much.
too much. I'll give y'all that. He was doing too much.
He's doing
But
so
y'all want to
much.
make it throw the nigga in jail. He was doing too much, but he need to go home and sleep it off. That's what he need to do. He was doing too much.
No, he needed some. Needed some of that spray in his face. That'll wake him up.
No, the problem is you Negroes don't gather each other up and let each other know what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. So he actually needed to be talked to by someone with decorum, someone
Right.
who understands how to be socially polite,
Well,
how
quite
not.
honestly, I don't think it would. The way he behaved here, quite honestly, I don't think it would have mattered. I
Yeah,
think it
you
would have
can't
mattered.
You're right.
you can't redirect that man in that given. You can
You
try.
can
You can
redirect the
try.
man.
You can try.
DJ, it's a video out with a man who kicked this man out of his car because he didn't pay child support. And he
Oh no,
wasn't
that's different. That's way
he wasn't
different.
no, excuse me, I'm talking. He kicked him out of the car because he wouldn't have a friend that pays child support. If your friend can kick you out of the car for not paying child support, this is on a different level. Yes, your friend can definitely get you together when you're being super predatory.
Right.
Miss me with that can't a man can't talk. That's your problem now. That's the problem black men have now. You can't,
Well,
you can't
well,
just
if
correct
it's
them.
different if the man. I have to say this. It's different if the man knows the man, but I can guarantee you not. The only way that I'm stopping this dude from assaulting this woman is basically telling dude to stop and fighting him because he sounds like he's beyond logic, if you know what I mean. I'm not
Exactly. You're
saying
gonna have to fight this
No,
dude. You have to
no,
fight
because
him
I'm
down.
going to tell you why I don't buy that, DJ. He's in another country and he hasn't been arrested yet. So he understands how not to get arrested. So therefore, he will
uh,
be. You can correct someone who understands that they're not in a place where they can act a fool like they can in whatever their home country is.
well,
So
the other
he
way to look at it is that he just hadn't been caught yet.
I don't know.
But no,
We're
let me make it clear. If I was there, if I was there, I'm stopping, dude. I'm stopping, dude. I'm telling them that everybody else just go home. I'm gonna sit here and make sure this dude doesn't follow you. And that's it. Because I've done that. I've had to done that before in my life.
she's better
That's
than
how
me.
you do it.
I would have turned him in. I would have told her turn him into the police.
Yeah. I mean,
That's what
basically,
I would have told her. Let's
It
go to the police and file a report.
so that goes back to what I was originally saying.
What?
Um,
That
that
she's cock blocking?
that her better she would have had better results if she would have went to the club security or the
No,
police.
she got the results that she needed. I said what I would do. She got the results because she went with that. She stayed with the black woman. So she got the results that she was looking for. I'm saying, had it been me, because I know how you guys are. And since black men can't tell black men anything, why not just go to the police? Because obviously it's probably going to happen again to some other woman. So that's what I would have done.
What I'm saying is, I don't think that black woman could have stopped him, even if she really. He ended up. I think he ended up pulling back and stopping himself. And I hate to sound crazy when I say this, but I don't think that
You
black woman
already
could have
sound
really.
crazy, so nothing else will make it
It's
any
no,
worse.
I
so
think
it's fine. So
I
I'm gonna
think
go.
he
I'm gonna go full. I'm gonna go completely left on you. Then I don't think that black woman could have really stopped him if he wanted to.
I believe this. I believe he figured out that he had a witness. If he was gonna do something, he had to do something double, and that's just too much work. This woman doesn't look that small, so I'm not saying. I'm saying she doesn't look like that small, and that's a lot of work if you're gonna try to do that. So yes, I believe that this woman here saved that young lady. That's what I do believe. So
I can't say that, bro. I think he realized how dumb he was being, and he was like, "Man, I need to chill the fuck out. I need to chill out." And I think that's what happened. Because if he was really that dangerous, I do not think that black woman could have stopped him. I just don't think she could have. He was
So
a
why shouldn't
bodybuilder and all this other stuff. I don't think she
let's
could have stopped him.
rewind. Let's rewind. Why should anybody have to stop him from going to the point that he went to? That she had to seek all this protection from somebody else. Why couldn't
right.
he gather himself up and figure out that this woman had she had no interest in him?
All I'm saying is, if he was the predator that y'all are
No,
saying
no, 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 no.
he
I
is,
asked you a question.
okay, what was the
Why
question?
is it that he couldn't figure out before all of that happened that this woman wasn't interested in him?
Because he has poor social cues. He can't articulate himself. He probably didn't say the right things. He probably was too aggressive. There's a lot of different factors on why it didn't work out for him the way he wanted it to initially. There's a lot of factors into that.
And do you realize that this is a large portion of black men that behave this way?
But then but check this right. You have a large portion of black men that also grew up in the South. And at one point, where grabbing that woman was the culture of the club scene.
What's
That
out?
was it
What's
really
out?
was back in the South, like in the 90s, early 2000s. Yes, it
Where in the
was
South?
all throughout the South, from North Carolina to Georgia to Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, all throughout the South. That was very much the culture. Just grab by the elbow, and she come dance with you,
Okay,
and
you
all
When
that.
listen
was
to what you
this?
said. Listen to what you
Mhm.
said.
Wait, when was
Elbow.
this? I don't
You said
remember this.
elbow. Listen to that. Elbow. This man was grabbing around her waist, pulling at her. He was essentially groping this woman in public. You're talking about an elbow. That the elbow is
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
not
he
even
was groping her
comparable.
because that's the only way you can grab somebody's waist. You have to literally
Well,
be
that was also part of look. I can't believe people are acting like we get so pretentious and so new class and so nuanced on the internet and act like we're above so many things.
Oh
When we've
no, no,
seen
I'm just
all
telling
this
you what
stuff,
I've seen. If
It's
I seen
because
a
I
dude
am
in
above it.
person, if
I'm
I
sorry. It's because I am above it.
yeah, if I see a dude in person grabbing a woman by their waist and the woman don't want that, I'm calling the cops because that's actually harassment. I mean that's assault right there. You just can't grab people. This ain't the Stone Age. Maybe where you're from, they can do that. I don't know from wherever whoever explained that they can do that. Maybe there's some weird law over there, but in California and in Nevada, that's gonna put you in the paddy wagon.
I agree. In California, Nevada, probably Washington, a lot of states. You're right, but I'm telling you, I'm not saying that they still do it in the South because the South has changed. But at one point, there was definitely a culture in the clubs of the South that was pretty much the culture. That was just pretty much no, and it wasn't like it was extra because the girl snatched away. She kept going. It was just one of those things. This is how it was happening back then. And
And do
I
you
mean,
realize now in this day and age, a woman telling a
it's
man no
changed.
can
It's
no can
changed.
end her
Hmm.
life and
Yeah,
has ended a woman's life just by her saying no, I'm not interested, and not the way that you guys try to pretend like when black women are so nasty. If she just says no, the little girl that told the guy no and he hit her up against her head full force with a skateboard. The woman who was shot coming out of the store to get milk for her baby. She said
hmm.
no and was murdered right there.
You're
The
right.
young lady that just was killed by one guy was a basketball player. I don't even know what the other guy did just for saying no. So saying
Yeah,
no, a
yeah.
simple no for some reason triggers certain individuals. And so this woman, we shouldn't have to go to the lengths of fearing for our lives if we tell you no. We shouldn't have to hear you say, well, that was a little bit too far. Like, are you kidding me? No, it was out of line. It was completely out of line. And no woman should have to keep telling a man no. No woman should have to say it so forcefully that she hurts your feelings or that the whole club can hear her say no. No woman should have to go to security every time a black man comes up or every time a man comes up and gropes her or approaches her in a manner that she doesn't want to be approached because he can't take no social cues for an answer.
Back off. But Chinese people, the way they deal with confrontation is very different than like how we do in America. And I think that's why these passport bros deem it as being submissive when in actuality they're not being cursed out like, straightforward. Um, so they assume that they can continue to advance and harass these women.
So I just figured it out. So being feminine and submissive is just giving in when you don't want to. That's what it is.
Essentially.
So okay, now I get it.
And that's what he did. He continued to harass this woman all night and follow her around the bar, um, grabbing
Listen,
her, making her dance, and she was just over it. But she was enjoying being around me and my other friends because it was a large group. It was just this one guy that was like really killing her vibe. So we were all walking home and he was trying to get her back to his house. He was grabbing at her waist. And she was like, no, 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 like, I'm good. He's like, oh, I can help you with your English and, and like really something that he would never do in this. Mind you, he's talking about helping her with her English. It is 4 a.m. We are all going home. He was trying to get this woman back to his head. You know, shout out to her because she was not going for it. She was like, again, he was, you know, trying to deem it as like being playful, grabbing at her body, and she would like key and like run behind the white Canadian guy that was there, or she'll run behind me and grab me. And eventually she grabbed me and she did not let go of me.
Truth is in the house.
Because he was really trying to get this girl back to his house. And they were at some point the men ended up walking ahead of us, and she was like, please do not let him take me back. And I was like, girl, I got you. If you gotta come home with me, I got you. And he still didn't get the hint. Like, this is the thing. Like, he still
He
didn't
got
get
the
the hint.
hint.
He still was trying to pick her up and carry her around, show how strong he is, and show how he's like the prize. And she's like, I am not going back with you to your home. I am not. If this is how you treat me outside of your home, I am not going back to your home. She should have said that straight up. But again, whatever.
Different culture.
She was fearful that he was going to hurt her. And she was fearful that he was going to hurt her because he was not taking no as an answer. Just for can I touch you? Can I hug you? Like, you're not asking for permission for those things. Why would I come back to your house? But again, he thought he was entitled because he's the passport bro. He's the prize when he goes abroad. He is their way out of the trenches. Like, that is the pedestal that they put themselves on, to the point of almost SAN somebody. Watching that video of that guy that was in Brazil.
Okay, so her video ended right there,
Yeah,
right?
she a
What are your
hater,
thoughts
yo.
so far? I can attest, because when I was in Japan, like, the culture is very meek, you know, very gomenasai, and kind of with deference, right? Not wanting confrontation, just being like, yay.
Bro, it don't take all night to get a girl. If she likes you, she likes you. I mean,
I agree with that as well, but
no, I mean, there's no
this
but
in
about it.
particular
I mean,
story. This in particular story, I'll be going in on the passport bros my damn self. I'll be going in on these niggas. They ain't got no game. They lame. They know what's up. But this in particular nigga, I don't think all them niggas is bad. I think a lot of them are fucked up or messed up. Maybe not to cuss so much. I think a lot of them are messed up, socially awkward.
see,
But
here's the
I don't
argument that
think
women
that
make.
all of them are bad.
Here's the Cynthia G argument. All these, as she calls them, bandits are out there doing all this raw shit. And she says, well, when they say, well, then you say not all black men, but what are we doing to stop these guys? You see what I'm saying? What are we doing to stop these crazy fools from messing shit up? We should have been, a good example is that Shinquilla case where they watched this big woman throw this little woman around and did nothing. The dudes, there
They
were three
did
of them in that
nothing.
room.
They were horrible. But I don't think those were men, but whatever.
I mean,
The girl,
we know they're not men because a man would have just stopped it. You see what I'm
he
saying?
would have stopped. He would have stopped.
Yeah, but
he
see,
would have stopped. He would have stopped that whole encounter. Yeah.
right. But the problem is that that's the kind of tape we got out there. So that's where the all comes in, because we are supposed to, we should stop shit just to protect the brother, even against himself, if you know what I mean. Even against himself, it's like, bro, no, don't, sleep it off. Whatever's making you do this, you need to get rid of it, because you can't make us look this bad. But we don't. But it's apparently we're not doing it, and look what we're doing to each other, man. I mean, we're slamming each other. We put. I mean, look what happened to who was it? It was the Offset, not Offset. Who was the
Takeoff.
group?
It was Takeoff, and that was
Takeoff.
horrible.
Yeah, that was cold blooded. What are we doing?
That was
You know what I
horrible.
mean?
That was
That's
horrible.
that's what they see. That's what they see. And so the the point is that even though, yeah, it's not all of us, the results is it's all of us, because the damage is being done. We're damaging black women. I
Well,
mean,
I agree. I'm not a passport, bro. I don't even I don't even have a passport. I'm not even to like far travels and none of that. I love America. I like doing what I do here. But it's just one of those things, man. You just hate to see all these brothers get demonized, and I see a lot of them doing stupid stuff. I clown on these brothers all the time, and I see, but you see brothers doing a lot of dumb stuff statewide. So I just don't want us all to fall. We're gonna all end up falling into this
You know
abyss
why?
of nothing
You know
if we
why?
keep
Because
on this path.
you rationalize and you minimize. You just rationalize and minimize that entire situation. You tried to make us see something that wasn't there. You tried to make it about that black woman being jealous or something like that of the Asian woman and wanting, and that she wanted the black man. That's why there's a problem. Because you don't see a problem.
yeah, I mean, the point about her cock blocking, the woman cock blocking, that's that's too far. That's too far. That's too far of a stretch. It's too far of a stretch. I mean, the thing is that if the story she told was accurate and that's all we got to go with, dude was wrong. I mean, remember, this is all night. He's been at it all night.
Yeah, he should have took it. He should have took the clues and moved on, and he should have took the clues. He should
Actually,
have
he
took
should
the
have been
clues.
arrested in the club. If it had been all night, then he should have been arrested in the club.
Let me say this. A lot of when the at the height of the George Floyd situation, and black men were saying how it's all police, it's all the police, it's all the police. So, but we know it's not all the police, but they said all the police. So now we have to get disclaimers for black men. It's not all black men. Every time we speak, we have to give this disclaimer. Now they love to defer to Pookie and Ray Ray. And you know that I always say Pookie and Ray Ray is a mindset, and he can be found in the boardroom, in the operating room, in the courtroom. So, but they love to defer to him. But when we're speaking, they can never remember that there's a Pookie and a Ray Ray. And if you're getting this offended, you might want to take account of yourself. You might need to do some self reflection. If every time a black woman says something, you have this feeling inside and you're internalizing what's being said. Because I can guarantee you, the black men that I'm around, they don't internalize because they know they don't fall into this category.
EA, like, gomenasai, simasen, just like not in your face confrontational. And when I was in Japan myself, listen, military men. So these girls would just want to practice their English and be on the military base. And then they happened upon some nakers who could get them on the base. And what they would do is they would have, they would just have a whole bunch of guys come into the room and block her from being able to get out, and then tell her that she got to do XYZ. And then they would just close in on her. And from what it is that I heard, the renditions of the stories is that they would quote unquote run. I hate the terminology. I hate the terminology.
Wait a minute. What the fuck was this?
He is.
What are your thoughts so far? I can attest because when I was in Japan, like the culture is very meek, very gomenasai and kind of with deference, right? Not wanting confrontation, just being like, like gomenasai, simasen, just like not in your face
Sumimasen means
confrontational.
excuse me.
And when I was in Japan
I'm
myself,
sorry. What was that, Marky?
Sumimasen is excuse me.
Oh, okay.
military men. So these girls would just want to practice their English and be on the military base, and then they happened upon some nakers who could get them on the base. And what they would do is they would
Wait a minute.
This sound fraudulent.
and when I was in Japan myself, military men. So these girls would just want to practice their English and be on the military base, and then they happened upon some nakers who could get them on the base. And what they would do is they would have they would just have a whole bunch of guys come into the room and block her from being able to get out, and then tell her that she got to do XYZ, and then they would just close in on her. And from what it is that I heard, the renditions of the stories is that they would quote unquote run. I hate the terminology. I hate the terminology. I hate the terminology. You know what? I'm gonna put this up. I wasn't planning on looking this up, but let me just search for this article real quick.
So can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
And I'm glad you put that comment up there. Pastor used to be on Taz Channel again. We can't roast me on the internet. It's the internet. That's why I love the fact that how people work on the internet. I love it. It's very interesting to me. It's very interesting to me. But anyway,
This is an article by BET.
but what I was saying is, if these accounts were happening like she said on these military bases, I come from a military family, there would have been a whole lot of men court-martialed, and there would have been a whole lot of people in trouble. And how did
I have
these
to stop you right there.
Asian
Wait,
girls just
wait. Let me stop you right there.
hanging out around military bases? Like,
Wait,
y'all just like let these
wait.
people
No, no,
say
no.
anything
Let's
and
work on
run
you.
with
Let's
it.
work on this piece by piece. I know for a fact I've read situations and known. There was one time a black woman was killed. This was about maybe 10 years ago. She was raped and killed. They never found the killer. Then there was a time when a Latina was killed. This was more recent, like in the last 5 or 6 years. It took them forever to find the guy, and I think he ended up shooting himself. But this was after he killed 2 or 3
That was
women.
only 2 years ago or last
Okay,
year.
I can't remember. It's
Yeah,
pretty
it was either
recent.
2 years ago or last year. It was
Yeah,
her name was Vanessa. I forgot her last name, but her name was Vanessa. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, there's a long list, my man. There's a long list. So
But check this out. You see the
I know it
attack,
seems.
but you
Wait,
see the attack, right? So
let me
this me
finish
just
my point.
talking, right? You have people saying, "Oh, he goes from panel to panel." Look, the reason why I can go from panel to panel because people will allow me up because they know I'll have the conversation. So thanks for the chat. Thank y'all. Keep talking about me. Thank you. But anyway, the reality of it is, you you can't demonize every single man or every single interaction, and I think this is what's happening,
No,
especially
it's
with
not.
these
It's
black
okay.
men.
I
This is the
hate comments
situation.
like that.
Okay, so you're
That's
saying
fair.
every single man, every single conversation. Let's go with every single man. The thing is this: is that let's say you have a daughter. You don't, but you do. But somebody does, right? So are you gonna play the odds with that, which what you say me, or are you gonna play it safe and just say all? You'll say, let's say they say all men are violent in this side of town. Are you gonna take your daughter in that side of town and just leave her there? No, you're not gonna
So
you can say
you
don't go to that
you
side of the
asked
town.
would a person take their daughter there and leave their daughter there. So
I'm
that is
making
a
a point.
far extreme to go to.
It's an example.
It's not an example because it's a far
Oh,
extreme
now
example.
you're
DJ,
Far
they can't
extreme
wrap
not an
their
example.
DJ, they can't wrap their head around reasoning. It's not even
It's
worth it.
not
It's
reasoning
not
because
it is reasoning.
you want
It's
them
just
to
not even
reason
worth
from a
it
far
because
extreme
they
example.
can't conceptualize putting
Conceptualize a
themselves
far
they
extreme example.
okay, I'm speaking.
okay.
They can't conceptualize putting themselves in an emotional position of someone else. They don't think outside of themselves, so they're not able to make that leap. They lack the empathy to do so.
T, right? And go read this article if you can, right? Go read this article if you can. So it says running trains is how Black boys are inducted into capital R word culture, right? And it goes into, it says ASAP Rocky recently described his first quote unquote orgy in detail. He was 13 and older boys mocked his body as they all tried group sex on a Harlem rooftop. The internet applauded the rapper, and then it goes in. Go read this entire article. It's a good article because it talks about the
Excuse me.
nature
Did you say
of
George?
women.
TJ?
I'm here.
Yes. Could you help me perhaps understand something? Yeah. Hopefully, it doesn't take too much of your time explaining. But perhaps you can help me understand how exactly is an educated black man the same as a Pookie and a Ray Ray? I'm not gonna point out any particular person who said this. I'm just asking.
Well, a man can be educated and still have Pookie and Ray Ray behavior.
Yeah, you can
Hmm.
be educated and still do some niggerish stuff. That's very true.
Because Pookie and Ray Ray is a mindset. It's not a socioeconomic status. It's not a social status. It's a mindset. Just as I said before, you can have Pookie in the boardroom. You can have Pookie in the operating room. You can have Pookie in the courtroom. It's a mindset. That's how
I,
you can be educated in a Pookie.
I can agree.
Okay.
I agree. I agree with that more than anything else I've heard tonight. I agree with that 100% more than anything else I've heard tonight.
Okay. Now I have a couple of other things. Now, and I'm going to be reaching here. Now, if it's cool for a divester to separate from a black man, if that's the healthiest thing a black woman can do, it's like in terms of this society, let's just go with that. If that's the healthiest thing a black woman can do, well, is it wrong that a black man wants to separate himself from like Pookie Ray Ray stuff and not even get involved with it? But if I choose to do that, I'm being compliant. I'm being compliant with the Pookie and Ray Ray shit.
Can I?
Wait.
Rephrase that because it didn't make sense.
Okay, sorry. Let me re-articulate that. So basically, if it's healthy for a black woman to divest from black men, I mean, I agree with that. That's healthy. So if I'm divesting as a black man from the ghetto shit, I'm being compliant with Pookie ghetto shit, basically, by that same by what somebody in here said. I should
You're
say.
That
turning a
doesn't make
blind
sense.
eye. You're turning a
That
blind eye for you're complacent.
no. That just doesn't make sense. You're saying black women can divest, which has nothing to do with calling somebody a Pookie. If you're not a Pookie or Ray Ray by mindset, you're not a Pookie or Ray Ray. So I'm confused.
But I'm still being labeled as one just because I'm choosing not to deal or or even try to like correct Ray Ray behavior.
If you're
Basically,
complicit, yeah, you're a Pookie and Ray Ray. If you're complicit in that, if you yourself, because the funny thing is, black men can divest just as well. What people don't understand is divestment doesn't have to do with being with another race of men. That's not the
okay,
only thing divestment is. Divestment is moving away from the fallacy called the black community and bettering
okay,
yourself and not being saturated with those type of individuals. That's what divestment is.
okay. So I don't want to be like
Divestment is
invested in it
eugenics.
and like saturated with ghetto shit. I mean, but why am I still that? Just because I choose not to deal with the ghetto shit, just
You
because I
keep
don't want to
saying
correct
because you choose not to deal with
it.
it. So how does that make you a Pookie and Ray Ray if you choose not to be one and you choose not to be with them? I'm confused by what you're asking.
Well,
Because you said
I'm
because
focused
no,
on.
no, hold on, let me help you out, brother. You just told me earlier that if I don't say nothing to them, that's what's wrong with these black men. They don't say nothing to each other. So that's what he's saying. If I don't say nothing to these dudes, I don't have anything to do with that community. I'm pretty much just letting it be, and they can do what they want to do. You're fundamentally just like you did earlier with me. You're saying I'm just one of those guys.
No, this is
No,
this.
I said
Yeah, so
who is
basically,
that
I can
pastor?
clarify this.
Is
I
that
can
pastor
clarify
who
this.
said
Let me
that?
hit this up. Let's if you're in a position if you're if you, let's say you were in that group that this young lady was talking about where they were harassing the little girl and you don't do anything, then it's 100% you're being complacent. If you're
Okay.
across town in a high rise, there's nothing you can do about it. That's not the
Yeah,
problem.
yeah. That's where I stand on that latter part. I mean, yeah, if I'm there with the woman, yeah, I'm gonna step in and do something. And if
Right.
that guy and
You
I are
can't
fighting, we're just fighting.
you can't
But
have superpowers
yeah,
and like Batman and see everything from the air and shit. No.
yeah. I mean,
So
why
why
should
you?
I really?
That's nonsensical. I'm still confused why you're asking that question. Like,
But
what am I
because the
missing?
DJ Torch highlighted a comment and it just kind of just irritated me, basically. So yeah.
So pretty much, brothers can't win, so they doing now whatever.
No,
This
actually,
No, they're
brothers
doing
can win.
whatever because they're degenerates.
That's the thing is that brothers can win, but we got to do things to win. We can't just. I mean, the thing is this: the the reason that sad things happen between us. Not even let's ignore women. Sad shit happens between us is that somebody didn't do something soon enough. You see what I'm
Hey,
saying?
Tomas, you want to click a link and come up here and have this conversation instead of like chatting down the box? Because we can totally do that.
But I don't think anybody really understood you. I don't think it's just one person. Like it's a
Hmm.
few people that just didn't understand what point you were making. Because I
Okay.
definitely didn't understand.
Well, I
Okay.
wanted
Well,
to say one thing to this point about divested. I was gonna tell
yeah.
him that there's like way more black women than black men. And so what do you want the woman to do? They have no choice but to date out.
And I agree with you. I agree that you should do that. I totally support divestors 100%. And I mean, I guess it was like bad for me to like use that as an example, but basically I'm trying to like get away and separate myself from ghetto stuff, but I shouldn't have to be tethered to the ghetto shit by trying to correct it on every form in every piece of society.
No,
So
You
let me,
shouldn't have to. We just ask that
Nobody
you
was
do it.
expecting. Yeah, nobody
Yeah.
was.
can I
We
ask you a
weren't.
question, bro?
What's
So
up?
since doing that, do you mainly date what white Latino women? How does that go with
No,
you then? How does that go for you
no,
then? How does
no,
that
no,
go for you
no.
then?
I think black women. No, I'm all nah. I'm just saying. When I read that comment, it just kind of irritated me because it's kind of like I get on here, I defend black women. I do.
So you
I
support
fight.
diversions, but you date black women?
Yeah, basically, because
So,
if black women aren't happy, messing with us, the black women that aren't happy, they should just go. Cool.
okay, okay,
I support
I
that.
get I get that. So
Yeah.
if you're not okay with at any time them calling you a Pookie or a Ray Ray, no matter what you do, should you just date black women?
Well, I'm always gonna date black women. I mean,
Why is that?
because
Because
they're my
that's his
sisters.
choice.
No,
Like,
no, no. I'm just asking him a question. Why is that?
Because they're my people. They're my sisters, man.
Have you ever tried dating a white girl or a Latina girl or a woman from another race?
Didn't want to.
Have you ever tried it?
No.
Okay.
Okay. How is that so unbelievable that I don't think? Oh my god.
Because
Yeah.
he wants you to be like
And
him.
how
That's-
when a woman is
No, no, I'm reading
overpowered
solar
and
eclipse,
outnumbered,
basically.
that she may be silent about things that are happening to her that she does not want to happen, and the men just continue on. We all have heard stories about girls who have quote unquote had trains ran on them, and I hate the terminology
Yeah.
because if it's going to
I
be
just read something about that today. Somebody famous. She was in some type of R&B band. She had train ran on her by B2K or something like that.
Oh, it's
She,
the girl from 3LW,
yeah.
the black girl.
Yeah,
Like,
she openly
girl,
wanted them to do that shit. That was my favorite
that
one from
girl,
3LW too. Damn, man.
keep that to yourself. Why are you saying that?
Right. That's
there's
not
a
anything
police
to be.
officer who
But I
did
mean,
his.
to me, you know something. She might as well the way that these passport bros be. She might as well say what she's gonna say. You see what I'm saying? I mean, they say the same shit. They be having trains run on them by women. When you think about it, It's just in
Well, of
reverse,
course
right?
I'm mad, Q.
Yeah,
Of
them
course
niggas,
I'm mad, Q.
they be
It's
having
all out of
women.
line.
They be, I mean, think about it. Dudes be, bragging about, smashing women, but, multiple women in one night. But hey, they smashing you, bruh. They did do, they smashing you. You getting a train run on you. Who knows? They might put stuff in you, So to me, she might as well say it. I would have, I mean, if I was her, I would have kept it quiet, but, you know, here goes the neighborhood. That's all I can say. When I saw that, I was like, damn.
Man, I love the personal attachment. My baby mama is not no bad bitch. Boy, I showed her once. Come on now, y'all. Go look her up. But anyway, I love the internet, man. It's a
And see,
good
that's the
troll.
problem.
It's a good troll.
You're talking about go look up your wife.
Go look it up, man. Go look it up,
That
man.
doesn't
Is
even
that
make
your wife?
sense.
Nah, we
Is
ain't gonna
that
talk.
your wife?
It is what it is, man. But
Did you
no, we're not
marry
gonna,
her?
we're not even gonna go all on me. Why are we going to direct on me? This is another man's channel. You keep it going, bro.
Because you brought it up. Nobody was paying attention to the chat but you. But since you made the statement, we're getting on you. I mean,
Y'all
you're
got
here.
it. Yeah, I'm here. I always been.
So why are you telling people to go look up your wife?
That's my baby mama.
Well,
She
why
all
are you
right.
telling people to go look up your baby mama?
They want to talk about her. Go look her up.
Why she not your
I didn't
wife?
tell them. I tell them to talk about her? No, I did not. So since they want to talk about her, go look her up.
Why didn't you marry her?
I was married to her. We got divorced. It's all good. We still cool though.
How many do
Why
you
why did y'all
have?
break up?
Things happen.
How many baby mamas do you have?
Why does it matter?
Because I
Mhm.
asked.
Because I don't want to
You can
talk about
simply
it.
say no, I'm not going to answer, but
Yeah,
I
yeah,
asked.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It don't. I understand. I understand your ass, but I don't. But we ain't. There's no need to talk about all
Okay.
that. Yeah, we got it.
Because we see you. We see you. Just so you know, we see you.
Cam will rock the house with this one. Winter already came and left behind a few bodies too.
They
I was
always talk
gonna ask.
about this perpetual winter that was supposed to come for black women like 20 years ago. And
Uh,
and it's just like it's just like what 45 was saying with coronavirus. It's going away in April. Oh, it'll go away in August. Oh, it'll go away in November. Like winter is supposed to always come.
I had COVID. It
yeah.
wasn't even that bad. COVID was like a breeze. All I had was like a little bit of a sniffle, tiny little bit of a sore throat.
I wish that was the same for me.
Do you smoke cigarettes?
Huh?
Do you smoke
No.
cigarettes? Oh
Nope.
wow, okay.
Hell no.
Yeah, because usually the smokers that were the ones that got it bad. Like the smokers I knew, people that smoke cigarettes, yeah, they got it really, really bad.
Oh, I was gonna say I'm to DJ Torch when you brought up how the women are running trains on these guys. I feel like these guys are wasting their life force. Every time they ejaculate, they're like losing
Yeah,
their life
yeah, that's
force.
true.
It's the truth though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. That's why you gotta like believe in that like no fap. No fap, you like conserve all your spiritual energies and stuff.
Now, what did I do with the? Oh, I put that. I
I'm
probably
out here tripping, man. Conserve, man. Look, man. God put you out here to be fruitful. Y'all can call me a baby daddy. You call me whatever the hell y'all want to call me.
I did what?
Well, under best case scenario, brother, like you're supposed to like ejaculate in the context of marriage or a relationship where you can like bear children in a monogamous relationship. But I get you though. I get it. Totally get it.
I don't, because it irks me that people evoke Christ or evoke Christianity when they want to prove a point, but they don't even follow the rest of the text. So why evoke it in the first place? Just say you want to be a loose cannon and just do so.
Well,
Good point.
Look, so there's nothing wrong. Look. There ain't no such thing because you would call Nick. You the same. I'm not judging, but I'm guessing you would call Nick Cannon a loose cannon.
Who?
Would you call Nick Cannon a
Number
loose
one, I
cannon?
don't follow most of these people,
No,
and
I'm
they
just
they,
saying.
they
Would
don't
you?
have anything to do with my life, so I'm not really interested or care about them.
No,
But
not
he's
Karen. Not
negligent.
Karen.
He's
Not Karen.
negligent, just like the rest of the degenerates that go around breeding.
So would you not caring, just commenting, having an opinion? Would you consider Nick Cannon a loose cannon?
Yes.
Did I not answer that?
You didn't say yes or no. You just
Yes.
did. Okay.
I
See,
thought I did.
I
Pretty much,
think what he did
unless
was
I was speaking
methodical.
too fast, I said he's just as bad as the rest of the degenerates running around having loads of children.
I don't think so, but you got it.
Yes, he is. What is the purpose of, of having multiple babies? You can't even be there for your children and watch them grow up. I don't understand that. Like,
Wow.
Well,
Wow.
well, if you have like multiple children with one woman and you can afford it, then I don't see a problem with it.
That's fine, but unfortunately, that's not the reference we're in.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're not.
okay.
You know,
All right.
we're not talking about responsible
Yeah.
people. That's
Oh,
not
okay.
what we're talking about.
But before we get on with that, I'm just gonna say like any people in the chat room, I snapped that. And I apologize. I just was triggered for a second. I'm usually y'all know me. Y'all know I'm not usually like that.
Wait,
I
Marky,
don't
have
know.
you seen Big Truck series? Okay,
Uh,
okay,
I
okay.
don't.
That's snapping.
Yo, big truck be going in, yo. Big truck
That's
be
called
tripping.
snapping. Okay. You
Yeah,
want to
big truck be tripping, yo.
we ain't seen no snap. Okay. Big,
well,
big truck
now that
series.
I'm a little calmer, now that I'm a little calmer, like just to kind of like make it clear,
You got a
I just don't want to be
long ways to
judged.
go to get up to that Big Truck series or that AB series or that Marquee series. I mean, the
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Marquise
yeah.
series. Okay, you barely moving the needle on their system. You see what I'm saying? With their
Yeah.
benchmark.
I just don't want to be like seen in the same light and context as the guy facing the firing squad and this dude that was like chasing the little Chinese girl around the sister and shit,
Right.
ring
No,
around the rose.
you're not there. You're not there.
Yeah, it just kind of irritated me, and I kind of had to like go in on for a quick second. But my anger is very short. It's very short and light.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, you have another treat. It's the Midnight Magic. The Midnight Magic. Sinji in the house. Sinji!
Sinji's in here. Oh shit.
Sinji's in the house. No, not for real, but her
Oh,
video.
okay. All right.
Nigga, why'd you freeze up? I talked to CNG before. Don't freeze up when you talk to her, bro. Don't freeze up, my nigga. The fuck?
Sinji!
Oh no,
Freeze up.
no,
Don't freeze up the CNG, nigga. I talked to her before.
Boy, ain't
no, no,
nobody is
no,
talking to her. He's putting up a video.
no, no. I don't freeze over Sinji. I talked to her too, but I was just curious. I was like, oh, she's in here. Cool.
Let's see. Why is this not playing? What's up? Okay, it's moving. I know. Okay, it's working. I don't know why, but
Hey everyone,
here we go.
I'm here. Y'all, it's been a minute since I went live. Why does it feel so weird me going live? Probably because I haven't gone live in such a while, but let me get some stuff done on the back end. Let's play this song really quickly. And then as soon as I play this song, after I'm done, I'll be done with the back end. Bitch, nigga, let's talk about what's really. You say you got that scribbler, but you out here with
DJ, fast forward.
sweet nigga.
She playing that same song.
And now I ain't
DJ,
no
fast
killer,
forward.
but I'm having you for dinner.
Who's that?
See, I got time today. You need to watch the words that you say.
Let me fast forward.
Everywhere. I'm gonna try to get through this. If not, I will come back probably tomorrow and do the other part. But listen, y'all.
I can't believe I beat Sinji to a story.
Let me first say this. I'm actually happy that they're taking their dusty talking points that no one agrees with on the road. And by that, I mean they are going on tour to different sectors of YouTube, either talking about their little raggedy passports. You guys are going to hear Angry Man in here. He's going to be talking about passport bros as well. He'll briefly mention them. And we know they've recently got caught up. They were all over Fox News. We're going to get to that later. People have been asking me to talk about the passport bros, but that's going to be a live stream. It's too much information for me to try and stuff it into a pre-recorded video. So we're going to do that on a live stream as well. But listen, I told you guys a couple things a while back as these, and I'm not going to call them men. These are just base level males, really. I don't think they deserve to be called men. To me, when I think about men, I think about a certain characteristics that comes to mind when I think about men. Accountability is one of them. Responsibility is another one. And within our community, the males don't take accountability for anything, like nothing at all. And there's actually something that he says in here about leadership. I'm not going to listen to the whole thing. There's only a certain part of the first part of this video that I want to listen to. But while they were having this discussion, they talked briefly about leadership. And Destiny's position was that men are not naturally leaders. I agree with him. I think most people are followers. That's pretty evident. Society could not run the way that it does. It cannot function the way that it does if everyone had a leadership mentality. It wouldn't be so easy to condition and program people into different sectors of religion if people were natural leaders. So human psychology says that most people, regardless to gender, are followers. It just is what it is. Now, when you look at Black men as a group of men, there is literally nothing in them that says that they have leadership qualities at all. There is nothing throughout history. If you really do your history and you do it without the perspective of Black male worship, you will actually question whether they've ever been leaders. And I don't really think that they have been, but this is debatable. I'm just not going to debate it now. There was a point in this debate, which I wouldn't really call it a debate. I would actually really call it a lesson. I would call it Destiny sunning Angry Man and with ease. But there's a point in here where they're talking about leadership. And what stood out to me is Angry Man saying that men wanted to get the glory and the ego trip of being a leader. And to me, when I heard that, I'm thinking spoken like a true Black man, because essentially what Black men want is all the benefits that comes with leadership, but no responsibility. So when he said they want the ego trip with it and the glory, that's literally all Black men want. They want glory. They want self-aggrandizement. They want worship. They want you to treat them like they're leaders and like they're kings when they're really not. And largely they're getting that from Black women. However, there is a movement going on now where you have a lot of Black women coming into more enlightenment and teaching and pointing out these things. And I'm very happy about that. So in response to this, you have bandits going around to different groups, men of no color in different sectors, the mainstream sector, basically, to bring their bandit talking points to them. And if you guys don't remember, before Kevin Samuels passed, I told you guys he would never go mainstream. And the reason I told you he would never go mainstream is because largely the mainstream public, meaning everybody outside of the Black community, generally when they refer to the Black community, they'll say urban populations. And so when it goes to mainstream, that's everybody else. So I told you guys that Kevin Samuels nor any of the manosphere, the Black one, would go mainstream because other groups of men largely do not agree with anything that they say. They just don't. They don't agree with them. They don't blame everything on women. In fact, if you listen to other sectors of men, they will blame the women for maybe the low birth rate. Like I've heard men of other communities talk about how Western women, and they won't even pinpoint it on their group of women. They will say Western women in specific, they'll say they're responsible for the declining birth rate. And of course, as you see, women are the ones who give birth. So if women are choosing to not give birth, then yeah, women would be largely responsible for the declining birth rate. Except the fact that men are supposed to create the environment that is conducive to women wanting to have children in it. But in general, you never really hear men blame the failures of their communities on the women. This is not a leadership quality. So when you heard Angry Man in this in this debate saying that they just want the glory of being a leader, he is referring to Black men. That is who he is referring to. Black men want the glory of leadership, but when it comes to the responsibility of what happens within the community falling on their shoulders as it comes with leadership, they don't want that. That's why he's sitting in front of a man of no color whose community is very patriarchal. It may be moving a little bit out of it more towards partnership, but for the most part, it's patriarchal, and it's always been patriarchal. So he's sitting in front of a man who's within a group who heavily subscribe to patriarchy and male leadership, and he's attempting to get this man to agree with him that the women are the reason the community looks the way that it looks. These are not leaders. There is nothing in them that is conducive to leadership. In fact, their mindset that Angry Man is actually going to confirm within this video is only conducive to the position that they're in. And if they don't change their mindset, they will continue to be in this position. There is a reason why they are the single group of men on the face of the planet that has been dominated by everyone. It just is what it is. And that's because of their mindset. They have a defeated, conquered pathology. And it's funny because when I was saying that they're conquered and they're dominated and they're neutered, they had a problem with it. But then they want to go to other communities and sit in front of the men, blame everything on the women. And then when the men come to the same conclusion that you're just weak and dusty and conquered, they don't really seem to have any problem with that, though. They don't run and throw a tantrum. They don't troll. They would never do that to these men at the end of the day. But I just wanted to say that because I've been telling you guys that nobody agrees with them. That's why I try to get Black women to stop listening to what these males are telling them. Stop allowing them to create reality for you because no one agrees with them. Other groups of men don't think like this. Other groups of men actually do subscribe to and embrace accountability because they know that it comes with the leadership. Without accountability, there is no leadership. It just is what it is. But I'm gonna only play a little bit of the first part because I want to get as much of this. I want to go through as much of this as possible. And then if we don't finish all of it, like I said, I'll come back probably tomorrow and do the rest, depending on how my day goes. I have a lot of stuff to get done, you guys. That's why I haven't gone live in such a long time, because I have a lot of stuff going on right now. But I want to go to this first part really quickly. I am going to share the screen, actually. Okay, hold on. Let me pull you guys up really quickly on my tablet so I'll be able to see you. Okay. I want to be able to see the chat. Okay, so let me see if this is where. No, this is the one. Hold on. Hold on. I don't think this is the one that I want. No, that's me showing mine. Okay. Okay, let's get into it.
Especially over the coronavirus period, a lot of men were expected to stay home and work, whereas women didn't have those same burdens placed on them. Also, women have a bit more available to them in the world of like affirmative action and kind of like assistance for women to go to school. You are seeing women, not just because the standards are lowered, but because society is pushing them in a direction. They are doing better in school, like full stop.
Well, here's the reality about that. Mm-hmm. You know, it's not that difficult to do better in school when you're taking gender studies or getting a degree in basket weaving. Or is that across the board in STEM, or is that across the board in gender studies?
Now, let me pause this and tell you guys what the ironic part of this. First of all, you can go on any college program list and you're not going to see basket weaving or gender studies as a degree that you could pursue. It's not going to be a main course of study. It's not going to be your major. It will be an elective, though. Now, when I was in college, we didn't have basket weaving, but we did have art classes like ceramics and things of that sort. Those were electives. they were not majors. So the fact that he's sitting up here talking about why women would be excelling above males in college, and he doesn't even know the difference between an elective and a course that goes towards your major is a problem here. But these
And you want to know what he majored in? Art.
males never know what they're talking about. They're simply regurgitating what they've heard. There are no basket weaving courses, and even if they were, they will be electives. Gender studies is, well, you can do gender studies, but basket weaving would be an elective. It just is what it is. So what he's talking about is, it's really just stupid. Furthermore, Black men are not represented in STEM. So I don't even know why he's even mentioning STEM. STEM is an industry that we all know that is nearly or relatively absent of Black men. So while he's sitting here talking about, well, women are not getting into STEM, I guarantee you there's more women in STEM than Black men, because Black men are not represented in this area. This is a foolish argument right here. This is really dumb, but let's continue.
The things like that, arbitrary stuff that really doesn't amount to anything. First of all, you have to realize that when it comes to education, the enrollment of men is down across the board anyway. Because like I said before, we live in a society now that is very hostile towards men. So there are a lot of different things that men don't want to be a part of anymore. They don't want to be a part of the college experience anymore, simply for the fact that it's a hostile environment for them. Everything is about toxic masculinity and all of this crap. And let's be honest, the colleges are no longer institutions of higher learning. They've now become institutions of indoctrination.
Again, if y'all want to know why I don't really debate people anymore in this space, this is why. This is why I don't debate people. Because you have these males who know that they lack intellect, who know that they don't know what they're talking about, who knows that there isn't a shred of data to substantiate anything that they're saying, sitting up here just giving you your opinion, anecdotes, and personal experiences. That's literally all they're doing. And it's interesting because as we get further into this, there's going to come a point where Angry Man is going to ask Destiny, does he have any numbers and data to back up something that he's saying? But this whole entire time, he doesn't present one piece of data, not even towards education and why women would be exceeding men in education. He literally just sits here and talks and runs his mouth. Talking about college is a hostile environment for men. And I really wish Destiny would have asked him how. What is it about college when you're naming off courses that you would choose to take or majors that you would choose to study? How does your choices in what you choose to study, how does that make it a hostile environment? The bottom line is, the reality is Black men do not value education. They sit up all day online talking about how your degree doesn't matter and demeaning and degrading education, promoting anti-intellectualism, but he wants to sit here and act as if college has created this anti-Black male environment, when the reality is Black men have created an anti-college, anti-educational environment. It just is what it is. They don't want to have to put in the work. But I'm about to skip towards the part that I wanted to get to anyway.
With gender studies and all of this other crap that most men can't really identify with, especially if they're red-blooded American
So then
males.
if you can identify with gender studies, you just wouldn't elect that as a major. You just wouldn't choose to take that course. These are courses, like, nobody chooses your major for you. This is why I say this is dumb. Because if you're going to give a justification for men not attending college as often as women do, then at least partially know what you're talking about. Nobody's forcing men to take gender studies. Nobody is. I don't even know if there's courses on toxic masculinity. Last time I was in college was in 2011. That's when I graduated. So you guys will have to, if anything has changed and toxic masculinity has become a major, you guys will have to let me know. But when I was in college, toxic masculinity was not a major. And even if it was a major, again, you don't have to major in toxic masculinity. You pick your major. You choose what you want to study. Nobody's forcing it. So the argument just doesn't hold up. He's an idiot. Anyway, I want to skip to this dude because that's the really important part here is this part where he starts talking about Black women. That's what I'm going to skip to. I'm going to go to the 45-minute mark. And that's because I want to be able to get as much of this in as I want to. And he doesn't really talk about our community dynamic until after the 45-minute mark anyway. But listen, I already told you guys that it is Black men's goal largely, most of them on here, to demean and degrade your image as much as they possibly can. Not only do they have this
Hey, she said most of them on it. Okay.
disdain for you, they want everybody else to have disdain for you as well. That is why you would have this
She
man
didn't say all.
and who couldn't just sit up and have a discussion that was gender-based, males versus women in society. He has to bring it to Black women because the main goal of any Black man or off Black man or man pretending to be Black, some people have speculated that angry man ain't Black. I
DJ
couldn't care less.
Torch.
One way or
Yo,
another, he
Torch.
sure is representing Black men. But the ultimate goal,
MJ, is
Oh
that
my
you?
God! Of course you'd show up.
Oh no.
DJ Torch. Hold
Yes,
on. DJ
MJ.
Torch.
Yes.
Is that Cynthia G talking? Is that Cynthia G?
That's CG. Cynthia G.
Ah, man. Bullshit talker, bro.
I gotta get back on here. I'm almost
is to spread as much lies and propaganda about you as possible. And this is why they're taking their dusty show on the road. It's not working. They lack the foresight to understand that the only thing they're going to expose is their own pathology. And that's essentially what happened here, because different groups of men think differently. But nonetheless, the goal is still to go on a media tour, demeaning and degrading your image. This is what they've been doing. Before you had the internet, they were doing it in Jet Magazine. After Jet Magazine and the Black publications, they got on talk shows talking about your big purses and your attitude and how they like different races of women. Now they just have the ability to do it all over social media. They're not doing anything different than what they've been doing. It's just more visible to us because of social media. And social media is more visible than mainstream television. It just is what it is. The only thing that Angry Man did here is expose Black male pathology. And I think we should be happy for this. I think we should embrace this. And quite frankly, I want to see more of this. But I do think it's kind of interesting how, do y'all remember when Brian called into my show? And when Brian gave his opinion that I didn't even solicit on Black men, he decided to call into my show and give his opinion on Black men. Dude, did y'all remember the meltdown, the dusty tears that was flowing all over these YouTube streets? How dare she went talk to the white man? How dare she did bad mouth to that white man, and she had the white man on her show, just acting like I owe them something when I don't. But they had a royal meltdown and said at least they don't sit up in the face of women of no color, which is a lie because they've been sitting in videos going all the way back to when YouTube first came out back in 2008. They were on videos with women of no color talking negatively about you. But nonetheless, they still lied and said that they weren't doing it. So why is Angry Man sitting up having this discussion with this man of no color? When they were crying and whining and bleeding all over YouTube when Brian called into my show, I just want to know if somebody can tell me why Angry Man as a Black man is sitting up in front of this man of no color, actually navigating the discussion that was not about Black women. He turns the discussion to a discussion about Black women so that he can demean and degrade them. Why does nobody seem to have a problem with this? Where is that same energy that they gave when Brian called it? I just want to know. But let's get to this.
Because I don't want to get I guess canceled. But when you look at intersectionalism, the reason why there's so much conflict there The reason why there's so much conflict in these discussions and these debates and stuff is because we're starting to get off into the weeds with certain ideas and certain ideologies. And it would be one thing if people lived their lives and didn't try to force their lifestyle or force their ideology onto everyone.
But is that not what Black men do to Black women? Do Black men, when they say they want you to go act like the women in the 50s when you weren't born in the 50s, are they not forcing their ideology on you? When they tell you that you need to be married before you carry, or that you need to choose better, or that you need to follow A, B, C, D, E criteria before you engage in a behavior, are they not pushing their belief systems on you? Because they are. What Black men are doing in this space is engaging in a shaming tactic because you will not acquiesce to the way that they want you to live your life. So I think it's interesting and ironic that he starts off this part of the discussion talking about how essentially people pressure you to live the way that they want you to live, but his entire complaint is that Black women are not living in the manner that he and other Black men feel that Black women should live, even though he's sitting up here lying. Even though he's sitting up here lying, and everything that he says about Black women is actually the byproduct of Black men's actions, I just really think it's real ironic, and he's not smart enough to notice it, that he's doing the very thing that he's complaining that people are doing to men, especially when he attempts to act as though Black men are traditional men. But let's continue.
But that's exactly what we live in nowadays. In fact, we live in a society now where if you're a traditional person, if you believe in certain things, like let's say for argument's sake that you're a religious person, let's say that you're a Christian, let's say that you believe in the nuclear family, let's say that you believe in just being a regular guy with
let's say if you're a so-called modern woman. If you're a so-called modern woman, then rather than these beta males and these modern males allowing you to live your life the way that you want to, they will go on smear campaigns and shaming tactics to browbeat you into being a traditional woman when they're not traditional men. That's why I said they're walking contradictions and hypocrites. None of these males in the community are traditional because Black women ask for traditional males, i.e. providers and protectors and builders of communities. So number one, traditional man should not be coming out of the mouth of a man who admitted that even though he was in the home with his baby's mama, she still needed welfare. How traditional is that? That your baby mama need welfare, but you still living in the house though. Anyway, we'll
You there? Okay, anybody on this panel still awake? Okay, I don't know what's going on with our friend DJ Torch, but give him about 5 more minutes. Give him about 5 more minutes. Oh, there he is. Hold on.
That was crazy.
Oh, okay, okay,
Wow.
cool. Had a little bit of a technical
Yeah, sure did. Yeah, I
difficulty.
lost my internet. It's damn Cox internet. That's messed
Oh,
up.
yeah, Cox. That's the no, Frontier is the rural Nevada internet. Cox is like the main internet provider of over there.
Yeah,
I think.
that was weird. Knocked everybody out.
Yeah, all we have
Yeah,
left is
it's still online.
creative.
Okay, so so basically the broadcast is still on. Okay,
Hmm.
it's just I disappeared. Is that right?
Yeah, you and several other people disappeared.
Who else? Well, let's
Creative
see.
Solutions is here. She's
Okay.
still here. Yeah. Everyone else dropped off though.
Oh, they just dropped off, but they because they were bored, but not cut off, right?
Uh
Or
it could
did
be.
we all drop off at the same time?
One and then the other, and creative is probably sleeping.
Yes.
You, you know, I got to stick around. I'm the co-pilot, man.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Damn, well, there's 22 people still watching, but this might be a good time to shut it down. You know what I mean? Shoot, it's
Oh, okay.
midnight. At
Yeah.
midnight. If you want to stay up, it's up to you. But
I don't think they want to talk to me right now, man. I don't think they're interested in doing that. Oh,
well,
oh,
MJ's back.
oh my God! Are you gonna leave me with him?
I'll stay a little longer just to see how it go. Okay, I'll stay a
What do
little
you
longer.
want?
Synthetic G, synthetic G, synthetic G. Her wig is not a wig of a healthy person.
And now you gotta say it with some energy. Sinjay! Sinjay! That's how you gotta say it. You gotta put some power on it. Okay, let me see if I got it.
Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed roasted her, bro.
Yeah, years ago. I mean,
I
that
don't
was
think he
the
did.
thing.
I don't think he did.
Her wig is from GoFundMe. Donate to her from Wish Funding, or I think.
Talking about a black woman's hair is not going to win you too many points in here. Just saying.
Yeah, MJ, I would,
Yeah.
And builders of community. So, number one, traditional man should not be coming out of the mouth of a man who admitted that even though he was in the home with his baby's mama, she still needed welfare. How traditional is that? That your baby mama need welfare, but you still living in the house, though. Anyway, we'll get to that later. We'll get to all that later. But this contradictory here nearly took me out. You're complaining because you feel like you're a traditional male with traditional values, even though you're not. But you're shaming black women for being these modern liberated women, though, instead of just letting them live the life that they want to live and you going out and finding the best woman for you.
Regular wife and children, you're under attack today by all of the people that are like, oh, you're old fashioned and that's not progressive. And we have to be understanding of this group and that group. You're literally under attack. Like,
DJ Torch?
Right, like the way black women are under.
Can you pause it for a second? Now, Kittens, she basically brings up a good point here. Tariq is kind of like facilitating the divide between African Americans and continental Africans. And I don't know what's his purpose for that, but yeah, he does it, and he does it bold-facedly and very, very overtly. I don't know if she wanted to talk about that right now. I mean, you want to keep this going, but yeah, I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, I'll keep it going.
Yeah.
Attack, no. Because they don't want to submit, because they're independent, because they can do things on their own, because they have their own money, because they're going to college. Isn't the whole point of this discussion is because he came on here to complain to this man of no color about these modern women, rather than just letting them live their modern lives how they want to?
Traditional men are constantly getting a finger wagged in their face. That's the reason why the whole red pill concept and
he's not even traditional,
whether it's the white one or the black one. That's the entire reason.
Dude, how can dude be traditional? He's got a baby mama. He didn't stay with her. He probably should have stayed with her, but he didn't. He didn't. So he's a hypocrite already. He's a hypocrite.
It exists because men feel that they're being marginalized, ostracized from society, and treated like they're just innately toxic.
He's basically using, hate group talk and saying that it represents me, that I'm one of the guys he's trying to protect. He's a piece of shit for that.
And that's wrong.
So I again, there are a lot of things that you're agreeing with, or that you're saying that I agree with. I just don't think that they're that gendered. When you talk about like getting off into the weeds with certain ideologies and attacking people for not believing in the right things, I think we do have a big problem with that today in society.
Yeah, him being one of the main people who perpetuate
having
it.
their thumbs on a lot of the levers of cultural power. But I just don't think it's like a gendered thing. That's like a political, ideologically driven thing.
It's not a gender thing. And the reason it's not a gender thing, because Angry Man is up here doing the exact same thing that he's talking about men are shamed for. Which, by the way, I don't think anybody's shaming Black men for being traditional men. I think they're shaming Black men because they are not traditional men, but they keep demanding traditional women who, even if they did get a traditional woman, they could not put her in a traditional situation because they're not traditional men.
Exactly. Basically, a lot, I'm not going to say all, but a lot of men, they cannot provide what they receive.
Problem is that you're demanding a traditional woman, but you're a modern man who can't even afford a traditional woman.
Exactly. That's what I meant.
That's the problem. That's where the shaming is coming from. That's where it's coming from. Because how dare you not even be able to provide for your own baby's mother while you're in the home with her? She has to get welfare, but you sitting up here complaining about modern women.
Exactly. So just so to make it clear, Angry Man had a baby mama and was such a pookie that she still had to get welfare. That's deep. That's how this dude got the gall to get up here and talk shit about Black women at all when it sounds like Black women were taking care of him is disgusting, because that's basically that it's either Black women were taking care of him or the state was taking care of him. But we know one thing, it wasn't him taking care of him.
That's why I'm telling y'all, these modern men, something ain't firing in their head. Something's not firing in their heads.
Now, when you talk about like men are traditional men and they're getting fingers wagged in their faces, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's happening. I feel like people mix up a lot of the toxic aspects of red pill shit with like traditional things. If you're a good guy, you're working a good job, you go to church, and you're looking for like a traditional partner, you've got your shit handled, I don't think anybody's
You
wagging.
can't be red pill and traditional, because if you're traditional, you're probably called a simp. And on top of that, traditional men aren't online all the time complaining about women. They're just being traditional men. Traditional men, they go to work, they go to the gym, they might go to church, they might not go to church, but they do shit like that. They're just too busy. Instead of traditional men don't complain. Boom, there we go. What are red pill men doing all day? Complaining. They can't be traditional simply because of that.
Their finger at you. In fact, because I've talked to a lot of conservative women, I think conservative women are dying to find men like that. But oftentimes, one of the biggest complaints that I hear, and I know men have the loudest voices online, so you hear about like all the whores and sluts and blah, blah, blah. When I talk to traditional women or conservative women, their complaints are always like, I have no fucking idea where you can ever find a good conservative man. They don't exist. It's a bunch of schizoid young men that sit in their basements, play computer games all day, and fantasize about like having a harem of 50 women they fuck, like the guys on Fresh and Fit tell them to do, right? Like I don't feel like places in the manosphere are producing these factories of like good, positive, solid young men that are like good conservative men, because their engagement with religion is really bad. Look at fucking I don't want to go down that whole Andrew Tate road if you don't want to, but like Andrew Tate coming out as Islamic after fucking running a casino and a cam business is like the two biggest, most haram things you can do in Islam, right? Or like a lot of these guys saying we need to embrace more like Christian values while telling you to have one-ended open relationships where you're fucking younger and younger women every year. Like I don't think that.
I agree, Marky. I mean, it's sadly embarrassing because he got roasted hard in this, and Angry Man's not that smart at all. I don't know what. For some reason, the red pill guys seem to pick the worst people for their leaders. It's almost a system. It's systematic that they do that.
Maybe that's part of the problem.
The centers
Yeah, it is part.
People not know. people not knowing when they're not smart. I mean, at least I know my limitations. I mean, I know animation and software, like animation software, and that's it.
Well,
I'm not.
that's a lot more than what this dude can do here. So yeah,
Yeah.
you got him beat easy, easy.
Society that are going to be creating the the traditional conservative man of tomorrow. It's just like,
yeah, no, they're not. And let me add to what he said, because he actually covered it quite beautifully. The reality of it is that when men get up here, especially Black men in the dusty part of the manosphere, because they are separate groups, what they'll do is they'll promote traditionalism to the women, because traditionally women were basically servants to men. But then when they're talking to other men, they're promoting the opposite of traditionalism. They're promoting don't provide for her because you're not going to take care of a grown woman. They're promoting that she needs to work, but don't go out and get an education so you can make more money, because his ego is then going to be bothered, but yet he needs you to go 50-50. Don't commit to her, be in a so-called relationship with her, but you can cheat on her with anybody because you're still a good man. Even if your cheating leads to the breakup of your marriage and family, you're still a good man. But you want this traditional woman that has a low body count, she's going to cook, clean, stay at home, somehow get the money to go 50-50 with you. That's what they're promoting.
And Camo says the worst part is almost 300,000 people saw this debate, and the majority of Destiny supporters are white men. Yeah, and they love this shit. They love. I mean, see, Angry Man made us look bad. It was just a bad thing. Dude was failed big time. The big L. He's everybody.
Yeah.
I can't find anybody who says he won. No, nobody.
So ultimately, these males are not promoting and helping other males become traditional, because again, they're not traditional. They are dependent. Black men couldn't be traditional men if their life depended on it, because they have no resources. They have no systemic power. They're too busy begging other groups of men to provide for them, let alone having the wherewithal to provide for other women. It just is what it is. And I'm glad that other groups of men see their walking contradictions. And I told y'all they do. I told y'all they already see the way these dudes talk and the way they move, what they promote versus what they do. And that's why he easily dismantled everything this dude said. Because it's in one breath you're complaining about these traditional women, but you're promoting pump and dump, sex tourism, and going on 50-50. That's what you're telling the men to do. And then you sit up, whine, cry, and complain that women who are self-sufficient don't need you and don't need to depend on you, when they couldn't depend on you anyway. Even if they wanted to depend on these men, they couldn't depend on them. They don't.
That's true. It's very true. I mean, look how much Austin is struggling, and look how bad Austin is struggling, and he feels he's in the best situation he can be in. Look at all the trouble he's in. The proof's in the pudding. Look, I mean,
want to be traditional. They want a woman that they can use as a doormat. That is what they want. That's why they're going on these sex tourism to third world countries. What they're not doing is going over there to Europe to get any of those women. And you want to.
I mean, miss me with that traditional shit. That's what I have to say to the red pill people out there. Come on now. You know, if you're you're walking hypocrites.
I know why? Because then they're going to have to compete with other men to get those women. And then they're going to have to bring something to the table other than a small amount of the American dollar.
Lily says he got owned by a man with a stripper name. And that ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Destiny is like the number one. That's like the number one stripper name. The number one stripper name.
So they already know what it is. The okie doke that they're pulling is on Black women, but they can't pull that okie doke on these men because these men know better. That's why I'm saying you really have to start looking at how other men think and then compare the way that other men think to the way that the men in your community think. And that's why
Tomas says, sadly, the manosphere guys will still be delusional and think that the angry man won this debate. You're right. You are absolutely correct.
Why their outcome is different than yours. It just is what it is.
Yep. Delusion and ignorance is bliss.
Like the new marketing ploy that's being sold, and then all these guys that are falling into this shit, I call it OnlyFans for men, because it's just like it's rotting and destroying their minds, thinking that, or leading them into thinking they're going to be something that they're never going to be, and it's not preparing them for the future in a way that I think a conservative person would be.
Well, I can't really speak for the whole space, but I do know that the vast majority of the guys that watch my show on a regular basis are those traditional type guys.
No, they're not. No, they're not. You're not a traditional type guy if you cannot, number one, be the sole provider of a household on your own. Traditionally, women didn't work. Women didn't own anything. And see, they want you to be traditional. When they say traditional, they mean they don't want you to have anything. They want you to be completely dependent on them, because where there's complete dependence, there's abuse. And you better believe it.
Exactly. Basically, what they're saying is that they want to have leverage over you, the same leverage that the passport bros have over those women that they run through.
You better believe where there's a woman who's completely dependent on a man, she's being abused and she's stuck and she's trapped. They want a woman who's going to be trapped in a miserable situation with them. That's what they mean when they say they want a traditional woman. Traditionally, they want a woman who doesn't have an education, doesn't have a job, can't go to school, can't work, and have no ownership of anything, so that she's 100% dependent on him so that he can abuse her.
And then they talk down to her because they say, oh, look, you just a hoochie, blah, 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 blah. You know, all that kind of crap. Now see, that's it. That's it right there. Camel says, then he called 2 other black men on the panel to help him cry to this white man about black men, and Destiny still destroyed them by himself. He sure as heck did. Camel, you right about that. I watched that. These fools came out of nowhere. They popped up like some rats out of a rat hole or something. Huh?
And they got logic down. Damn.
You know, trying to team up and shit. I forgot the name of the people who we brought up, but they were some fools. It was funny.
Wow.
So that he can have leverage. Because black men have no leverage to get submission out of the women that they want. And that's why I'm glad he called them out in another clip with Dusty Bernard Riley. Because at the end of the day, if you need women to be in a dilapidated state of having nothing in order for them to desire you,
that's passport bros. They go to dilapidated areas.
Then you're a nothing ass bitch. It just is what it is. Themis said his baby mother was on welfare when they were together. I know. And the fact that he's not smart enough, the fact that
it needs to be made clear. This leader was on welfare with his baby mother.
Big back.
Okay.
Beast.
What part of that is providing? I mean, what part of that is providing? That's the weird shit. And then he still has the nerve to come on here, and those idiots still have the nerve to follow him. It's horror. It's el horrible.
he wasn't even smart enough to catch that. I don't even think Destiny should have schooled this dude, because I'm not going to call it a debate, because this isn't a debate. You don't debate people's opinion. You debate statistics and data. And Valdez presented none. So at the end of the day, this was not a debate.
True.
Granted, a lot of them are already married. A lot of them are already in relationships. But what they find is here's the issue that they find. Let me break it down for you. What's happening is when they go out into the world and attempt to live a traditional life, they're constantly being told, these guys are constantly, meeting barriers, trying to live a traditional life. Now, when they go out here, I don't know where the these conservative.
What are the barriers to Black men living a traditional life? If anybody in the comment section can tell me one barrier that's put up to where Black men are incapable of living a traditional life, please let me know. Because he wants to just sit up here and say stuff. And I caught him because his whole thing is, let me give all of these old 60s talking points, which is essentially what Umar Johnson did. I don't know if y'all, when you were listening to this, I don't know if y'all heard the similarities between how Umar Johnson was so-called debating me on Fox Soul and how Angry Man is debating, or not debating, but rambling to Destiny on here. Oh, there's barriers to being a traditional man. Okay, well, what are those? What stops Black men from being traditional men except the fact that their mindset is not conducive to being traditional men? Because I don't believe there's any systemic barriers in place right now that is impeding on Black men's ability to be traditional men. I don't believe that. I don't believe it at all. The biggest obstacle to Black men being traditional men is their mindset. They're nesters. They're not providers. They're not producers. They're not builders. They are nesters. And when you have the hypergamous nesting mentality as a man, of course you're not going to be able to be a traditional man, and you're going to fall short when it comes to every other man. Because other men are not trying to nest. You are. So even if he was to sit up here and talk about the barriers, it would have something to do with another male group not providing for him. And if you need another male group to provide for you, you are not a traditional man. Like, tell me where in society traditionally do men provide for other men? They don't.
That's a damn good point. That is a damn good point. And here's a big one. I got this idea from Camo. How is a traditional man defended by women, whether they be white women or Jamaican women or Didi, or these men are being supported by these women? Because if you see my point, that's weak. That's extremely weak. I mean, man, that's just crazy. I mean, you're actually hiding behind Big Pearly. You're hiding behind Big Pearly. I mean, what's up with that? What's up with that, fellas? You're hiding behind Big Pearly. You're hiding behind other women. Tell me how that's traditional. I thought you're supposed to stand 10 toes up, 10 toes forward, or whatever the hell that is.
10 toes down.
10 toes. Yeah, okay, yeah, that sounds good. Knowing them probably 10 toes up because they can't handle themselves. They falling backwards and shit.
Oh, get knocked out, huh?
Yeah, getting knocked out. And then running back to Big Pearly for, protect me from these evil people.
But whenever it comes to Black men talking about what's impeding their ability to be the men that they want to be, just like Umar Johnson did on Fox Soul, it's going to have everything to do with, these men did this. These men did that. They oppressed us. They gave Black women money and not us. The barrier to them being traditional men, from their perspective, is other men not providing for them like they are women. That is the barrier to them being traditional men. And like I said, if you need a man to provide for you, then you are not a traditional man. Men provide, they do not get provided for.
Traditional women that you're talking about I don't know where they congregate. But
Camo, I know that he's trying to seem like a rock star when he was a freeloader back in the day to his baby mama.
These are the complaints that guys give to me, that they have so much difficulty finding these type of women, especially in Black culture. In Black culture, we have an issue where there's this culture of promiscuity.
Now, You want to hear the hypocrisy is, I'm sorry, I've been around for a while, but not too long. Men be banging more women. They be getting them numbers up. We be getting them numbers up there a lot more than women. And this nigga here wants to talk about promiscuity. What kind of shit is that?
Yeah,
Now
I don't get that
listen,
either.
I want y'all to notice how he segued the conversation into the Black community. So
Wait, what were you saying, Marquis?
And I said, yeah, I don't get that either.
It don't make sense. That that's like walking into a punch. Why would you throw that out there, knowing that us niggas be going out there trying to get everything? Now I'm past that for a long ass time, but I know one thing: my buddies, they be out there trying to get trying. They be you know what they do? They're trying to pull up Austin Holloman, like 50 women in 30 days and shit. But now this fool's on here complaining about promiscuity. That's ridiculous.
that he could
also,
talk about
go
Black
ahead.
women. But please understand that when it comes to promiscuity, there is no other group of people who are more promiscuous on this planet than Black men. That is a statistical fact. So nobody should
I don't
be
know about
talking
that
about
one.
promiscuity.
Let's see who else would be more. Who else would be
There's a
more?
lot of black male incels out there. Apparently, if you look at I ain't gonna say certain communities.
We'll double check the money, the numbers later. We'll double check them. We gotta see what's going on. But
Right.
from my experience, it's like, it's just from what I've seen. I mean, the passport bros, the whole system is built on promiscuity. So
Yeah.
it's going to be a hard argument for them to beat.
And not mentioning Black men at the forefront. There is nobody, I'll say it again, there is no other group on the face of this planet more promiscuous than Black men. So when he decides to segue this conversation into the Black community for the sole purpose of demeaning and degrading Black women, understand that this is intentional. And he couldn't wait to do this. Now he waited what? He waited a good how many minutes? We at the what? We at nearly the 50-minute mark. We about at the 50-minute hour mark. He couldn't wait to segue this conversation into you. He couldn't wait to.
That's true.
All of those different type of things, where every single woman they encounter is part of the sexual revolution. So they're gonna be, a little more.
Okay, remember now, he made somebody a baby mama. Okay, we need to let that sink in for a minute. I know I got to turn off this for a second. We got to think. He made somebody a baby mama, probably through promiscuity.
Yeah.
Okay. And then he doesn't provide. She's on welfare. She's paying for him. And this nigga had the nerve to get on this TV show and talk shit. Man, what is wrong with us? I mean, what is wrong? See, what is wrong with us to the point where the thing is this: you want to do your little hustle like that. That's one thing. I mean, it's all bad. It's all bad, and you shouldn't do it. But then you want to become the leader of other people and the king Pookie.
Free sexually, and that's a nice way of putting it. So when these guys are out here actually looking for marriageable women,
like you didn't marry your woman. He's making me mad. I need to get some sleep. Shit, he's making me mad, bro. Dude, we rolling around. It's 1 o'clock. Shit.
A lot of anger floating about, man.
Yeah.
A lot of anger.
Get on my nerve.
They're coming up short. They can't find any, because part of the new age way of thinking is that women.
The new age way of thinking is I'm gonna sleep up with my baby mama, have her get some welfare, live off of her welfare, and I'm just not gonna provide for shit. And then later on, I'm gonna become the leader of the red pill system.
How
Hell
much is
yeah.
welfare? How much is welfare anyway? Ooh, how much money do people get from that shit?
Shoot, I don't know. It's depending on how much you made last time or something like that.
Oh,
should be able to do
Like
the
at your
things
last
that men
job,
have traditionally done.
Right, but then in the beginning of this, then in the start of the debate, didn't you say that people are shaming other people for not living based on their standards? So why do you care about these sexually liberated women? Why is that a problem for you? Why can't you just let them live their lives the way that they want to and go find women? Because you said you got options outside of the community. So if Black men have all of these options outside of their community, there should be no complaint about these sexually liberated, non-traditional Black women. There should not be one complaint. You're the most desired man on the face of the planet, according to you. You have a bunch of options, not only domestically, but foreign, because now you got your little passport. So there should be no shaming. There should be no complaints. You should be perfectly fine with these new modern sexually liberated women. You shouldn't even
That's right.
be talking about them as far as I'm concerned. You just went on a whole diatribe about how so-called traditional men get shamed and ostracized because they're not progressive. But now you're going into this diatribe of, oh, Black women are the problem and Black women's sexual liberated attitude is what's bringing down the community. But you got options and not other women. Y'all been saying since I've been on YouTube, Black men have been saying that they're gonna start
Eclipse. That's a good idea. Let's start calling this dude Section 8. Let's call him Section 8. You know, that's a good, damn good idea, Solar.
a new Black community without Black women. Where is it at? Because you sure do got a whole bunch of confused biracials all over TikTok complaining about you. So clearly you have access to the women, or at least their womb. You're impregnating them, leaving them single mothers. Where is this new Black community that you're building?
Well,
and the sad part is whenever you hear that, it's always women taking the most negative things of men and then touting that as empowerment.
Right, but they can.
You mean like Section 8?
Live their lives the way they want to, right?
Are encountering on a regular basis, where the women they want to do the same things, they want to have the same equality as men, which is fine, but they don't want the same accountability, the same responsibility.
Dude, you were in Section 8. I mean, what's worse is that you weren't in Section 8. You lived off of Section 8 from another person who you put on Section 8 when you made her pregnant and you got her Section 8. That's about as nigga-ish.
Are you serious? I mean, is all this documented, or is
yeah,
it? Or
yeah, he says it in this video. He says in his, in the come on, James. Destiny video. He says it in the Destiny video. And I was shocked when I heard it. I was like, wait a minute. You actually are admitting that to all these people that aren't Black?
Well, gotta admire his transparency.
It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, if you're willing to be in the right, have you heard of this? I know you've heard the saying. Have you heard of the saying, dress for the job that you want?
Yeah.
Yeah. The idea is like, you should carry yourself through life like you're where you want to be, because that's how you're going to find that place, essentially, right? I'll hear people say
it's a shame that he has to break it down like this. It's a shame. It's a shame.
It's like, I don't know where to find conservative women. And then you like ask them, well, where are you looking? And they're like, well, I've tried Tinder, I've gone on Bumble, I've gone on Hinge.
Hookup sites.
Okay, do you go to a church? Like, do you have a community of like conservative friends? Have you been involved in any political or community organizing? Because like, especially in the Black.
Camo, you dropped another one. He sounds like those men who get out of prison and think they know everything. I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't. He did go to prison. You nailed that. And Melinda says, DJ Torch, your commentary is hilarious and trolling. I can't help it. I'm getting sleepy, so I can't be responsible for my sleepiness.
Well, at least you got it together.
Right? Like women are like the backbones of all of these things.
Hold on, but let me just ask a sidebar question. How is the one group of men that are the least committal and the most promiscuous sitting up on any podcast anywhere complaining that they can't find traditional women to be in relationships that they don't even want to be in? I would really like to know that, because Black men are not known for being committal with anyone. If you look at their dynamic outside of their community, it mirrors what's going on within the communities. So these are men who promote non-commitment. Again, they promote pumping and dumping. They promote having children with women, even in their music, and leaving them. Yet they're sitting up complaining about relationship dynamics and not being able to find women to be in those relationship dynamics that they don't even want to be in.
Let's here's some a question for everybody out there. Who is Mr. Pump and Dump on the YouTube streets? If you can guess this, what am I gonna? You get a drink of water. How about that?
Does it start with an L?
L. I don't think so. Wait.
2 words. First word starts with an L.
What's the second word?
Second word starts with an H.
No.
Melinda got it. Actually, Melinda got it. Yeah, I was incorrect.
Wait. When Melinda say? What would Melinda say? Fresh. Myra. No, that's not it. He's not the official pump and dumper.
Oh, then maybe my choice is still in the running.
Well, it starts with his first name starts with an R.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Are they in Thailand?
No, he's not.
Oh.
He's not.
Okay, this is a hard one.
Yeah, this is a hard one. This is a hard one right here. We'll come back to it. Okay.
You don't want to be in a committed relationship. They say that all the time. So then why are you now complaining that you can't find women who are going to be in committed relationships with you that you don't even want? We know you don't want them because we see the product of your unions with every group of women on the face of the planet. You can't possibly want committed relationships, and all you're doing is going around creating broken homes and confused biracial children, even when you're not in the Black community. There's no possible way that they actually want these things. They don't want them. That's why they're not getting
them.
them.
Cassandra, but you're very, very close. You're very, very close. It's a wedding ring. That's the closest I'm going to get.
They are getting exactly what they want. Black men have set this culture in the community. They've created it. And now they're complaining because Black women are acting.
All right, Gemini, that's close. Razor Ray.
Oh, man.
Razor Ray.
Acquiescing to a culture that they created. No accountability at all. And this is why they can never be leaders, ever.
And if you're looking for conservative people and you're in those areas, you'll find them there. But I feel like people aren't setting themselves up in a conservative lifestyle. Like, if you tell me you're looking for a conservative woman and you're not part of your local church, like, Jesus, that's like the number one place to start, right? Because these are off of churches are where all of your community building activities are going to stem from. Every church has a bulletin board where people are doing things. A lot of churches are involved in like community outreach. You can volunteer. You meet a ton of people this way. But people aren't willing to go out and look for it. But I feel like in terms of that type of advice, I never hear red pillars talking about that. It's always like, the sexual marketplace and high value men are these things you have to do to exploit the dynamics of the evolutionary psychology of women so that you can fuck as many women as possible, and that's going to be 1%. And like that's the message I hear over and over and over and over and over again, rather than like look up your local archdiocese, start going to your church every Sunday, and when church ends, everybody's chatting with each other because that's what they do. Sometimes the priest or whatever will come out and talk to people, and you just like talk to people when you meet friends that way. Like that's how you organically grow a group of friends. But I don't hear that advice ever in the manosphere. I never hear that.
Right, and I'm gonna get to what he's saying now, but I do want to address what Thema said. This comment about Black women being the backbone of the community. Black women, stop asking males and expecting males who cannot, are not willing to, and do not have the mindset or characteristic conducive to being leaders.
Melinda, nice bit of gutter trivia.
Oh, hey.
Nobody sees them as the leaders of the community. They see you as the default leader of the community. That's why even here he said, well, Black women are the backbone of the community. Same thing Brian said when he called up into my channel. Same thing Brian said. Same thing Brian said. Black women are putting in the work. Black women are doing everything. Why do you think Goldman Sachs and these other communities are investing in you? Now look, bandits can sit up here, whine, cry, and complain and say, oh, well, they give up the money. They ain't giving up the money. This is why. They're giving the money to the backbone of the community, which is not you. And it's not you because you don't want to. You want the glory. You want the praise. You don't want the work and the accountability, though, because you ain't putting either in.
Camo says Destiny knows more about Black people than Angry Man. That's true. He do. He do. He learned more from his computer.
Isn't Angry Man
That's
like
why
a
they're
Latino?
not investing.
I'm sorry.
Isn't Angry Man like a Latino or something, or like a half Latino?
Yeah, or something.
like
You know,
that?
they do that, and it's weird how they do that because same with Dennis Sperling. He's Latin. He's of Latin descent as well, but they play and prey on the Black community. It's funny.
Right. Yeah.
And it's funny because if you back them into a wall, it's like, well, I'm not Black. I'm not with them. That
Right.
pops out of them.
Yeah.
In there.
Figures.
And people aren't sitting there saying, oh, well, Black women took welfare. They wanted to be the backbone of the community. They kicked the men out. No, he acknowledges the men are still in the community, running amok, committing crimes, toe tagging everybody, creating children that they're not going to take care of. And then here comes Black women being forced to be the backbone and pick up the pieces. And I need Black women. I need you to start seeing yourself in this light.
Yeah. Camo is kitten in the caskets.
Because you can have whatever Black male worshiper sitting up talking about, oh, well, the Black man is the backbone of the community. Again, Black male worship is based on lies and delusions. Nobody sees that. They see you as the backbone of the community. You're doing everything, not because you want to, but because you don't have a choice but to. Because they didn't even pick up the ball to drop it.
They didn't pick up the ball to drop.
They just sat on the bench.
That just hit me right there. Lily says Destiny wants to debate Donovan Sharp. That means Black men will be 0 for 2 if that happens. Because Donovan Sharp is about as sharp as a brick. That's about it.
Never been the backbone of the community. And there's several videos that we've already gone over to prove they've never been the community builders and leaders that they're trying to get you to believe they are. They've never been that, ever. They've never. At least not in the recorded history of this country, they've never been that. You've always had to do it because they were unwilling to do it. But now, after they get into this church discussion, again, I'm glad he pointed out the contradiction between what Black men say they want and then what they.
Well, Solar, that makes sense that he's out of overshape and out of weight. That's his whole genre. Of course he's the leader. Looking all messed up and chubby, and I think he had a stroke or something, but somebody, he had to go to the hospital or something. He was mentioning this right after Kevin had passed or something like that. He wanted people to feel sorry for him, but I don't.
They actually do, because if you wanted traditional women, you would promote that in your music. You would promote it in your shows. What are black men promoting on Zeus? What do Tyler Perry promote?
Yeah, well, you nailed it. He does. He looks pissed off. Like, what is this dude talking about?
What do black men rap about? What do black men sing about? The opposite of what they're saying they want. You wouldn't be promoting a culture of promiscuous 8304s and whatevers if you wanted traditional women. You would be creating an environment conducive to that. You wouldn't be out here being super promiscuous, having children with multiple different women all over the place. You would be settling down. That is what you would be doing. That is what you would be promoting. You wouldn't be on Tinder, which is a hookup website. You would be in a place known for so-called traditional women, and in the black community, that is church. It just is what it is. Black men ain't in church though, and even when they are in church, they show a lack of integrity and a lack of sexual discipline and a lack of accountability. And Angry Man is actually going to point that out, but again, he's not smart enough to know that he's actually telling more about the pathology of black men than black women. Let's continue.
I hate the reason why you never hear that in the manosphere is because the biggest hoes usually go to church.
Oh my God. And I'm going to stop it right here. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have part 2 on another day.
Oh, you done? Oh, damn.
Oh, shoot. No, I'm not done. But I got to get to work at, it's almost 1:30. Is my clock right? That's Baytime too.
Yeah, yes, it's 118.
118. Shoot.
So before you go, are you guys doing you or Peso doing something in the morning?
I hope no, I'm working in the morning. That's
Oh,
what I'm
okay.
doing. I might be watching Peso do something, but I'll be working.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna be home for probably until like about 1 o'clock because I'm gonna take all my money and get it into a cashier's check and then convert it to cash it to the end. I think that's how it works. You can buy currency with cashier's checks, right? Like
I
a
think
bank's.
so.
Yeah. So I'm gonna take that step. I'm gonna take all my money and convert it. So that's gonna take however long it takes. And when I get home, I'll jump on a panel with you guys.
Sounds like a plan, my man.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody, thank you so much for being here. I'm shocked that you are because sleep is good. Sleep is real good. I'm going to
Oh
work
yeah.
on trying to get these lives shortened up, but dang, this is just fun being with you all. So good night, everybody. Good
Cool.
night, everyone. Sleep well. Marquis, we out of here, bruh.
All right,
We out of
man.
here.
Have a good one.
Okay, you too.
All right. Peace.
Peace.